1. Salient features of India society and diversity in India. 1. Introduction. 1. Characteristics of Indian society. 1. Social institutions. 1. Races in India. 4. Tribes in India. 5. Caste system. 6. Religious pluralism. 7. India as a multilingual society. 8. Stakeholders in Indian society. 9. Diversity in India. 11. 2. Role of women in women's organization. 13. Introduction. 13. Constitutional provisions and legislative safeguards for women. 13. Evolution of the role of women in Indian society. 14. Early women's organizations. 15. Post-independence women's movements. 15. Present-day movements. 16. Post-independence women's organization. 16. Women and education. 16. Importance of women education in India. 17. Domestic violence. 18. Cybercrime against women. 20. Female foeticide. 20. Sexual harassment at the workplace. 20. Women and political system. 21. Women and Indian economy. 22. National Policy for Women Empowerment, 2001. 23. Draft National Policy for Women, 2016. 24. Women in Command in Indian Army. 24. Approach for Women Development, 5-year planning and women development. 25. Current developments pertaining to women. 26. 3. Population and associated issues. 29. Introduction and history of population in India. 29. Factors influencing the distribution of population. 29. Factors affecting population growth. 30. Demographic trends in India. 31. India's demographic dividend. 31. National Population Policy, 2000. 32. 5-year plans associated with population. 33. Determinants of population change. 33. Consequences of population growth. 35. Way forward. 35. 4. Poverty and developmental issues. Introduction. 37. Poverty as a social problem. 37. Impact of poverty. 37. Urban poverty. 38. Poverty in rural India. 38. Multidimensional poverty. 39. Poverty in women in India. 39. Inequality. 39. Poverty alleviation schemes. 40. 5. Urbanization, problems and remedies. 42. Salient features of Indian urbanization. 42. British contributions to the Indian urban developments. 42. Driving forces for urbanization in India. 43. Problems of urban areas in India. 43. Social effects of urbanization on Indian society. 44. Urbanization and women. 44. Impact of urbanization on the rural areas. 45. Slums and urban centers. 45. Remedies to urban problems. 46. 6. Effect of globalization on Indian society. 48. Waves of globalization. 48. Factors contributing to globalization. 48. Factors that are aiding globalization. 49. Effects of globalization on family and marriage system. 49. Effects of globalization on culture and tradition. 50. Effects of globalization on youth. 50. Effects of globalization on women. 51. Effects of globalization on elderly. 51. Effects of globalization on differently abled community. 52. Effects of globalization on LGBTQ+ communities. 53. Effects of globalization on Indian economy. 53. Effects of globalization on agriculture. 54. Effects of globalization on tribals. 55. Challenges due to globalization. 55. Globalization 4.0. 56. Deglobalization. 57. 7. Social empowerment. 59. Need and significance of social empowerment. 59. Vulnerable sections. 59. Issues and news. 60. 8. Communalism. 64. Introduction. 64. Historical background. 64. Contemporary forms of communalism. Types of communalism. 64. Development of communalism in modern Indian history. 65. Post-independence period. 65. Causes of communalism in India. 65. Consequences of communalism. 66. Various committees and commissions on communalism in India. 66. Way forward. 66. 9. Regionalism. 68. Concept of regionalism. 68. Characteristic of regionalism. 68. Forms of regionalism. 68. Constitutional safeguards for national unity. 69. Factors responsible for regionalism in India. 69. Why regionalism still persists in India. 70. Regionalism versus nationalism. 70. Federalism and regionalism. 71. How is regionalism a threat to national unity and integrity? 71. Way forward. 72. 10. Secularism. 74. Secularism in Indian context. 74. Historical background. 74. Manifestations of secularism. 74. Indian Constitution and secularism. 75. Judicial pronouncements regarding secularism in India. 75. Secularism and secularization. 76 features of Indian secularism. 76. The Indian model of secularism. 76. The Western model of secularism. 76 challenges faced by secularism in India. 77 way forward. 78 conclusion. 78 Uniform Civil Code, UCC. 78. 11. Health, social perspective. 80. Introduction. 80. Constitutional provisions on health. 81 social challenges of health sector. 81 way forward. 82 mental health and associated issues. 82 violence against healthcare workers. 83 tribal population in India and health. 84 student suicides. 85 universal health coverage. 86 new organ donation guidelines in India. 87 shifting health to the concurrent list. 87. 12. Education, social perspective. 90. New education policy, NEP, 2020. 90 early childhood care and education, ECC. 91 digital education. 91 ASER, annual status of education report, report 2023. 93 AI in education. 93 foreign higher educational institutions in India. 94. Issues and news. 95. 13. Emerging technology and Indian society. 98. Introduction. 98 initiatives by India on AI. 98 social aspects of AI. 98 challenges associated with AI. 99 artificial intelligence and gender gap. 100 social media and society. 101 salient features of India society and diversity in India. India is the cradle of the human race. Mark Twain. Introduction. Indian society is a grand synthesis of multicultural, multi-ethnic, and multi-ideological constructs, shaped by the ethos of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. R.M. McIlver defines society as a web of social relations which is always changing, where an individual forms the basic unit of it. Characteristics of Indian society, cultural diversity, the coexistence of multilingual, multi-ethnic, and multi-caste groups within the border of India. For instance, around 1,600 languages are spoken across the country. Accommodative society. India has experienced various invasions in its history. However, she had never lost her own charm while accommodating others. Patriarchy and gender roles. Indian society is a patriarchal society with distinct gender roles and expectations. Though various efforts have been taken against gender inequality, gender disparity and challenges to women still persist. Coexistence of religions. India is the birthplace of religions including Hinduism, Buddhism, Jainism, and Sikhism. They preach tolerance and respect in society. Spiritual society. Religion and spirituality play a central role in the lives of many Indians, influencing their values, rituals, and daily practices. For example, Shastra Puja of Raphaels. Coexistence of individualism and collectivism. Individualism emphasizes human independence, self-reliance, and liberty, while collectivism prioritizes a group. For example, constitutional values of secularism and liberty as enshrined in the preamble. Caste system. Social hierarchical structure which is a significant feature of Indian society. It differentiates people based on birth, occupation, and social status. Its influence still persists in modern Indian society. Joint family system. Coexistence of several generations under one roof has been a traditional feature of India. According to sociologist A.M. Shah, joint nests within the family still strive in modern Indian society. Family values. Indian society places a significant emphasis on respect for elders. The elderly are considered a source of wisdom and experience, and it is customary to seek their advice and care for them in their old age. For instance, touching the feet of elders is a sign of respect. Social institutions. Social institutions are structures of society which guide and shape the expected behavior of individuals and help to build and sustain the society itself. Social institutions consist of kinship, family, marriage, educational institutions, and so on. They constrain and control, punish and reward the individuals of society. 1. Kinship. Kinship is a social web that defines how an individual is related to others, by blood, marriage, or adaptation. Kinship is a universal social institution that plays a significant role in the socialization of individuals and the maintenance of group solidarity. 2. Marriage. Marriage is a social institution that meets the physical, psychological, social, cultural, and economic needs of men and women. It is socially approved and sanctioned by custom and law. Determine rights guidelines FOR and obligation social interactions. Determines marriage ties socialization of individual. Features define role relationship of kinship. I determines family line. Gives identity maintain group to individual solidarity. It is a universal social institution in India. Types of marriage. Based on the number of partners involved. Monogamy. At a given time, A man or woman remains married to only one woman or man. There are two types of monogamy: serial monogamy, remarrying after divorce or death of a first spouse, only one spouse at a time. Straight monogamy, remarriage is not allowed. Polygamy, more than one spouse at a given time. There are two types of polygamy: polygyny, one man is married to more than one woman at a given time. It is present in Bigas and Gons of India. Polyandry, when one woman marries several men at a given time. It is still prevalent in Indian tribes including Toda, Kota, Khasa, and Ladakhi Boda. Based on spouse selection, endogamy, marriage within one caste, subcaste, and tribe. For instance, Indian arranged marriage is based on caste endogamy. Exogamy, marriage outside one's kins group. For instance, India practiced Gotra exogamy, i.e., one cannot marry individual belonging to the same Gotra. Contemporary types of marriage. Companionship marriage. Marriage is based on a need for companionship. Open marriage. Marriage in which both partners concur that having an extramarital connection is acceptable and will not be viewed as infidelity. Structural and functional changes in the marriage system. The rising age of marriage, more focus on education and career for both men and women, has increased the age of marriage. People are prioritizing career development before tying the knot. Changes in the form. Traditional forms of marriages like polygamy and polygyny are legally prohibited in India under the Hindu Marriage Act of 1955. Change in women's role. Women are taking active participation in their spouse selection and in other decision-making processes. They are challenging traditional gender expectations. Companionship rather than a duty. Marriage has evolved to be more based on lifelong companionship rather than mere duty. Recognition to live in. The Supreme Court legalized the institution of live-in relationships, whereby partners prefer to stay together without socially sanctioned marriage rituals. Acceptability to love marriage. There is a notable increase in the prevalence of love marriage. This reflects changing notions of romance, individualism, and personal choice. Fluid marriages, stigma and taboos around divorce have been reduced considerably. With legislative, educational, and technological advancements, marriage has become more fluid. Traditional values still persist. Even with the changing society, traditional values pertaining to marriage still persist. For instance, arranged marriage set up among Indian background families, settled abroad, India matchmaking series. Legalizing same-sex marriage. Same-sex marriage can be defined as a union between two homogeneous sex. There have been long debates and discussions about legalizing same-sex marriage under the Special Marriage Act, 1954. Arguments against the legalizing same-sex marriage. Religious definition of marriage. It is restricted to the union of two heterogeneous sex, i.e., between man and woman. Legislative sanction. The right to marry is not absolute, rather it is subjected to state law. The state may assert a legitimate interest in regulating matters such as when to be married, how often, to whom, how to divorce, and laws regarding bestiality or incest. Right to privacy. The right to sexual orientation is a part of the right to privacy. However, it cannot be extended to marriage, as it has a necessary public element. Issues with the adoption of children. Queer parents can have social discrimination and a negative psychological impact on children's well-being. Gendered terminology. Terminology such as mother, father, husband, wife have been gendered, which would be problematic in same-sex marriage. Arguments in favor of same-sex marriage. Cohabitation as a fundamental right. CJI has upheld cohabitation as a fundamental right and its government's obligation to legally recognize the same. Decriminalization of Sector 377. With the decriminalization of Sector 377 of the IPC, the Supreme Court has recognized the existence of same-sex relationships. No absolute concept of gender. According to the Supreme Court, genders are fluid and not absolute. Rather, it is more complex than one's genitals. Discrimination faced. Same-sex couples are vulnerable to various social discriminations, and legalizing same-sex marriage would pave the way to happily ever after. Way forward. Mass awareness about the LGBTQ+ community to promote equality and acceptance of all sexually oriented individuals. General neutral terminology. The acts, laws, and bylaws should have gender-neutral references. For instance, replacing husband and wife terms in Special Marriage Act with spouse. Legal reforms. For better acceptance and legal protection of the LGBTQ+ community. It is crucial to uphold human rights and dignity, irrespective of sexual orientation. Collective efforts. Mere making a policy or law LGBTQ+ community is not fruitful if they are not actively involved in the policy or law formation process. It is crucial for addressing their specific challenges. 3. Family. Sociologist Nimkov defined family as a more or less durable association of husband and wife with or without children, or of a man or woman alone, with children. It is the first and the most immediate social environment to which a child is exposed. No other social institution appears more universal and unchanging. Types of the family. Nuclear family. A nuclear family is made up of a husband, wife, and unmarried children. The physical distance between parents and married children or between parents and grandparents minimizes their interdependence. Joint or extended family. The joint family is where 3 or more generations are included in a single, functional family consisting of grandparents, parents, grandchildren, brothers, sisters, and their spouses and children stay together. Single-parent family. A single-parent family is a situation where one parent assumes primary caregiving responsibilities for the child or children due to divorce, separation, death, or choice. Foster family. Foster families provide temporary care and support for children who cannot live with their biological parents, providing a nurturing environment until they return to their biological family. Blended family. A blended family is formed when 2 individuals with children from previous relationships or marriages come together to form a new family unit. Chosen family. Chosen families are formed through deep emotional connections and provide a sense of belonging, support, and care. Characteristics of a family. Universality. Family is a universal social unit as it performs many indispensable functions for the individual and society. Socially sanctioned relationship. A family is born by the relatively durable socially sanctioned companionship of a husband, a wife who procreates children. Social norms. Social rules and regulations are followed in the family. Family interactions and interrelationships are governed by social and legal norms. Common habitation. To survive, a family needs a house or a household. This becomes necessary for childbearing and childrearing. Emotional support. Family provides strong emotional support to an individual and members are bound emotionally. They provide love, care, and protection to each other and are ready to make sacrifices for the welfare of family members. Kinship nomenclature. Every family has a name and its own nomenclature, whether it be through the male or the female lineage that it uses to estimate descent. Functions of family. Reproduction or procreation. The production and rearing of children is one of the most essential functions of the family. Provide shelter. Family provides comfort, protection, space, and peace to its members. Socialization. The family is the first institution to provide socialization. Economic functions. Family has become a consuming unit over producing unit. Members are engaged in earning wages to ensure socio-economic well-being. Educational functions. The family provides the child with the basic training in social attitudes and habits which are essential to participating in social life. Religious functions. The family is a center for religious training, providing spiritual needs and passing on religious inheritance to the next generation. Regulation of sexual behavior. Educational maintenance. Emotional support functions of family economic maintenance. Socialization procreation. Merits of the joint family system. Demerits of joint family system ensures economic progress. The joint family meets the basic needs such as food, clothing, and shelter of its members. Advantage of division of labor. Every member in the family is given the advantage of division of labor. Social insurance. The joint family acts as a social insurance for the old, sick, and incapable. Helps social control by exercising control over the behavior of its members. The individuals are taught to subordinate their individual interests to family interests. Promotes psychological security. The joint family, through creating a harmonious atmosphere in the family, contributes to the development of social solidarity. Retards the development of personality. The elders take up most of the responsibilities and the younger ones are overprotected. Thus, does not provide enough opportunity to its members to develop the qualities of adventure, self-determination, industriousness, etc. Promotes idleness. The joint family is said to be the home of idlers. Since all members of the family are assured of the basic necessities of life, no one takes much interest in productive activities. Undermines the status of women. In patriarchal joint families, women have only secondary roles and are not given sufficient freedom to express and to develop their personality. Structural and functional changes in the Indian family. Nuclear family. The traditional large-sized joint family, which was also a socio-economic unit, has been replaced by small-sized nuclear families. This trend has been strengthened by urbanization and industrialization. Neo-local residence. Neo-local residence is becoming increasingly popular due to industrialization and urbanization, allowing young married couples to live in their workplace. Legislative measures. Legislative measures such as Child Marriage Restraint Act 1929, Hindu Marriage Act 1955, Hindu Widows Remarriage Act 1856, and Hindu Succession Act 1956 have all impacted family relationships, composition, and stability. Financial independence of women. Women are now working alongside men, shoulder to shoulder, in a variety of roles. Influence of Western values. Values such as modern science, rationalism, individualism, equality, free life, democracy, and freedom of women have changed the Indian family system. Fluid nature of the family. With increased focus on career and professional growth, a family has become a mere weekend family, whereby a couple is able to meet at the weekend. Races in India. Negrito, first to arrive in India, particularly found in small provinces in the south, on Nagas. Bagadi of Rajmahal Hills. Proto-Australoid, bulk of the population in many isolated and semi-isolated parts of central and southern India. For example, Central tribes, Bhils, Mundas, Sandhal, Ho, etc. Mongoloid, mainly found in northern and eastern frontiers. For example, tribes of Garo, Khasi, Jaintia, Chakmas, etc. Mediterranean, they came from the Mediterranean region largely connected to the Dravidian language and culture. They are concentrated in South India. Nordic, they constitute the last wave of migration. They spoke Aryan languages, mainly concentrated in the northwestern part. Western brachycephals. They are further subdivided into three major groups, Alpinoid, Dinaric, and Armenoid. Examples of brachycephaly are Kawargis and Parsis. Tribes in India. In a traditional civilization, a tribe is a social division made up of families connected by social, economic, and familial ties as well as by common culture and dialect. The Indian Constitution recognizes tribal communities as scheduled tribes under Schedule 5 of the Constitution. Region tribes. Himalayan region tribes like the Guddi, the Jansari, the Naga, etc. Middle India tribes like the Munda, the Santal, etc. Western India tribes like the Bhil, the Gracia, etc. South Indian region tribes like the Toda, the Chinchu, etc. Andaman and Nicobar Jarawas, Anjas, Sentinelese, Champans. Fact-wise. According to the 2011 census, tribals make up 8.6% of India's population. There are over 705 tribal groups in India, out of which around 75 are particularly vulnerable tribal groups, PVGs. As per the 2011 census of India, Bhil is the most populous tribe with a total population of 4,618,068 constituting 37.7% of the total scheduled tribe population. The largest number of tribal communities, 62, are found in Odisha. August 9th is considered World Tribal Day or International Day of the World's Indigenous Peoples. November 15th is celebrated as Janjatiya Gaurav Divas, celebrated to recognize the efforts of the tribals in the preservation of cultural heritage, and it also marks the birth anniversary of Birsa Munda. According to the Socioeconomic and Caste Census, SECC, 2011, about 45% of the tribal households in India are below the poverty line. In the budget 2023-24, the overall outlay for the Ministry of Tribal Affairs is Rs. 12,461.88 crore, an increase of 70.69% over the previous year's revised estimate, RE, of Rs. 7,301.00 crore. Constitutional provisions. Article 342. 1. The President may, with respect to any state or union territory, and where it is a state, after consultation with the governor, by a public notification, specify the tribes or tribal communities or part of or groups within tribes or tribal communities as scheduled tribe in relation to that state or union territory. Article 15. Prohibition of discrimination on grounds of religion, race, caste, sex, or place of birth only. Article 16. Equality of opportunity in matters of public employment. Article 46. Promotion of educational and economic interests of scheduled castes, scheduled tribes, and other weaker sections. Article 335. Claims of scheduled castes and scheduled tribes to services and posts. Article 338. A. The National Commission for Scheduled Tribes has been set up. 5th and 6th Schedule. Administration and control of scheduled and tribal areas. Legal provisions. Protection of Civil Rights Act, 1955 against untouchability. Commissions related to tribals in India. Debar Committee, 1960. Lokar Committee, 1965. Buriya Commission, 2002-2004. Zaxa Committee, 2013. Scheduled Castes and the Scheduled Tribes Prevention of Atrocities, Act, 1989, to prevent the commission of offenses of atrocities against the members of the scheduled castes and the scheduled tribes. Provisions of the Panchayats Extension to the Scheduled Areas, Act, 1996, to provide for the extension of the provisions of Part 9 of the Constitution relating to the Panchayats to the scheduled areas. Scheduled Tribes and Other Traditional Forest Dwellers Recognition of Forest Rights, Act, 2006, to recognize and vest the forest rights and occupation in forest land and forest-dwelling scheduled tribes and other traditional forest dwellers. Changes in tribal society, industrialization. Big industries have displaced people, but they have also given them employment as wage laborers. Market production. The market economy has led to tribal production for the market rather than their own needs. Commercialization of indigenous knowledge. Tribal indigenous knowledge has been commercialized, paving the way for their economic development. For instance, the production of Giloy tablets during COVID-19. Forced to move out. With the decline of forests, tribals were forced to move out of their natural habitat. Devoid of their livelihood, tribal people have been forced to give away land to more experienced agriculturists and industries, thus devoting their livelihood. Caste system. Caste is a hereditary, endogamous group with a common name, occupation, culture, mobility, and status, relatively rigid in matters of mobility, the distinctiveness of status, and forming a single homogeneous community. The word refers to a broad institutional arrangement that in Indian languages is referred to by two distinct terms. Varna is the fourfold division of society into Brahmana, Kshatriya, Vaishya, and Shudra. While jati is a generic term referring to species, history of the caste system, ancient age, the caste system is associated with the Hindu religion. As per Rig Veda, there were 4 categories known as varnas. Varnas consist of Brahmins, Kshatriyas, Vaishyas, and Shudras. It is only in the post-Vedic period that caste becomes the rigid institution that is familiar to us from well-known definitions. Colonial times, the dominant view in the nationalist movement was to treat caste as a social evil, but on the other hand, leaders like Mahatma Gandhi were able to work for the upliftment of the lowest caste, Harijan. The post-independent state inherited and reflected these contradictions. While the state was committed to the abolition of caste, it was both unable to push through radical reforms, which would have undermined the economic basis for caste inequality. Post-colonial times, 1901 census that sought to collect information on social hierarchy. Land revenue settlements gave legal recognition to the caste-based rights of the upper class that became landowners in the modern sense. Government of India Act 1935 gave legal recognition to the scheduled caste and scheduled tribes and scheduled caste by marking out special treatment by the state. Features of caste system: segmental division of society. Caste is acquired by birth and cannot be changed or left, but can be expelled if a person is expelled from their caste. Endogamy. Endogamy is the principle of marriage within one's own caste or subcaste. It is fundamental for the perpetuation of the caste system. Hereditary occupation. Castes were traditionally linked to occupations, making occupation hereditary. Untouchability. It is the act of isolating a group from the majority due to social customs that considered untouchables to be impure and polluted. Hierarchy. Castes teach us a fundamental social principle of hierarchy, which is represented by a ladder of command. For instance, upper caste Brahmins, lower caste Dalits. Civil and religious disabilities. Caste groups are subject to restrictions on contact, dress, speech, dining, and rituals to maintain purity. Transformation of caste system. Rise in intercaste marriage. Intercaste marriages on Western models have become more common in recent years due to economic and social necessity. Decline in Brahmin supremacy. The power of the Brahmins rapidly waned as a result of the secularization and westernization processes, and they lost the traditional respect and esteem in society. Emergence of dominant caste. With changing social caste equations, a few castes are emerging as dominant castes, and they play a crucial role in politics. For example, Jats of Haryana, Yadavs of Bihar, and Marathas of Maharashtra. Changes in commensality. People are no longer restricted to their original locations. Due to their migration, it is quite challenging to adhere to the rules regarding their eating habits. Occupational changes. In a caste-ridden society, occupations were hereditary. However, with industrialization and modernization, the rigidity of the caste system has broken down, which led to occupational changes. Attitudinal changes. Within the system, there have been noticeable changes in how people feel about castes. This has to do with losing faith in the system's own ascriptive pattern and jurisdiction. Comeback of the caste system. With more politics and caste nexus, caste identity is gaining prominence in society. It has become a tool of vote bank politics. Factors affecting the changes in the caste system: Sanskritization. Low castes attempt to raise their social status by adopting the rituals and practices of higher castes, such as vegetarianism and teetotalism, to claim a higher position in the caste hierarchy. Westernization. People adapted to Western culture due to advancements in education, food habits, dressing sense, and manners. Industrialization and urbanization. Migration has increased due to the growth of industrial towns and cities, with fewer caste rules. Caste and politics. Lower castes have been empowered through elections and power lobbying, allowing them to express their feelings. Caste has become a prime factor in politics. Legislative measures. Social legislation have been introduced to protect marginalized sections of society, eradicate untouchability, and promote social and economic development. Modernization. Modernization has caused the caste system to become more flexible due to its scientific outlook, rational attitudes, industrialization, urbanization, high standard of living, and a broad viewpoint. Emergence. Dominant caste. Dominant castes are the main power holder. They have acquired considerable economic, political, and social power and become dominant in their regions. For example, Jats, Yadavs, Marathas, etc. A paradox in the present caste system. Weakening caste system, strengthening caste system. Change in a hierarchical structure. Caste hierarchy based on purity and pollution has weakened because of secularization. Breakdown of the Jajmani system. Jajmani system involved the exchange of goods and services, with each jati contributing its share based on occupational speciality. Disruption of traditionally ordained occupational systems, due to globalization and rise of the services sector. Caste and politics. The prevalence of caste politics resulted in the enactment of legislation to protect the rights of disadvantaged and marginalized sections of society. Democratic decentralization. The reservation in the Panchayati Raj system has given the opportunity for the lower castes representation in the democracy. Caste-based affirmative actions. The provision of caste-based reservation in education and jobs has strengthened the caste identities. Religious pluralism. Every citizen has the right to freely practice, preach, profess, and propagate any religion or faith, protected by the Constitution. Multiculturalism and pluralism. India is an inherently multicultural society that believes in a plurality of ideas, belief, and faith. It enriches Indian culture and adds to our diversity. We have vibrant communities of Hindus, Muslims, Sikhs, Christians, Jains, Buddhists, Parsis, etc., that have blended well and enhanced the progress of India. Striking a balance between unity amidst this vast diversity is always a challenge for a nation. Pluralism and multiculturalism are the two ways to manage this conundrum simultaneously. Pluralism in Indian perspectives. Pluralism in India seeks to create a society where all inputs are integrated, without imposing a uniform status on all groups. For example, a celebration of religious festivals beyond religious borders. Multiculturalism in Indian perspectives. Multiculturalism is a way of showing respect and tolerance to other cultures and faiths, allowing for the assertion of different identities in every sphere of life. The Indian Constitution provides fundamental rights for the preservation of this variety. For example, national holidays on all religious festivals. India as a multilingual society, the post-independence era saw the linguistic reorganization of states due to linguistic diversity. Constitution has recognized 22 official languages under the 8th schedule. Classical language status in India. 6 languages in India, namely Tamil, Telugu, Sanskrit, Kannada, Malayalam, and Odia, have been given the status of classical language. The first language to be accorded with that status is Tamil. Fact-wise, as per the 1961 census, there are 1,652 major languages in India. As per the 2011 census, there are 123 languages, out of which 30 were spoken by more than 1 million native speakers. The People's Linguistic Survey of India has identified 780 languages, of which 50 are extinct in the past 5 decades. Issues and challenges increase regionalism and parochialism. People of different linguistic groups in a state tend to focus on their own interests, leading to parochial feelings. For example, Marathi supremacy in Maharashtra. Erosion of national feeling. National feeling is eroded due to linguistic and regional loyalties, threatening sovereignty. Interstate border dispute. Language problems have caused tensions in bilingual borders. For example, the Goans are divided on the basis of Konkani and Marathi languages. Formation of regional political parties. Linguism has led to the formation of regional political parties and governments in some states. For example, DMK, Dravida Munnetra Kazhagam of Tamil Nadu. Demand for separate states. Politicians seek to divide states along linguistic lines due to selfish motives. Issue of Hindi language. Language standardization. Hindi has several dialects and regional variations, making it difficult to standardize across regions, leading to difficulty in communication. Non-adaptability. Non-Hindi states are not accommodative to the Hindi language, which at times creates conflict between Hindi and non-Hindi states. Language shift and influence of English. English has become increasingly popular in India, leading to a shift away from Hindi as the primary language of communication, impacting the preservation and promotion of the Hindi language. Technological adaptation. Developing and maintaining digital infrastructure and tools to support Hindi language usage is essential for its continued growth and accessibility. A language and identity politics. Language can be a sensitive topic, leading to tensions and conflicts due to political movements and debates about language rights. It is often used as a political tool to exploit people's sentiments. It is important to strike a balance between preserving the diversity of languages in India and ensuring effective communication and understanding across different regions. Stakeholders in Indian society. Women. Under the influence of modern education, a set of social reformers campaigned for legislation which would uplift the status of women in society. However, in spite of some efforts, a lot of problems are being faced by women: domestic violence, dowry, selective abortion and female infanticide, disproportionate education, gender discrimination, sexual harassment, etc. Empowering women is not only morally essential but also economically important for the country. Children. A child is a future citizen of the country. Only those children who grow in a healthy atmosphere can contribute to the development and strength of their country. No country can progress unless it pays adequate attention to the development of children. A large number of children, because of poverty, do not go to school or are withdrawn from schools before they complete their elementary education and are forced to start working at a young and tender age in factories, brick kilns, restaurants, hotels, shops, etc. This hampers their growth physically, mentally, and emotionally. They grow with hatred and agony and fail to become worthy citizens of the nation. The Right to Education Act, RT, enacted by the Indian Parliament on August 4, 2009, mandates free and compulsory education for children aged 6 to 14 under Article 21A of the Indian Constitution. Elderly senior citizen. With the joint family breaking down, Especially in the urban areas, where nuclear families are the trend, the aged are increasingly becoming unwelcome members in their own families. Our culture to respect elders should be again imbibed in young generation, so that the aged can maintain their self-respect. Providing social, economic, and psychological support to the aged is emerging as a fundamental concern of social development. Scheduled castes. The scheduled caste is a politico-legal term. It was first coined by the Simon Commission and then Government of India, Act 1935. Harijans, the children of God, term was first used by Mahatma Gandhi. They were also known as depressed class or classes. This term was used by Dr. Ambedkar. Scheduled castes are those caste races in the country which are notified as scheduled castes as per provisions contained in Article 341 of the Constitution. GOL introduced a reservation policy to help scheduled castes to come up, within specified time, at par with others in the society. By the 89th AM Endowment Act, GOL formed the National Commission for Scheduled Castes, NCSC, under Article 338. The reservation policy has three major components. 1. Reservation in government appointments. 2. Reservation in admission to educational institutions. 3. Reservation of seats in the House of People, Lok Sabha, in the legislative assemblies of the states. Scheduled tribe, ST, mentioned above, refer the above section on tribes, other backward class, OBC. OBC is a collective term used by the Government of India to classify castes which are educationally or socially disadvantaged. In the Indian Constitution, OBCs are described as socially and educationally backward classes, SEBC, and the Government of India is enjoined to ensure their social and educational development. For example, the OBCs are entitled to 27% reservations in public sector employment and higher education. In the Mundal case judgment, 1992, the Supreme Court directed the central government to constitute a permanent statutory body to examine the complaints regarding the list of backward classes. In pursuant to these directions, Parliament passed the NCBC Act in 1993 and constituted the NCBC. The 102nd Constitutional Amendment Act of 2018 inserted a new Article 338B-, Article 338B deals with the structure, duties, and powers of the National Commission for Backward Classes. In the Constitution, Supreme Court's interpretation in the 127th Amendment Bill, 2021 in the Maratha Reservation case, the Supreme Court interpreted the 102nd Amendment as granting sole authority to the Center for drawing up the OBC list. To counter this, Parliament passed the 127th Amendment Bill in 2021, aiming to restore state governments' power to maintain their own OBC lists. This involved amending Articles 366, 26C, and 338B, 9, enabling states to directly notify OBCs and SEBs without NCBC involvement and taking the state list out of the President's domain. Over the years, two significant commissions have been appointed to study the status of OBCs, Kalelkar Commission in 1953 and Mundal Commission in 1979. Kalelkar Commission, 1953. The panel, headed by Kaka Kalelkar, was constituted by Jawaharlal Nehru's government on January 29, 1953, and submitted its report on March 30, 1955. To identify socially and educationally backward classes, the Commission adopted the following criteria: low social position in the traditional caste hierarchy of Hindu society, lack of general educational advancement among the major section of the caste community, inadequate or no representation in government service, and inadequate representation in trade, commerce, and industry. The first OBC Commission prepared a list of 2,399 backward castes or communities in the country, categorizing 837 of them as most backward. The Commission also recommended enumerating castes in the 1961 census, providing 25 to 40% reservation at different levels of government jobs, and 70% reservation for admission to technical and professional institutions. The report was never discussed in Parliament and never implemented, as the government decided that any all-India list drawn out by the central government would have no practical utility. Mundal Commission, 1979. This was the BP Mundal Commission, which was appointed in 1979 by Morarji Desai's Janata government, but the implementation of which was announced only in 1990 by the government of VP Singh. The Mundal Commission identified 3,743 castes and communities as OBCs, estimated their population at 52%, and recommended 27% reservation in government jobs and admissions to all government-run scientific, technical, and professional institutions. No subcategories were recognized within the 27% OBC quota, even though one of the members, L.R. Naik, said in his dissent that OBCs should be split into intermediate backward classes and depressed backward classes. Minorities. The term minority has not been properly defined anywhere in the Indian Constitution, but minority status has been conferred on many groups. The Constitution recognizes minorities based on religion and language, but it neither defines the term minority. As per SEC 2C of the National Commission for Minorities Act 1992, minority means a community notified as such by the central government. The Union government notified 6 religious communities, viz. Muslims, Christians, Sikhs, Buddhists, Zoroastrians, Parsis, and Jains as minority communities which constitute about 19% population of the country. The word minority mentioned in the Constitution of India used in various articles viz. Article 29, 30, 350A, and 350B. According to Article 29 of the Constitution, any group living within the jurisdiction of India is entitled to preserve and promote its own language, script or literature, and culture. Article 36 states that a minority group, whether based on religion or language, shall have the right to establish and administer educational institutions of their choice. States' governments are also empowered to designate state minorities and set up state minority commissions. LGBTQ. The LGBT face innumerable difficulties in the society where the only accepted orientation is heterosexuality and homosexuality is regarded as abnormal. They also face problems like heterosexuality, inequality and violence, deprived in rights, isolation from society, conflict in family itself, victims of hate crimes. The right to sexual orientation was meaningless without the right to choose a partner. In Hadia's case, the apex court observed that neither the state nor one's parents could influence an adult's choice of partner. Various other judgments in favor of the LGBT community, Naz Foundation vs. Government of Delhi case and Kushal judgment. Victims of substance abuse. As the range of addictive substances continues to expand, more and more persons, particularly in the younger age groups, get addicted. Pushing factors include peer pressure, a non-conducive family environment, and stress. Substance abuse is a condition which needs medical and psychological help. Addiction should not be seen as a character flaw, but as an ailment that any other person could be struggling with. Society needs to understand that drug addicts are victims and not criminals. When people do not exercise self-control, a state has to step in, as part of the directive principles of state policy, Article 47. Radical political decisions like one of alcohol prohibition in Bihar may be another solution. Education curriculum should include chapters on drug addiction, its impact, and also on de-addiction. Proper counseling is another alternative. Diversity in India. Diverse means differing from each other and made up of distinct characteristics, qualities, or elements. India is a melting pot of religions, races, languages, art, and cultures. It is a multi-religious, multiracial, multicultural, multi-ethnic, and multilingual country that has upheld its unity and cohesiveness despite foreign invasions. The phrase unity in diversity is the beauty of India. Various forms of diversity in India. Geographical diversity. India is a vast country with an area of about 3.2 lakh sq.km. The diverse topography consists of dry deserts, evergreen forests, snowy Himalayas along the coast, and fertile plains. Religious diversity. India is a land of diversities. This diversity is also visible in the spheres of religion. India is a multi-religious country consisting of Hindus, 79.9%, Muslims, 14.2%, Christians, 2.32%, Sikhs, 1.7%, Buddhists, 0.6%, and Jains, 0.41%. Language. India is called a veritable Tower of Babel, and according to A.R. Desai, India presents a spectacle of museum of tongues. The People's Linguistic Survey of India has identified 780 languages, of which 50 are extinct in the past 5 decades. Cultural diversity. India is among the most diverse societies with a plurality and diversity of cultures, which marks it out as perhaps the largest multicultural society in the world. Caste diversity. As a form of stratification, the caste is peculiar to Indian society. It may be called as an extreme form of closed class system. The status of individuals in the social hierarchy is determined by birth. Racial diversity. As mentioned earlier, India has greatly attracted waves of migration from all over the globe since time immemorial. This is the primary reason behind the absence of a uniform racial composition of its inhabitants. India has rightly been termed as melting pot of races and tribes. Factors leading to unitiamid's diversity in India. Geographical factor. India has its own distinct fixed natural border. The nation can be broadly split into the Himalaya, northern plains, Deccan Plateau, western and eastern Ghats, their desert, etc. Constitutional identity. The Constitution ensures that all citizens, regardless of their age, gender, class, caste, or religion, are entitled to certain fundamental rights. Interstate mobility. Article 19, L.D. of the Constitution ensures freedom of movement throughout the entirety of India, fostering a sense of community and fraternity among the populace. Religious coexistence. The people of India are heavily impacted by religious theories and tenets. The Constitution's protection of freedom of religion and practice under Article 25 to 28 encourages religious harmony through peaceful ways. Cultural unity. Indian civilization and culture have distinctive characteristics. Despite the fact that some individuals adhere to separate languages and traditions, one may still detect a fundamental unity in the country's literature, philosophy, and conventions. For example, a celebration of Republic Day, of fairs and festivals. As people from all over the country celebrate them according to their own regional customs, they also serve as integrating forces. For example, Kumbh Melas. Emotional unity. Sports and films serve as a unifying factor throughout all of India. For instance, the popularity of South movies in northern India. Factors that threaten India's unity, rising regional aspiration, a strong loyalty to one's home region or region overriding national interests is known as regionalism. It overpowers regional aspirations over national interest. For instance, demand for separate Vidarbha. Development deficit, uneven socio-economic development, poor economic policies, and resulting economic inequities, further endangering the unity of the country. For instance, the development of Naxalism in underdeveloped regions. Divisive politics. Politicians tend to invoke divisive identities, such as caste, religion, etc., in an effort to win votes. Violence, mistrust, and suspicion among minorities can be brought on by this kind of polarizing politics. Ethnic diversity and nativism. Due to issues like employment competitiveness, resource scarcity, and identity threat, ethnic diversity has frequently resulted in conflicts between various ethnic groups. For example, Manipur ethnic clashes in 2023. Rising communalism. Interreligious disputes not only impede interactions between two communities by sowing distrust and fear, but they also threaten the nation's secular fabric. For instance, the Sikh-Hindu dispute in Punjab, the riots in over the Ram Mandir and the Babri Masjid, etc. India's social fabric can be improved by upholding values of mutual respect and tolerance, accommodating multiple aspirations of a diverse population, and distributing economic development equally. This will help preserve the ethos of unity and diversity. Key term: Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. Religious pluralism. Unity in diversity. Social stratification. Salad bowl. Melting pot. Lingua franca, common link language. Linguistic group. Linguistic diversity. Linguistic pluralism. Language-based discrimination. Cultural identity. Previous year questions. 1. Do you think marriage as a sacrament is losing its value in modern India? 2023 2. What are the main features of Vedic society and religion? Do you think some of the features are still prevailing in Indian society? 2023 3. Why is caste identity in India both fluid and static? 2023 4. Explore and evaluate the impact of work from home on family relationships. 2022 5. Has caste lost its relevance in understanding the multicultural Indian society? Elaborate your answer with illustrations. 2020 6. Caste system is assuming new identities and associational forms. Hence, caste system cannot be eradicated in India. Comment. 2018 7. How the Indian concept of secularism is different from the Western model of secularism. Discuss. 2018 8. Communalism arises either due to power struggle or relative deprivation. Argue by giving suitable illustrations. 2018 9. The spirit, tolerance, and love are not only an interesting feature of Indian society from very early times, but it is also playing an important part at the present. Elaborate. 2017 10. In the context of diversity of India, can it be said that the regions form cultural units rather than the states? Give reasons with examples for your viewpoint. 2017 11. Has the formation of linguistic states strengthened the cause of Indian unity? 2016 12. Mahatma Gandhi and Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, despite having divergent approaches and strategies, had a common goal of amelioration of the downtrodden. Elucidate. 2015 13. Describe any 4 cultural elements of diversity in India and rate their relative significance in building a national identity. 2015 14. Debate the issue of whether and how contemporary movements for assertion of Dalit identity work towards annihilation of caste. 2015 15. How do the Indian debates on secularism differ from the debates in the West? 2014 2. Role of women and women's organization. Feminism isn't about making women stronger. Women are already strong. It's about changing the way the world perceives that strength. G.D. Anderson Introduction. The history of women in India is the story of progressive decline. Mother Nature made women an equal half of human society, but unfortunately, the patriarch society made them subordinate in many ways. Under the influence of modern education, a set-off social reformers campaigned for legislation which would uplift the status of women in society. However, in spite of some efforts, a lot of problems are being faced by women. Fact-wise, India rose from 135th in 2022 to 127th out of 146 countries in World Economic Forum's Global Gender Gap (GGG) Index for 2023. The Economic Survey 2022 to 2023 noted that India has made tremendous strides in promoting gender equality and has a score of 0.490 on the Gender Inequality Index, GII, demonstrating the effectiveness of national policies. Women-related data from NFHS 5.0 contraception, overall contraceptive prevalence rate, CPR, has increased substantially across the country. It is the highest in HP and WB, 74%. Domestic violence. In the majority of the states and UTs, it has decreased. However, Sikkim, Maharashtra, Himachal Pradesh, Assam, and Karnataka are the 5 states where it has increased. Constitutional provisions and legislative safeguards for women. Provision about fundamental rights. Article 14. It provides equality before the law for women. Article 15. 1. The state shall not discriminate against any citizen only on grounds of religion, caste, race, sex, place of birth, or any of them. Article 15. 3. The state can make any special provision favoring women and children. Article 16. It provides equality of opportunity to all citizens concerning employment or appointment to any office under the state. Article 21A. Right to education, free and compulsory education of all children who are in the age group of 6 to 14 years. Article 23. To prohibit traffic in human beings and forced labor. Article 24. According to it, no child below the age of 14 years shall be employed to work in any factory or mine or engaged in any other hazardous employment. DPSP. Article 39A. It provides men and women with the equal right to an adequate means of livelihood. Article 39D. It provides equal pay for equal work for both men and women. Article 39A. It strives to promote justice based on equal opportunity and to provide free legal aid to ensure that opportunities for securing justice are not denied to any citizen because of economic or other disabilities. Article 42. By it, the state can provide for securing just and humane conditions of work and for maternity relief. Article 45. It provides for early childhood care and education to children who are below the age of 6 years, 86th Amendment Act. Article 46. The state must actively advance the economic and educational goals of the weaker segments of society and safeguard them against all types of exploitation and social injustice. Legislative safeguard. Article 47. It requires the state to raise the level of nutrition and the standard of living of its people. Dowry Prohibition Act, 1961. It lays out punishments for offering or receiving dowry. However, it exempts presents given to the bride or the bridegroom during the wedding. The 1956 Immoral Traffic Prevention Act. It attempts to end sexual exploitation and trafficking. The 1986 Commission of Sati Prevention Act. An individual who attempts to commit sati or assists in such an effort will be punished with either a fine or incarceration. The Indecent or Representation of Women Prohibition Act of 1986. It forbids the use of pornographic depictions of women in any form, including artwork, writing, figures, and advertisements. Protection of Women from Domestic Violence Act 2005. That considers several forms of violence against women, including physical assault as well as sexual, economic, and emotional abuse. Sexual Harassment of Women at Workplace Prevention, Prohibition, and Redressal Act, 2013. A framework for processing sexual harassment claims must be established in any organization with more than 10 employees, among other requirements. Other legislative acts. Additional laws enacted to safeguard the rights of women include the Hindu Marriage Act of 1955, the Hindu Succession Act of 1956, the Equal Remuneration Act of 1976, and the Contract Labor, Regulation and Abolition Act of 1976. Evolution of the role of women in Indian society. Rig Vedic, 1500 BC, 1000 BC, status. During the Rig Vedic period, women enjoyed a dignified and respectable status, with complete freedom in various spheres. Example. There were women poets like Apala, Viswavara, Gosa, and Lopamudra during this era, which is also called the Rig Vedic period. The later Vedic period, 1000 BC, 600 BC, status. The women were reduced to Shudras in the early legal texts. They were not entitled to any property, with the exception of some personal property Stradana. Women lost their political rights to participate in elections and the ability to read Vedic scriptures. Exceptions, however, the women in the royal and rich households enjoyed certain privileges and reached the pinnacle of fame, e.g., Gargi and Maitreyi. The Jainism and Buddhism period, 600 BC, 200 BC, status. Buddhist philosophy encouraged women to lead a liberal and honorable life. Many women took a leading role in Buddhist monastic life. Women had their sangha called the Bhikshuni Sangha. Medieval period, 6th to 13th century AD, status. During the era of Muslim kings, the existing social evils became more prominent, like female infanticide, no education for girls, child marriage, jauhar, etc. Efforts. However, the position of women in India considerably improved with the rise of the Bhakti movement and Sufism. Regardless of caste or religion, prominent individuals like Shankaracharya, Ramanuj, and Guru Nanak vehemently opposed mistreating and suppressing women. During the colonial period, status, influence of modern ideas and the efforts of Ram Mohan Roy, Radhakanta Deb, and Bhavani Charan Banerjee, the practice of sati was banned in 1829. Efforts. The Bengal Sati Regulation of 1829, the Hindu Widows Remarriage Act of 1856, the Female Infanticide Prevention Act of 1870, and the Age of Consent Act of 1891 are just a few of the ameliorative laws that were passed. Post-independence period, status, cultural and structural changes significantly lessen the exploitation of women and give them equal opportunity in a variety of professions. Constitutional safeguards. Fundamental rights in the Constitution ensured that women would not face discrimination on account of their gender. Constitutional safeguards were translated into practice by enacting several legislations covering the wide spectrum of women's lives. Government efforts. The state was given the authority to discriminate positively in favor of women because they had been suppressed for so long. The 5-year plans have reflected the main focus of post-independence India's development endeavors. The 73rd and 74th Amendment Acts, enacted during Prime Minister P.V. Narasimha Rao's tenure, mandate reserving 1/3 of seats for women in Panchayati Raj institutions and urban local bodies, including chairperson positions at all levels. 2001 was designated as the Year of Women's Empowerment by the Indian government. The Women's Reservation Act, 2023, Constitution, 106th Amendment, Act, reserves 1/3 of seats for women in Lok Sabha, state legislative assemblies, and Delhi's Legislative Assembly. This includes seats reserved for scheduled castes, SCs, and scheduled tribes, STs, promoting greater gender representation in Indian politics. Early women's organizations. Organization about Women's India Association, WA, 1917. Genesis, formed on May 8, 1917 Adidyar, Chennai by Annie Besant, Margaret Cousins, Gina Rajadasa, which is the first women's association, which brought all Indian women together for mutual assistance. Objective. The main aim of the organization was to obtain a women's franchise to represent in the local state and central legislatures, and achieved it in the year 1930. All India Women's Conference, AIWC, 1926. Genesis, AIWC was founded in 1927 by Margaret Cousins. Objective, to improve educational efforts for women and children, and has expanded its scope to also tackle other women's rights issues. Efforts, AIWC took up the questions of WOM in education, and it was at its initiative that the Lady Hardinge College for Women WSSET up in Delhi in 1932. National Council for Women in India, NCWI. Genesis. The NCWI was formed in 1925 as a national branch of the International Council of Women. Objective. It was formed with the dedicated and influential efforts of women from Bombay, Calcutta, and Madras who had contributed to the war effort. It provided an opportunity to voice Indian opinion in international forums. Post-independence women's movement's progressive post-independence aims included gender equality, job possibilities, changing the laws that only partially benefited women, and developing a culture where women were not subjected to intellectual, physical, or emotional sex discrimination. Political. Telangana movement, Genesis, initiated in 1946, the Telangana movement lasted until 1951. One of India's two main post-war insurrectionary peasant conflicts is this one. Objective. The Communist Party established a women's association that issued a women's journal called Andhra Vanita in order to motivate and foster political awareness among women. Participation. Women from all social backgrounds engaged in the campaign with enthusiasm and dedication. Some of the ladies who actively participated in the movement included C.H. Kamalama, Ragula Akama, Chityala Ilama, and Dubala Salama. Social. Anti-dowry movements Genesis. In Delhi, a coalition of feminist and other progressive organizations known as Dahej Virodi Chetna Manch was created in the 1980s. Legislation. The 1984 Dowry Prohibition Amendment Act was finally passed after much debate. The act restricts the amount that can be given in dowry but does not outright forbid it. Politico-environmental, Chipko movement Genesis. The movement was started by uneducated Adivasi women in December 1972 in a small hillside village called Advani in Uttar Pradesh's Tehri Garhwal region. In February 1978, they were shot at by police, and subsequently they courted arrest. Sri Sundarlal Bahuguna continues to spearhead this campaign in many villages. Importance. The movement draws attention to the connection between women's heavy load as food producers and gatherers and their tenacious defense of natural resources against violent destruction. Socio-environmental. Nirmada Bachao movement Genesis, one of its sort of social movements, headed by Medha Patkar, got its start as a demonstration against inadequate rehabilitation and resettlement for those who had been uprooted during the construction of the Sardar Sarovar Dam. Participation. Adivasis, activists, tribal members, farmers, and environmentalists have all actively contributed, but it is the active and significant involvement of women that has contributed to the movement's enormous success. Present-day movements. FSBA protests, Iram Chana Sharmila and Mothers of Manipur. The 8th Assam Rifles November 2000 murder of 10 people served as the impetus for activist Iram Sharmila, sometimes known as the Iron Lady of Manipur, to sit in a silent protest against AFSBA, post-independence women's organization. Social. Indian Association of Women's Studies. It was founded in 1982 as a group of academic and activist women. It actively publishes feminism-related books and publications. Swadhina, self-esteemed women. It started out in 1986. It is primarily a civil society organization with a focus on the development of children and women via sustainable development and appropriate livelihood. Bharatiya Gramin Mahila Sangh, a non-political, non-sectarian national organization having branches in 14 states and union territories, India, was founded in 1955. Political, All India Democratic Women Association, AIDWA. It was established in 1981 as a pan-Indian women's organization and is dedicated to advancing women's independence, equality, and democracy. Economic. Self-Employment Women's Association, SUA. The first women's trade union was established in 1972 with the goal of enhancing the situation of women employed in the unorganized sector. Annapurna Mahila Mandal, founded in 1975, Annapurna Mahila Mandal (AMIM) is a recognized organization and trust for urban poor, illiterate, self-employed women. It emerged to address the needs and challenges faced by the wives of textile mill workers. Women and education. The education and empowerment of women throughout the world cannot fail to result in a more caring, tolerant, just, and peaceful life for all. Aung San Suu Kyi. Fact-wise. Literacy rate. As per the census of 2011, the literacy rate of India is 74.04%. Literacy rate among the males is 82.14% and among females is 65.46%. Kerala has the highest percentage of female literacy. Bihar and Uttar Pradesh, on the other hand, have poor percentages of female literacy. STEM. India is first in the world for producing female STEM graduates, but 19th for hiring them. The Department of Science and Technology, DST, and IBM India join forces to promote STEM education among students, focusing specifically on empowering young women. However, despite some progress, significant gaps remain when it comes to women's participation in STEM research careers in India. Data and facts. The Department of Science and Technology data reveals the number of women scientists has increased over the past 2 decades. Findings. Women among researchers increased from 13.9% 2015 to 18.7%. There were fewer women researchers in engineering and technology, 14.5%, compared with the natural sciences and agriculture, 22.5% each, and health sciences, 24.5%. Figure 2. Representation of women's participation in different education disciplines from 2012 to 2016. There is a good amount of female engagement up until the postgraduate level, but beyond that, there is a decline. Women in engineering, 14.5%, women in natural science, 22.5%, women in health, 24.5%. Global scenario. Countries with a fairly good ratio in terms of an equal number of female and male researchers are South Africa and Egypt, with 95% female researchers each, and Cuba, at 99%. The highest number of female researchers are in Tunisia, Africa CSS%, followed by Argentina, 53%, and New Zealand, 52%. Higher education. According to the All India Survey on Higher Education, ASG, 2021-22, female GER increased to 28.5%, 2.07 crore. In 2021-22 from 27.9, 2.01 crore. In 2020-21 and 22.9% in 2014-15. SDG 4. Inclusive and equitable quality education and lifelong learning opportunities for all. Importance of women education in India. Health benefits. Female literacy is one of the most powerful tools to improve a society's health and economic well-being. Example. Women menstrual hygiene. Poverty. Women's education helps in removing families out of poverty through employment for women. Example. Women's labor force participation in India is low at 37% in 2022-23. Reduction in infant mortality. A well-educated woman will have more chances of making better decisions for her family's health. Inclusive growth of a society. As a developing nation, India strives for growth in each sector for all sections of society, and education is a way to achieve this goal. Gender equality. Co-education institutes will help children to give respect to females. Example. Beti Bachao Beti Padhao. Social development. The Kothari Commission of 1968 recommended education as a tool for social development. Challenge sand issues. Negative parental attitudes. Poor families are more likely to keep girls at home to care for younger siblings or to work in family enterprises. Inadequate school facilities. Schools often lack basic necessities such as sanitary facilities or water. Shortage of female teachers. Girls are more likely to attend schools which have female teachers. ASG 2021-22. At the All India level, there are merely 73 female teachers per 100 male teachers. Declining rates of Indian women's engagement in the labor sector. Government schemes and initiatives, Beti Bachao Beti Padhao, BBBP. The program aims to advance gender equality and the value of educating girls. Vijay Jyoti Scheme. It is a project that will level the playing field for deserving high school girls who want to major in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics (STEM) in college. Gauti Scheme. A thorough charter and a framework for measuring gender equality in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics (STEM) will be developed by the Gender Advancement for Transforming Institutions Gauti. The Science and Engineering Research Board, SERB Power. The SERB Power program would reduce gender disparities in the funding of science and technology programs at Indian academic institutions and research and development lab. West Initiative. In 2022, a new iSTEM, Indian Science, Technology, and Engineering Facilities Map, project called Women in Engineering, Science, and Technology, West, was introduced. BioCARE Initiative. The Department of Biotechnology, DBT, also launched the Biotechnology Career Advancement and Reorientation Program, BioCARE, as a move towards encouraging female scientists to pursue biotechnology research. Domestic violence. Issues involved: patriarchal mindset. Violence arises from patriarchal notions of ownership over women's bodies, labor, reproductive rights, and level of autonomy. Lack of awareness. Lack of awareness of their own rights and a general social belief in women's subordination perpetuates a low self-image in women and her inferior status. Government measures to curb domestic violence. Swadhar Gray Scheme. It provides for the fundamental needs of women in vulnerable circumstances, including those who have lost their homes owing to conflict in their families, criminal activity, violence, mental stress, social isolation, or who are being forced into prostitution and are in danger. Sikhi, one-stop centers. These one-stop centers provide women who have experienced violence or who are in need with a range of integrated services, including police facilitation, medical care, legal support, therapy, psychosocial support, and temporary housing. Criminal offense. Section 498A of the Indian Penal Code was added in 1983 to distinguish domestic abuse as a distinct criminal crime. Dowry Prohibition Act, 1961. This act prohibits the giving or taking of dowry. Protection of Women from Domestic Violence Act, 2005. Ensures the reporting of cases of domestic violence against women to a protection officer. Marital Rape, Section 375 of the Indian Penal Code, IPC. The activities that constitute a man committing rape are defined under it. Supreme Court. In September 2022, the Supreme Court ruled that women had the right to safe abortions regardless of their marital status and that marital rape should be included in the definition of rape for the purposes of the Medical Termination of Pregnancy Act. Countries that have criminalized marital rape. United States. They have made marital rape a crime since 1993, while state-by-state regulations vary. United Kingdom. Marital rape is now a crime there, with a potential life sentence for those proven guilty. Why criminalizing marital rape in India is important. Estimates from the 3rd 2005 to 2006 and 4th 2015 to 16 rounds of the National Family Health Survey (NFHS) revealed that the prevalence percentage of intimate partner violence (IPV) against women ranges between 3% to 43% in different states of the country. The 5th round of the survey, held in 2019 to 20, suggests that 1 in 3 women in India aged 18 to 49 experience spousal violence, with at least 5% to 6% of the women reporting sexual violence. Laws on Marital Rape. Section 375 of IPC. The section lists 7 notions of consent, if vitiated, would constitute the offense of rape by a man. However, the provision contains a crucial exemption: sexual intercourse or sexual acts by a man with his own wife, the wife not being under 18 years of age, is not rape. The marital rape exception is premised on broadly 2 assumptions: consent and perpetuity. This is the assumption that once married, a woman gives her permanent consent, which she cannot retract. This concept in the colonial-era law is rooted in the idea that a woman is the property of the man who marries her. Expectation of sex. This is the assumption that a woman is duty-bound or is obligated to fulfill sexual responsibilities in a marriage, since the aim of marriage is procreation. And since the husband has a reasonable expectation of sex in a marriage, the provision implies that a woman cannot deny it. The Domestic Violence Act, 2005, the Domestic Violence Act of 2005 hints at marital rape by addressing any form of sexual abuse in live-in or marriage relationships. However, it only provides civil remedies. There is no way for marital rape victims in India to initiate criminal proceedings against their perpetrator. How did exception on marital rape find its way into the Indian Penal Code? Indian Penal Code, IPC. The IPC was implemented in India during British colonial rule in 1860. Under the first version of the rules, the marital rape exception was applicable to women over 10 years of age. In 1940, this age was raised to 15. In October 2017, the Supreme Court ruled that sexual intercourse by a man with his wife, the wife not being under 18 years of age, is not rape. Doctrine of coverture. It is a colonial-era convention that influenced the exceptional clause on marital rape. According to the doctrine of coverture, a woman has no individual legal identity after marriage. Views on marital rape by different institutions. Law Commission of India stand. The Law Commission of India, while making its 172nd report on review of rape laws, did not recommend criminalization of marital rape by amending the exception to Section 375 of the Indian Penal Code. Indian Judiciary. Kerala High Court. In 2021, Kerala High Court pronounced a judgment in which the court decided that even though marital rape is not recognized under the penal laws, it can act as a justifiable ground for divorce. Karnataka High Court. Though the Karnataka High Court had earlier held that a husband was liable to be charged for rape under the Indian Penal Code, IPC, if he has forcible sex with his wife. Delhi High Court. Delhi High Court bench, which delivered a split opinion, had favored striking down the marital rape exception for being unconstitutional. Independent Thought vs. Union of India, 2017, case. In this case, the Supreme Court has criminalized sexual intercourse with a minor wife aged between 15 and 18 years. But the SC refused to delve into the question of marital rape of adult women while examining an exception to Section 375. Parliamentary and governmental stances on marital rape in India. The debate surrounding marital rape in India has reached the halls of Parliament, sparking ongoing controversy. In 2015, during a parliamentary session, the notion of criminalizing marital rape was met with resistance. Citing the deeply ingrained cultural and religious significance of marriage as a sacred sacrament, the suggestion was made. However, the central government's stance has undergone a shift. While initially defending the marital rape exception enshrined in Section 375 of the Indian Penal Code, IPG, they later acknowledged the need for a review and wider deliberations on the issue before the Delhi High Court. Government justifications for the exclusion often revolve around two main themes: potential for misuse and preserving the institution of marriage. Cybercrime against women. Women get trapped to be as victims of cybercrimes, and the online podiums where cybercriminals use computer technology to access personal information and use the internet for harassment and exploitation purposes, which include stalking, blackmailing, threatening via emails, photomorphing, cyberpornography, etc. According to the NCRB's report, a total of 52,974 cybercrime cases were reported in 2021, with 20.2% classified as crimes against women. In 2022, India saw a 24% increase in registered cybercrimes compared to 2021. Other categories of crime also increased: economic offenses by 11%, crimes against senior citizens by 9%, and crimes against women by 4%, according to the latest data from the National Crime Records Bureau, NCRB. Government measures to curb cybercrime against women. Indian Cybercrime Coordination Center, I foresee to provide a framework and ecosystem for LEAs to effectively and coordinately address cybercrimes. National Cybercrime Reporting Portal, to make it possible for the general public to report incidents involving all types of cybercrimes, with a concentration on those targeting women and children. The Cybercrime Prevention Against Women and Children, CCPWC, scheme, it aims to assist the states in establishing cyber forensics training facilities, providing junior cyber consultants with training and hiring them. Female foeticide. Female foeticide refers to aborting the female in the mother's womb, whereas female infanticide is killing the girl child after her birth. Fact-wise, the NFHS, for data analysis, demonstrated a bias in favor of males being the firstborn kid. 927 firstborn children had SRBs, which indicates that 2.5% of firstborn girls are prenatally lost. The Economic Survey of 2017 to 2018 to identify 63 million missing girls in India until 2014. Steps taken by the government, Beti Bachao Beti Padhao, to combat sex-selective abortion and the dropping child sex ratio, which was 918 girls for every 1,000 boys in 2011. Beti Padhao was introduced in 2015. Sukanya Samriddhi Yojana. It encourages parents to save money and invest in order to cover the costs of the girls' children's future education and marriage. The PCPNT, Pre-Conception and Prenatal Diagnostic Technique Act. It was passed in 1994 to outlaw the use of sex selection methods both before and after conception and to forbid the use of prenatal diagnostic methods for selective abortion. Sexual Harassment at the Workplace, POSH Act. The Sexual Harassment of Women at Workplace Prevention, Prohibition, and Redressal Act was passed in 2013 and defines sexual harassment as well as the processes for filing a complaint, conducting an investigation, and taking appropriate action. Vishaka Guidelines. In a 1997 ruling, the Supreme Court established the Vishaka Rules. The Sexual Harassment of Women at Workplace Prevention, Prohibition, and Redressal Act, 2013. The Sexual Harassment Act was based on these guidelines. Government initiatives, SE Box, to provide a single point of contact for all women, regardless of their employment position, whether they are employed in the organized or unorganized, private or public sector, to make it easier to file a complaint about sexual harassment. Sikhi One Stop Center, OSC, to facilitate access to an integrated range of services including police, medical, legal, and psychological support and temporary shelter to women affected by violence. Women Helpline Scheme, to offer women who have experienced violence, including sexual assaults and harassment, a 24-hour emergency and non-emergency response in both the public and private domain, including the family, community, employment, etc. Ujwala, for the purpose of stopping trafficking and giving assistance with the rescue, treatment, reintegration, and return of women and children who have been trafficked to India for commercial sexual exploitation. Nirbhaya Fund, a dedicated non-lapsable corpus fund for the implementation of initiatives aimed at enhancing the safety and security of women in the country. Swadhar Gray, with little economic or social assistance, this program strives to give basic necessities to neglected women and girls who are struggling to make ends meet. Women and political system. Status of women in politics can be defined as the degree of equality and freedom enjoyed by women in shaping and sharing power. 73rd Constitutional Amendment Act of India provides 33% reservation of seats and posts of the chairperson to women in all grassroots-level democratic institutions in the country. The Constitution, 106th Amendment, Act, 2023, reserves 1/3 of all seats for women in Lok Sabha, state legislative assemblies, and the Legislative Assembly of the National Capital Territory of Delhi, including those reserved for SCs and STs. Fact-wise, according to the Election Commission of India, women's participation makes up 49% of the voters in India. Although the percentage of female MPs in the 17th Lok Sabha is the highest since independence, only 14% of them are women. Women in Panchayati Raj institutions (PRIs). This topic is covered in Prahar Polity 2024 in detail. Importance of women's participation in politics, policy formulation. Their participation is crucial in the policy formulation and regulation as they represent nearly half of the total population. More focused policies relating to WOM in safety, education, child care, MMR, child marriage, domestic violence, etc. if women are involved in decision-making owing to their emotional quotient towards these issues. Scholars like Esther Duflo and Raghavendra Chattopadhyay, districts with female sarpanch pradhan, significantly greater investments are made in drinking water, a priority public goods issue for women. Behavioral change. They could act as role models for women's empowerment and could bring behavioral change in the society towards the women. Example, ASHA Worker Awareness Campaign about protective sex. Women in rural development. There is various evidence that Panchayat with women representatives has made a significant investment in public infra leading to rural development. Arati Devi. Arati launched a campaign to revive traditional folk art in her village. Chavi Rajawat, often hailed as the changing face of rural Rajasthan, Chavi also addressed delegates at the UN's 11th Info Poverty World Conference in 2011. Reasons for poor women representatives. Illiteracy. It is one of the main hurdles in making women politically empowered. Around 68% of women are literate in India as compared to 85% of male literate in India. Lack of confidence. It is manifested in the form of the practice of sarpanchpity. Women are only vote banks, through a wide range of promises including wages allowances for housewives, washing machines, gas cylinders, free public transport, and so on. Abuse and violence. The National Crime Records Bureau reports that although there were more than 228,650 recorded crimes against women in 2011, there were 278 reported crimes against women in 2021, an increase of 87%. Work and family balance. Uneven distribution of household work between men and women is also one of the important factors in this regard. Government initiatives. Capacity building. Through a number of programs, including the Rashtriya Gram Swaraj Yojana, RGSY, Panchayat Mahila Evam Yuva Shakti Abhiyan, PMESA, Rajiv Gandhi Panchayat Sashaktikar Abhiyan, RGPSA, and the recently launched Rashtriya Gram Swaraj Abhiyan, RGSA. State initiatives. States have been making efforts to increase EWR's capabilities in PRIs. For instance, Jharkhand, and has the purpose of enhancing the ability of EWRs, the State Institute of Rural Development, SIRD. Jharkhand has established a specific women's resource center. Kerala, elected women standing committee chairpersons received leadership training from the Kerala Institute of Local Administration, KELA. Maharashtra, under its Krani Jyoti project, the Maharashtra government organized non-residential training programs right at the doorstep of EWRs in the areas where they stay. Way forward. Capacity building of prospective women leaders by imparting leadership training to the female members of political parties. Zipper method. In Rwanda, where every third position in the party is set aside for women, the zipper method is used. Such adjustments can be made for improved outcomes. Equal participation. It is the need of the hour in a country like India to have equal participation of all the sections of society in mainstream political activity. Therefore, necessary steps should be taken to promote it. Promoting inter-party democracy, where in a democratic political party the various positions like president, vice president, secretary, treasurer, etc. are filled by the election process. Creating awareness. Off-tier rights and privileges as mentioned in the Constitution can only be ensured once women are appropriately educated. Women in Indian economy. Despite making significant contributions to global economies through various activities, women remain among the world's most economically disadvantaged groups. They remain outside the ambit of financial inclusion, resulting in poor access to formal banking systems and credit. Fact-wise, Registrar General of India, it reports that the work participation rate for women is 25%, one of the lowest rates in the world. Periodic Labor Force Survey. According to the most recent PLFS data, 2022-23, the estimated worker population ratio, WPR, on a typical status basis for people aged 15 and over was 78.5% for men and 37% for women. SCB's data. According to data from India's Scheduled Commercial Bank's Basic Statistical Returns, women own 37.03% of bank accounts in rural areas, compared to about 34% in semi-urban, urban, and metropolitan areas. SDG 5. Achieve gender equality and empower all women and girls. Article 39 in the Constitution of India 1949, that there is equal pay for equal work for both men and women. Female participation in the labor market. The participation of women in the labor force varies considerably across developing countries and emerging economies, far more than in the case of men. This variation is driven by a wide variety of economic and social factors including economic growth, increasing educational attainment, falling fertility rates, and social norms. Reasons for low labor force participation. LFER, gender wage gap. Gender inequality is a major factor curbing potential candidates from performing where they ought to. Societal pressure. Generally, there is a fear of women being stigmatized by the community that might see their work as a marker of low status. Lack of opportunities. The problem of labor demand constraints or the lack of suitable job opportunities is acute for women in rural India. Increased income of men. As men in the family start earning more income, women tend to cut back their work in the formal economy to concentrate more on household activities. Safety issues and harassment at the workplace. Women are more vulnerable to exploitation and harassment at work in developing countries like India. They are also unable to effectively fight against harassment. Inadequate social security protection. The nature of off-tier employment is such that most of them are out of the purview of labor laws, including the recently passed Social Security Code. Unpaid work. There is also the problem of much of women's work not being counted as work. Low pay for pink-collar job. Compared to white-collar jobs, pink-collar occupations typically don't require as much formal training. They do not receive comparable income or status. Way forward, bringing women into leadership roles. Low levels of gender involvement are a result of social and economic problems that can be resolved by changing behaviors. If more women are given leadership roles, this can be changed. Proper implementation of NEP 2020 that envision equitable access to high-quality education, with a particular focus on socially and economically disadvantaged groups, SEGs. Imbibing gender equality. Eliminating obstacles to women's full economic participation is necessary, especially through granting them access to the labor market, property rights, and targeted finance and investments. Example, equal pay for men and women cricketers. Skill development. In order to increase women's involvement and increase economic productivity, the National Skill Development Policy places a strong emphasis on inclusive skill development. Recognizing invisible work. The care economy and social protection require enormous investment because women in India perform 10 to 12 times more unpaid care work than males. Tax incentive. By giving tax breaks for businesses with internal dispute resolution processes, gender-sensitive transportation options, and similar features. Women in Indian agriculture. Position of women in agriculture. Agri-Census 2015-16. As per the annual Periodic Labor Force Survey, 2021-2022. Agriculture has the highest estimated female labor force participation of 62.9%. Only 13.95% of total operational holdings are operated by women. Agriculture Census, 2015-16. Issues. Contract farming. Because they lack stable ownership over the means of production, female farmers are typically excluded from contemporary contract farming arrangements. Innovation in agriculture. Due to their frequent responsibility for hard labor and their low skill levels, women may lose their jobs. Lack of training. Given their sheer numbers, government efforts to provide them with training in agriculture, apiculture, and rural handicrafts are insignificant. Lack of institutional credit. Women farmers are unable to apply for institutional loans from banks since banks often need ownership of land as security. Lack of property rights. In comparison to the male family members who own the land, women therefore have less negotiating power. Government initiatives. Mahila Kisan Sashaktikar Pariyojana, MKSB. By increasing women's involvement in agriculture and providing them with sustainable employment possibilities, it seeks to empower women. ICER Central Institute for Women in Agriculture. India's first institute of its type focused to agricultural gender research. The well-being of women farmers is specifically addressed by the following programs: National Food Security Mission, National Mission on Sustainable Agriculture, Submission on Agricultural Mechanization, and Mission for Integrated Development of Horticulture. National Policy for Women Empowerment, 2001, Positive Economic and Social Policies, to foster an atmosphere that will allow women to fully grow and reach their potential through sound economic and social policies. Inclusive decision-making, equal opportunity for women to participate in and make decisions in the social, political, and economic life of the country. Equal access, access to social services like social security, healthcare, excellent education at all levels, career and vocational advice, employment, equitable pay, workplace health and safety, and public office, among other things. Gender-sensitive legal system, to support legal frameworks that work to end all types of discrimination against women. Behavioral practices, to alter cultural perceptions and local customs via active involvement of both men and women, eradicate discrimination, to end all forms of violence, including discrimination against women and girls. Draft National Policy for Women, 2016 Objective. The policy's overarching goal is to provide a new framework for action that can direct the paradigm shift necessary to realize gender equality while taking all aspects of women's issues into account. Health, including food security and nutrition. Focus on recognizing women's reproductive rights. Shift of family planning focus also to males. Address healthcare challenges related to nutrition, hygiene of adolescents. Expansion of health insurance schemes. Education. Improve access to pre-primary education. Improve enrollment and retention of adolescent girls. Implement innovative transportation models for better schooling outcomes. Economy. Engender macroeconomic policies and trade agreements. Generate gender disaggregated land ownership database. Skill development and training for women. Entrepreneurial development, review of labor laws and policies, equal employment opportunities. Governance and decision-making. Increasing women's participation in the political arena, administration, civil services, and corporate boardrooms. Violence against women. Address all forms of violence against women through a life cycle approach. Improve child-sex ratio, CSR. Prevention of trafficking at source, transit and destination areas for effective monitoring of the networks. Enabling environment. Gender perspective in housing and infrastructure. Ensure safe drinking water and sanitation. Gender parity in the mass media and sports. Efforts towards strengthening social security and support services for all women. Environment and climate change. Address gender concerns during distress migration and displacement in times of natural calamities. Promotion of environmentally friendly, renewable, non-conventional energy, green energy sources for women in rural households. Women in command in Indian Army. The Army modified its regulations in 2019 to allow women who served on a short service commission, SSC, who would have otherwise retired after 14 years of service, to choose a permanent commission instead. With the historic Supreme Court ruling in 2020, women officers were given permanent commissions with a retrospective effect. Advantages. Increasing diversity. It can improve military effectiveness and decision-making because women bring a new perspective and set of talents to the force. Better retention and recruitment. By giving women the chance to succeed, the Indian Army is able to draw in and keep a broader pool of bright people. Breaking stereotypes. The inclusion of women contradicts the conventional notion that they are helpless and less capable than males. Better assistance for women. The Indian Army has taken measures to improve the atmosphere for women, including boosting the number of women-only barracks and offering childcare facilities. Greater operational effectiveness. Women are capable of performing well in combat jobs and enhancing the military's overall operational effectiveness. Better societal representation. The Indian Army is designed to defend and serve the entire population, and by having a more representative force, it would be able to better comprehend and meet the requirements of the community. Cost-effective. As the proportion of women in the Indian Army rises, recruitment and training costs may decrease as a result of the larger pool of qualified applicants. Approach for women development. 5-year planning and women development. 5-year plan, 1951-56. It mainly contemplated welfare measures for women. The Central Social Welfare Board, CSWB, was established in 1953 by a resolution of Government of India to address the problems of women and implement welfare measures. CSWB undertook a number of welfare measures through the voluntary sector. The programs for women were implemented through the National Extension Service programs through community development blocks. Women were organized into Mahila Mandals as an approach to community development. Second 5-year plan, 1956-61. Recognized women as workers, focused on protection against injuries at work, maternity benefits and creches for their children. Suggested immediate implementation of the principle of equal pay for equal work. Also suggested provision for training to enable women to compete for higher jobs. Third Five-Year Plan, 1961-66. Recognized the greater importance of education for women. Maternal and child welfare programs were proclaimed. Fourth Five-Year Plan, 1969-74. The outlay on family planning was stepped up to reduce the birth rate through education. Supplementary feeding for children, nursing, and expectant mothers were also introduced. Fifth Five-Year Plan, 1974-79. This plan coincided with the International Women's Decade and the submission of a report of the Committee on the Status of Women in India. In 1976, Women's Welfare and Development Bureau was set up under the Ministry of Social Welfare. The primary objective of the health programs was to provide minimum public health facilities integrated with family planning and nutrition for vulnerable groups, children, pregnant, and lactating mothers. Sixth Five-Year Plan, 1980-85. From the sixth plan onwards, a marked shift took place from the welfare to a development approach. For the first time, it clearly spelled out that economic independence would accelerate improvement in the status of women and suggested the setting up of cells at the district level for increasing women's participation through self-employment. Emphasized need for increasing enrollment of the girls at the elementary level, thus encouraging the promotion of education for women in backward areas. Seventh Five-Year Plan, 1985-1990. The main objectives of the programs in the seventh plan were to raise women's economic and social status in order to bring them into the mainstream of national development. The plan emphasized on beneficiary-oriented schemes, BOS, in various development sectors which extended direct benefits to women. In 1985, the Department of Women and Child Development was set up as part of the Ministry of Human Resource Development. Eighth Five-Year Plan, 1992 to 1997. There was a shift in approach from development to empowerment of women. This plan attempted to ensure that the benefits of development from different sectors did not bypass women. Special programs were implemented to complement the general development programs. Women were enabled to function as equal partners and participants in the developmental process with reservation in the membership of local bodies. Ninth Five-Year Plan, 1997 to 2002. The main objective was to create an environment where women could freely exercise their rights both within and outside home, as equal partners along with men. Plan also stressed the importance of the Gender Development Index to monitor the impact and implementation in raising the status of women from time to time. The year 2001 was observed as the Year of Women Empowerment. 10th Five-Year Plan, 2002 to 2007. The 10th Plan aimed at empowering women through translating the National Policy for Empowerment of Women, 2001. The plan emphasized on Women Component Plan, WCP, and gender budgeting. Setting up of Women's Police Station, Family Court, Mahila Court, Legal Aid Center, etc. 11th Five-Year Plan, 2007 to 2012. The 11th Plan aimed at gender empowerment and equity. The plan also envisaged the incorporation of gender budgeting beyond traditional areas like health, education to so-called gender-neutral sectors like transport, power, telecommunications, defense, etc. 12th Five-Year Plan, 2012 to 2017. The plan focuses on inclusiveness of women. Inclusiveness issues are an integral part towards achieving faster but sustainable growth. The overall framework of the plan takes steps to advance substantive equality by addressing the causes and consequences of social, economic, and political exclusion on all women, especially vulnerable groups like Dalit, disabled, single women, etc. Current developments pertaining to women. Issue about menstrual leave. About menstruation is a natural biological process experienced by almost half of the population, yet it is not given its due importance due to unnecessary embarrassment, shame, illiteracy, and poverty. Right of Women to Menstrual Leave and Free Access to Menstrual Health Products Bill, 2022. This bill provides about 3 days of paid leave for women and trans women during their period of menstruation and provides to extend the benefit for students. Hindu Women's Inheritance Rights. National Family Health Survey, 5. About 43% of women reportedly own houses, land alone or jointly, but doubts remain about women's ability to actually access and control the property. SC Views. Daughter's inheritance. It was decided that a man's property would pass to his daughter, not to others like his brother if he had passed away without making a will and was the only survivor. Court proclamations and ancient texts. The SC cited court pronouncements that recognized the rights of multiple female successors, the wives and daughters main among them, as well as commentary by a number of eminent scholars. Surrogacy and abortion. About one woman carrying and giving birth to a kid with the purpose of later giving it to the intended parents is known as a surrogate. While commercial surrogacy is illegal in India, such treatments are permitted for charitable purposes exclusively and come with a number of legal constraints on the applicant. Surrogacy laws. The Surrogacy Regulation Act, 2021, the Assisted Reproductive Technology Regulation Act, 2021 challenges discriminatory. The two acts have been criticized for being discriminatory towards married women who already have children and wish to grow their families through surrogacy, as well as single men who may choose to become fathers through the practice. Reproductive autonomy. It includes the freedom to procreate and have children, which is outside the purview of the state. Privacy issue. The requirement of infertility cannot be used to justify surrogacy because, in accordance with Article 21 of the Constitution, the possession of an infertility certificate constitutes an invasion of personal privacy. India as a surrogacy hub. Thanks to its cutting-edge medical technology and affordable infertility treatments, India has become a global center for surrogacy. Key provisions of the Surrogacy Regulation, Act 2021. Surrogacy types. Prohibited. Commercial surrogacy, where any financial compensation beyond medical expenses is offered to the surrogate mother, is strictly forbidden. Allowed. Altruistic surrogacy, where the surrogate mother acts solely out of compassion and receives no financial benefit beyond medical expense coverage, is permitted. Eligibility criteria. Intending couple must have proven infertility, documented by a medical professional. Require a certificate of essentiality and a certificate of eligibility issued by the designated authority. Surrogate mother. Must be a close relative, sister, sister-in-law, daughter, daughter-in-law, niece, of the intending couple. Must be medically fit and possess a valid medical certificate. Must be between 25 and 35 years old. Must be married and have at least one biological child. Can only be a surrogate mother once. Appropriate authority. Appointed by central and state governments to grant, suspend, or cancel surrogacy clinic registrations. Enforce standards for surrogacy clinics. National Surrogacy Board, NSB, established by the central government to oversee surrogacy practices nationwide. State Surrogacy Boards, SSBs, established by each state government to oversee surrogacy practices within their respective jurisdictions. Parentage and abortion. The intending couple becomes the legal parents of the surrogate child after birth. Abortion of the surrogate child requires written consent from the surrogate mother and authorization from the appropriate authority, adhering to the Medical Termination of Pregnancy Act, 1971. Surrogate mother's rights. The surrogate mother has the right to withdraw from surrogacy before embryo implantation. She is entitled to comprehensive medical care and insurance coverage during pregnancy and childbirth. Key term. From women development to women empowerment. Gender budgeting. Gender-neutral policies. Capability approach. Breaking of glass ceiling. Cumulative discrimination. Dual burden. Self-limiting mindset. Care economy. Missed GDP. Previous year questions. 1. Examine the role of the gig economy in the process of empowerment of women in India. 2021. 2. Empowering women is the key to control population growth. Discuss 2019. 3. What are the continued challenges for women in India against time and space? 2019. 4. Women's movement in India has not addressed the issues of women of lower social strata. Substantiate your view. 2018. 5. How do you explain the statistics that show that the sex ratio in tribes in India is more favorable to women than the sex ratio among scheduled castes? 2015. 6. How does patriarchy impact the position of a middle-class working woman in India? 2014. 7. Discuss the various economic and socio-cultural forces that are driving increasing feminization of agriculture in India. 2014. 8. Why do some of the most prosperous regions of India have an adverse sex ratio for women? Give your arguments. 2014. 9. Male membership needs to be encouraged in order to make women's organization free from gender bias. Comment. 2013. Wallah. IROFTI Foundation UROB courses. Live recorded GS classes HCSAT classes. Daily MCQs plus mains question. Our regular .caret sessions. Sankalp 2026. English. Prahaar 2025. English FTEFL. Titan 2025. English. Starts from 59 for 99. Coupon code. PW0AS 500 for extra discount. Location of a place. Proximity to industrial or economic activity areas encourages population concentration. X. National Capital Regions, NCR. Natural disasters. Disasters caused by nature dissuade people from congregating. X. Low-density population is found in active volcano areas and earthquake-prone regions such as the Himalayas regions. Political factors. War and political conflicts. Human lives are greatly impacted by war and political conflict. They take a great toll on human lives. X. During the recent Ukraine-Russia war and Afghanistan, where people fled to neighboring countries in the search of shelter, food, and safety. Internal war and unrest. Political unrest and discrimination are detrimental to population growth. X. Rohingyas fled Myanmar due to a political conflict, persecution of minorities in Afghanistan, etc. Policies encouraging migration. Migration policies have frequently resulted in population growth in the destination region. Migration aids in population redistribution. X. H-1B visa issues discourage pull-factor migration in USA. Socioeconomic factors. Minerals. Areas with mineral deposits are conducive for industries and therefore generate employment. X. The higher population densities in Chhattisgarh's Bilatala, Karnataka's Ballari, and Orissa's Koraput areas are largely due to mineral availability. Urbanization. Cities attract more people because they provide educational and medical facilities, jobs, transportation, etc. X. Tamil Nadu and Maharashtra have dense populations. Modern transport facilities. Population growth is directly proportional to the available transport facilities. X. Delhi metro facilities have attracted a large number of migrants as it provides a cheaper mode of public transport. Industrialization. Industrial belts provide employment opportunities to people and hence attract them in large numbers. X. The Kobe Osaka region of Japan, Jharkhand's Jamshedpur Bokaro region, Hyderabad's IT park, and Bengaluru's IT park economic activity. It is an indicator of prosperity, employment opportunities. For example, Delhi and Mumbai have very dense populations because of diverse economic activities. Sociocultural factors. Sociocultural movement. The social organization of communities in new areas encourages people to move and settle in newer lands. People also migrated due to religious and cultural significance. X. The population density of Katra has increased because of its religious importance. Fact-wise. World Population Prospects, WPP, 2022. The total population of world reached 8 billion on November 15, 2022, more than 3 times the population of 2.5 billion in 1950. According to UN estimates, the world's population might reach 8.5 billion people in 2030, 9.7 billion in 2050, and 10.4 billion in 2100. India and China. India has overtaken China as the world's most populous country, according to UN population estimates. India now has a population of 1,425,775,850, surpassing China for the first time. Factors affecting population growth. Economic development. Countries with an economy based on agriculture or partially industrialized tend to have higher rates of population growth. X. Nigeria, Pakistan, Afghanistan, etc. Female labor market participation. Women who engage in employment tend to have less number of child, in contrast to developing economies where female education and social mobility are often lower and tend to bear more children. Death rates. The advancement of medical science made it possible to treat many fatal diseases, which led to a decrease in death rates and an increase in life expectancy. Immigration levels. Some countries' biggest drivers of population growth come from net migration. For instance, in the UK from 2000 to 2013, around 50% of net population growth came from net international migration. Social and cultural factors. In China, before one-family policy, there were strong social attachments to having large families. In the developed world, smaller families are the norm. Availability of family planning. Increased availability of contraception and health facilities can enable women to limit family size. For example, states with low contraceptive use, like Meghalaya 27% and Bihar 56%, have high population growth rates. Education. As education becomes compulsory, children are no longer economic assets, but economic costs. It retards the growth of the population. X. Nordic and European countries have negative or very less population growth. Welfare payment state pensions. A generous state pension scheme means couples don't need to have children to act as insurance to look after them in old age. Demographic trends in India. A large population decline expected in China and India. Expected size of the population in the most populous countries on Earth * in millions. China, India, Nigeria, United States, Indonesia, Pakistan, Ethiopia, DRC. 2.0b. According to a recent analysis by The Lancet, India's population is forecast to peak at around 1.6 billion in 2048. It will be followed by a 32% decline, around 1.09 billion, by 2100. Important points of the report. Global Burden of Disease Study 2017. It is an extensive assessment of mortality and disability from major diseases, accidents, and risk factors on a regional and global scale. Hampered economic growth. The study forecast sharp declines in working-age populations in nations like China and India, which will impede economic growth and result in changes in the balance of power in the world. India, specific data. India's demographic dividend. Features data population. Total population 1.22 billion, 2011 census, 17.71% of world population, rural and urban population, 65% and 35% respectively. Working population, working adults, 20 to 64 years, will reduce from around 762 million in 2017 to around 578 million in 2100. GDP, India to rise to third in terms of nominal GDP TFR, reduced to 1.29 by 2050 from 2.1 in 2019 according to a study published in The Lancet, a weekly medical journal. Immigration, India will be the second largest net immigration in 2100. Global data. World population. The world population is forecasted to peak at around 9.7 billion people in 2064 and fall to 8.8 billion by the century's end. Global TFR. The global TFR is predicted to steadily decline from 2.37 in 2017 to 1.66 in 2100, well below the minimum rate of 2.1. Demographic variation. With an estimated 2.37 billion individuals over 65 years globally in 2100 compared with 703 million in 2019. The term demographic dividend describes economic expansion due to a distribution shift of the population's age. India currently has 62.5% of its population between the ages of 15 and 59. This percentage is steadily rising and will reach its peak around 2036, 65%. Demographics indicators. I population 115 to 64 I 65 plus TFRI life. Years expectancy. India 1,428.6 million 68% 7% 2.072.5 years. China 1,425.7 million 69% 14% 1.2 79 years. World 8,045 million 65% 10% 2.373.5 years. UPSC Stadioj World Population Report 2023 Demographic dividend availability began in 2005 to 2006 and will continue until 2055 to 2056. The Economic Survey 2018-19 predicts that India's demographic dividend will reach its peak around 2041 when 59% of the population will be off working age, or 20 to 59 years old. India has one of the youngest populations with a median age of just 28 years, compared to China, 37 years, Western Europe, 45 years, and Japan, 49 years. Bulging working age population. India's working age population, 15 to 64 years, has grown larger than the dependent population, below 14 and above 65 years, since 2018. This bulge in the working age population is started in 2005 to 2006 and lasts till 2055. UNFPA report. Advantages with demographic dividend. Rapid industrialization and urbanization. Higher number of employment-seeking population would force higher economic activities. Effective policymaking. Demographic dividend and targeted policy yield greater socio-economic impact and larger benefits for people. Better economic growth. Economic activities have increased due to a higher working age population, which has been channeled in various ways: an increased labor force, greater fiscal space, a rise in women's workforce participation, a higher savings rate, and a shift towards a middle-class society. Contribution of demographic dividend. It has historically contributed up to 15% of the overall growth in advanced economies. Japan experienced rapid growth because of changing population structure, 1964 to 2004. Challenges with demographic dividend. Jobless growth. There is mounting concern that future growth could turn out to be jobless due to deindustrialization, deglobalization, the fourth industrial revolution. Asymmetric demography. Asymmetric working age populations across the states, along with a lack of gainful employment, could not provide opportunities for the population. Low human development parameters. India ranks 134 out of 191 in the Human Development Skill Index 2023-24 of UNDP, which is alarming. Informal nature of the economy. In India, it is another hurdle in reaping the benefits of demographic transition in India. Lack of skills. Due to a lack of skills, India might not be able to benefit from opportunities like modern infrastructure and technology. According to India Skills Report 2022 by Weebox, overall young employability in India is 51.25%. Way forward. Developing skills. Skill development will make the young population more employable. The labor force in India must be skilled, upskilled, and reskilled. Education. India, where nearly 41% of the population is under 20, can benefit from the demographic dividend by providing excellent education and fostering industry-academia cooperation. Health. Younger labor would have more productive days if healthcare infrastructure were improved. Building human capital. It involves making investments in people's health, education, employment, and skills. Urbanization. In the coming years, a sizable portion of the working population will move to urban areas, causing a rapid and significant rise in the urban population. National Population Policy, 2000. The National Population Policy, launched in 2000, is based on citizens' voluntary and informed consent when accessing reproductive healthcare services. Objective: to address various issues concerning maternal health, child survival, and contraception, as well as to make reproductive health care accessible and affordable to all. Important features of the policies focus on child and maternal health, O. Reduce IMR to less than 30 per thousand people and achieve universal immunization. O. Reduce MMR to less than 100 per lakh, achieve 80% institutional deliveries and 100% trained personnel deliveries. O. Deliveries. The policy promotes an 80% institutional delivery and 100% trained person delivery target. Timeline-based targets. O. Immediate target. To address unmet contraception, healthcare infrastructure, and health personnel needs. O. Midterm target. To raise the TFR to replacement levels 2.1 by 2010. O. Long-term target. To achieve a stable population by 2045. Disease control and linkage to AY usage. O. It seeks to integrate and converge all related social sector programs related to communicable diseases like Nishay, TB elimination. O. Emphasizes the role of Ayurveda, Yoga, Anani, Siddha, and homeopathy AYUSH medicine in achieving public health goals. Targets based on youth. O. Education. Making school education free and compulsory until the age of 14. O. Marriages. Encourage girls to marry later than the age of 18, preferably after the age of 20. 5-year plans associated with population. First 5-year plan. India is the first country in the world to begin a population control program in 1952. It emphasized the use of natural devices for family planning. Second 5-year plan. Work was done in the direction of education and research, and the clinical approach was encouraged. Third 5-year plan. In 1965, the sterilization technique for both men and women was adopted under this plan. The technique of copper T was also adopted. An independent department, called the Family Planning Department, was set up. Fourth 5-year plan. All kinds of birth control methods, conventional and modern, were encouraged. Fifth 5-year plan. Under this plan, the National Population Policy was announced on April 16, 1976. Into its policy, the minimum age for marriage determined by the Sharda Act, 1929, was increased. It increased the age for boys from 18 to 21 years and for girls from 14 to 18 years. Under this plan, forced sterilization was permitted, which was later on given up. Sixth, seventh, and eighth plans. Efforts were made to control the population by determining long-term demographic aims. Determinants of population change. 3 major factors that determine the change in population of any country viz. Fertility, mortality, and migration fertility. General fertility rate, total fertility rate. It is the number of live births during a reference period per 1,000 women of reproductive age. It refers to the total number of live births that a woman would have if she lived through the reproductive age group, 15 to 64 years. Determinants of high fertility. O. Limited bodily rights concerning reproduction. O. Economic, cultural, societal, and religious significance of children in Indian society. O. Complex adoption procedures. O. Influence of religious ideologies. O. Early marriage and early childbearing. O. Preference for sons and family. Reason for the decrease in TFR. Education. Increased mobility, delayed marriage, working women, and overall prosperity is all contributing to a falling TFR. O. Example. Bihar, with the highest TFR of 3.2, had the maximum percentage of illiterate women at 26.8%, while Kerala, where the literacy rate among women is 99.3%, had among the lowest fertility rates. Mortality, crude death rate. It is the ratio of the total registered deaths occurring in a specified calendar year to the total mid-year population of that year, multiplied by 1,000. O. At per recent data, it has reduced from 9.8 in 1994 to 7.3 in 2020 for India. The expectation of life at birth. The average life expectancy for an Indian male is projected as 71 and 74 for females. Infant mortality rate. IMR. It is the number of deaths of children under 1 year of age per 1,000 live births. O. As per Sample Registration System SRS survey, India has reduced its IMR by 50%, 57 per 1,000 live births in 2006 to 28 in 2020. Maternal mortality rate, MMRO. As per Sample Registration System SRS, it decreased from 167 in 2014 to 97 in 2020. Migration. Migration refers to the movement of individuals or groups from one place to another, often across geographical boundaries, with the intention of settling temporarily or permanently in the new location. This movement can be motivated by various factors such as economic opportunities, social factors, political circumstances, environmental conditions, or personal reasons. Fact-wise. In July-June 2020 to 21, the migration rate across all of India was 28.9%, with migration rates of 34.9 and 26.5% in urban and rural areas respectively. Migration in India Report 2020 to 21. International Migrant Stock 2019 Report. India is top source of international migrants with 5 million, 6.4% of the world's total migrant. International migrants. Report released by the Population Division of the United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs. Migrants and the SDGs. SDGs 10.7 to facilitate orderly, safe, regular and responsible migration and mobility of people through the implementation of planned and well-managed migration policy. Article 19. To move freely throughout the territory of India and to reside and settle in any part of the territory of India. Causes of migration, employment. People move seasonally in search of work at multiple locations and industries. These movements take place in rural and rural-urban streams. Education. People move to urban areas in search of better academic opportunities. Approximately 1.77% of people in the 2011 census moved away for education. Lack of security. Some migrants are compelled to relocate from rural to urban areas because of security reasons. X. Laborers from the Naxal-affected regions. Urbanization. The urban transition is characterized in large part by rural-urban migration. Rural-urban wage disparities is influenced by urbanization rates. Marriage. According to Census 2011, most of the interstate migration of females is due to marriage and takes place from one rural area to another. 46% of the total migrants moved because of marriage, and of these, 97% were women. Environmental and disaster-induced factors. A natural disaster that might have destroyed their homes and farms has forced some migrants to relocate from rural to urban areas. X. Kosi flood in North Bihar, cyclones in Odisha and West Bengal, etc. Impact of migration. Political exclusion. Migrant workers get difficulty in exercising their political rights, such as the right to vote. Population explosion. The influx of workers in the place of destination increases competition. Human rights abuse. Illegal or irregular migration can lead to exploitation and human rights abuses, including trafficking and forced labor. Cultural diversity. Migration can bring cultural diversity and new ideas, contributing to a more vibrant and dynamic society. Address demographic imbalances. Migration can help to address demographic imbalances, particularly in aging societies where there are shortages of young workers. Quality of life. Migration, increase of employment opportunity, which in turn improves the quality of life of self and family. Social remittances. Migration helps to learn about new cultures, customs, and languages. As a result, improves brotherhood among people and ensures equality and tolerance. Food and nutrition security. According to the 2018 State of Food and Agriculture report by FAO, outmigration often leads to improved food and nutrition security for migrants. Brain drain. The source state suffers from the loss of human capital. Increased slum areas. Mass migration results in an increase in slum areas, which lack in basic amenities and hygiene. Labor demand and supply. Migration fills gaps in the demand for and supply of labor and efficiently allocates skilled labor, unskilled labor, and cheap labor. Skill development. Through exposure and interaction with the outside world, migrants become more aware and skilled. Adoption to climate change. In the context of climate change and the occurrence of extreme weather events like floods, droughts, and cyclones, migration has also come to the forefront as a potential adaptive mechanism. Steps taken. Interstate Migrant Workmen, Regulation of Employment and Conditions of Service, Act of 1979. It seeks to address the unjust working conditions of migrant workers, including the necessity of gaining employment through middlemen, contractors, or agents who promise a monthly settlement of wages but do not pay when the time comes. Atmanirbhar Bharat Rojgar Yojana, ABRY, has been launched to incentivize employers for the creation of new employment along with social security benefits and restoration of lost employment. Livelihood opportunities for rural population. Deen Dayal Antyodaya Yojana, National Rural Livelihoods Mission, DNRLM, Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Act, attracting and retaining of youth in agriculture. ARY. Infrastructure development in rural areas. Smart villages. In India, the concept has been adopted by all three layers of government to encompass rural development. Urban Mission. It aims to promote regional economic growth, improve essential services, and establish well-designed urban clusters. Pura, providing urban amenities to rural areas. It seeks to tackle the problem of migration of people from rural to urban areas by providing all amenities in village areas only. Consequences of population growth. High cost of living. The price of essential commodities increases because of gap between supply and demand. X. High cost of house rent in metro cities, pandemics and infectious diseases. Overcrowded regions vulnerable to unhygienic living conditions, malnutrition, and lack of adequate health care which lead to infectious diseases. Conflict and war. Overpopulation in developing countries puts a major strain on the resources. X. Conflicts over the water of the Nile among Egypt, Sudan, and Ethiopia. Unsustainable agriculture practices. High use of chemical fertilizers, pesticides, and weedicides has caused irreparable loss to soil, water, etc. Aquatic ecosystems. It has been deteriorating because of domestic sewage, pesticides, fertilizers, and industrial effluents. Diversion of water. For domestic, industrial, and agricultural uses, leading to increased river pollution and a decrease in the self-cleaning properties of rivers. Ecological damage. Ecological damage has been occurred because of commercial needs, economic activities like agriculture, forest-based industry, mining, infrastructural activities, fuel wood, etc. X. The country's mangrove areas have been reduced from 700,000 hectares to 453,000 hectares in the last 50 years. Adverse effect on habitat. Some 70 to 80% of freshwater marshes and lakes in the Gangetic floodplains have been lost in the last 50 years due to changes in land patterns. Way forward, tax incentives. Tax exemptions could be used as an incentive to reduce population growth. For instance, lowering income tax rates for married couples with 1 or 2 children. Reforms in agriculture. Making agriculture remunerative and keeping food prices stable is crucial to ensure nutrition for all. Social marketing. People to be educated through various awareness programs and media about family planning and benefits of small family. Increase in life expectancy. The growing population of older age opens up prospects for employment in new services catering to them. Sex education. Due to a lack of sex education, sexually active teenagers are ignorant of contraceptives and ashamed to ask about them. Provision for universal basic income. It will function as a social safety valve and help to provide employment opportunities to a large number of unemployed youth. Conservation of forest and water resources. For future generations and willful implementation of sustainable development goals must assume center stage in policymaking. Women empowerment. The poor, populous northern states must make concerted advances in women's literacy, health, and participation in the workforce, emulating the achievements of the southern states. The government of India, politicians, policymakers, and civil society organizations should initiate bold population policies so that the economic growth of the country can keep pace with the demands of a growing population. Key terms: crude literacy rate, effective literacy rate, human productivity, demographic dividend, demographic disaster, demographic bulge, financial inclusion, inclusive growth, online fraud, upskilling, digital divide, digital inequality. 5C approach for financial literacy: content plus capacity plus community plus communication plus collaboration. Previous year questions. 1. Discuss the main objectives of population education and point out the measures to achieve them in India in detail. 2021. 2. Discuss the changes in the trends of labor migration within and outside India in the last 4 decades. 2015. UPSC Optional Course 2025 English full. Adjust. 8. 9.99. For extra discount. PW. Live for Poverty and Developmental Issues. Poverty is the worst form of violence. Mahatma Gandhi. Introduction. Poverty, as per the United Nations UN. Poverty is more than inadequate income and productive resources to ensure sustainable livelihoods. Its indicators include hunger and malnutrition, restricted access to basic services like education and healthcare, social marginalization and discrimination, and a lack of involvement in decision-making. SDG 1, one of the 17 SDGs established by the United Nations in 2015, calls for no poverty. The official wording is to end poverty in all its forms, everywhere. Causes of poverty: inadequate access to clean water and nutritious food. At this time, over 2 billion people lack access to safe water at home, and over 800 million people are food insecure. Low or no access to jobs or living means. It may result in poverty. Poor education facilities. The vast majority of the poor lack formal education facilities. According to UNESCO, 171 million people may be rescued from extreme poverty if they graduated from high school with rudimentary reading abilities. Violence and conflict. Large-scale violence has the potential to make people poor by forcing them to sell or leave behind all of their assets, paralyzing society, destroying infrastructure, and driving people out of their homes. Inequality among people. Inequality, ranging from economic disparities to societal divisions based on factors like caste or gender. Climate change threat. According to the World Bank, during the next 10 years, climate change has the potential to impoverish more than 100 million people. Lack of natural reserves. People who are poor lack the resources to cope with life's challenges. As a result, there isn't much money or other resources available to help during times of drought, conflict, or illness. Poverty is a social problem. Growth. Investment. Low economic growth. Poverty trap. Low level of education and health. Income. Low saving. Low levels of human capital. Family issues. Because of their circumstances, poor families experience extra stress and are not able to focus on growth. Health, illness, and medical care. Along with receiving poor quality medical care, the poor are also more prone to experience a variety of health issues, such as early adult death, mental illness, and infant mortality. Illiteracy. Poor children's lack of education further consigns them and their children to illiteracy, perpetuating the cycle of poverty for future generations. Lack of housing. Many low-income families spend more than half of their income on rent, and they frequently reside in underdeveloped areas with few job possibilities, high-quality schools, and other amenities. High crime. Poor people account for the bulk of our street crime, and they also account for the bulk of victims. Impact of poverty, violence, and high crime rate. Poor people generally engage in bad habits like prostitution and stealing, and criminal activity like chain snatching due to unemployment and marginalization. Child labor. Poor people send their kids to work rather than to education because of poverty. Children in low-income families only begin to earn money on average when they are 5 years old. Child marriage. It is practiced in many Indian regions. Young girls, who are still children, become mothers too early and die at birth. Studies show that poor girls are 2.5 times more likely to marry in childhood than those living in the wealthiest quintile. Malnutrition. India is on top when it comes to malnutrition. More than 200 million people lack to get sufficient food, including 61 million children. Homelessness and begging. Homeless poor people sleep on the roadsides at night. This makes the entire scenario very unsafe for women and children. High stress. Poor people suffer from a lot of stress, which leads to a reduction in the productivity of individuals. Effect on the economy. Poverty is directly proportional to the success of the economy. The headcount ratio living in poverty is reflective of how powerful the economy is. Terrorist activities. Typically, terrorist actions target and involve children from low-income homes. Urban poverty. When people live below a certain amount of income in the city and have limited access to some social means, then this situation is known as urban poverty. In urban areas, the poor people are usually engaged in the unorganized sector and some low-paid jobs in the organized sector. The urban poor consists mainly of slum dwellers and pavement dwellers who are found in abundance in Indian towns and cities. The Rangarajan Committee, 2012, it estimated that the number of poor was 19% higher in rural areas and a whopping 41% more in urban areas than those of the previous estimates. The MPI data based on NFHS 5 showed the percentage of the population as multidimensionally poor in the urban area is 8.81%. Reasons for shifting of poverty from rural to urban. India. Push-pull factors. In India, the causes of urban poverty is related to the inadequate infrastructure in rural areas. Push factor, which causes forced migration to cities. Pull factor. High debt. Unemployment or underemployment and the casual nature of work in urban areas lead to high debt, which in turn reinforces poverty. Unequal distribution of resources. The uneven distribution of income and assets has caused chronic poverty in urban India. Lack of skills. Most of the poor are not skilled. Because of this, they are not able to participate in the emerging employment opportunities in different sectors of the urban economy as they do not have the necessary knowledge and skills to do so. Increasing inflation. It intensifies the hardship and deprivation of lower income groups. Asymmetrical development. The Green Revolution exacerbated the disparities regionally and between large and small farmers. The benefits of economic growth have largely not trickled down to the poor. Way forward, improving the standard of life in rural areas. To control large-scale migrations from rural to urban areas, the current status of infrastructure in rural areas must be updated. Increasing investment. The government should increase its investment in education, skill building, and health infrastructure for the urban poor. Employment opportunities. India should promote small and medium-scale industries in urban areas as well as promoting other income-generating opportunities. Skill development. The urban poor should be provided vocational training and given opportunities for employment. Better urban planning and slum rehabilitation, upgrading slums with access to clean water, electricity, and better jobs via skills training. Participation and inclusion are central themes for poverty reduction. Cooperatives and people's associations, including self-help groups, are ideal instruments in such a strategy. Poverty in rural India. Rural poor constitute those who are below the poverty line in the rural areas. In the rural areas, poor people consist of small landholders, agricultural laborers, artisans, and craftsmen. Rural poor mostly belong to the SC, ST, and OBC communities. Causes of rural poverty. Agricultural factor. Rain-fed agriculture, which is risk-prone, occupies about 51% of the country's net sown area and accounts for nearly 40% of the total food production. Inadequate institutional credit. Many take loans which they struggle to repay. Sometimes, the situation gets so grim that many farmers commit suicide. Shortage of irrigation facilities. Frequent droughts add to the woes of farmers, and they are hard-pressed for money throughout the year. Population growth. High rural population growth causes difficulty for large families to sustain themselves economically. External shocks. External shocks brought on by changes in the environment, such as climate changes, and the state of the global economy. Way forward, accelerating rural poverty reduction. Rural India shares many of the economic conditions of smaller urban regions and is not primarily an agricultural region. In the past, it has been successful to capitalize on the expanding connectedness between rural and urban areas as well as between the agriculture, industrial, and service sectors. Creating more and better jobs. Future initiatives must focus on increasing employment in more productive industries. Focusing on women and scheduled tribes. Of all the social groupings in India, scheduled tribes began with the highest rates of poverty and have advanced more slowly than the others. Multidimensional poverty. Multidimensional poverty encompasses the various deprivations experienced by poor people in their daily lives, such as poor health, lack of education, inadequate living standards, the threat of violence, disempowerment, poor quality of work, and living in areas that are environmentally hazardous, among others. Fact-wise. Global Multidimensional Poverty Index, 2023. In 2005-2006, India had a poverty incidence of 55.1%, with approximately 645 million people living in poverty. Through concerted efforts and effective policies, poverty rates have dropped to 16.4% in 2019-2021, showcasing substantial improvement in living conditions. The decline in poverty has been equal across regions and socio-economic groups, with the poorest states and groups experiencing the fastest progress. India. Over the past 9 years, 2013 to 14 to 2022 to 23, approximately 24.82 crore people have lifted themselves out of multidimensional poverty, thanks to a range of government initiatives. The UNDP highlights the vulnerability of the population, with approximately 18.7% falling under the category of people who are not poor but have deprivations in 20 to 33.3% of all weighted indicators. NITI Aayog and MDP, 2023. India has experienced a significant reduction in multidimensional poverty from 29.17% in 2013 to 14 to 11.28% in 2022 to 23, marking a decrease of 17.89% points. Approximately 24.82 crore people have escaped multidimensional poverty in the last 9 years, 2013 to 14 to 2022 to 23. Poverty and women in India, particular groups of women, such as women and girls living in poverty, experience various sorts of discrimination, which increases their vulnerability to violence. Poverty increases the risk of including human trafficking, sexual exploitation, for women and girls. Due to their lack of resources and money, those who experience domestic or intimate partner abuse have fewer options for ending abusive situations. Inequality. The United Nations describes inequality as the state of not being equal, especially in status, rights, and opportunities. Inequality can be broadly classified as economic inequality. Economic inequality is the unequal distribution of income and opportunity between individuals or different groups in society. Social inequality. It occurs when resources in a given society are distributed unevenly. Consequences of inequalities. Poor development. The high rate of population increase is related to pre-existing socio-economic inequalities, just like MMR, lower education, low per capita income, and poorer learning results in schools. Greater economic inequality. It is detrimental to public health care and education. Upper and middle classes seldom have a vested interest in well-functioning public health care and education, as they have means to access private health care and education. Religious inequality. It tends to generate feelings of exclusion among religious minority groups. This reduces their participation in the mainstream. Social tension and conflict. Inequalities may cause social conflict among the social groups, e.g. regarding reservations. Ethnicity-related movements. Ethnic groups facing inequalities have demanded separate states or autonomous regions or even outright secession from India. Northeast has been rocked by numerous such ethnic movements, e.g. by Nagas for Greater Nagalam, etc. Oxfam India's report, Survival of the Richest, the India Story on Social Inequality in India, published in January 2023. Key findings: economic inequality. It finds that 5% of Indians own more than 60% of the country's wealth. In comparison, the bottom 50% of the population possess only 3% of the wealth. Income inequality. It further finds between 2012 and 2021. 40% of the wealth created in India has gone to just 1% of the population, and only a mere 3% of the wealth has gone to the bottom 50%. Adding that the total number of billionaires in India increased from 102 in 2020 to 166 billionaires in 2022. Wealth concentration. The combined wealth of India's 100 richest has touched $660 billion, 54.12 rupees lakh crore, an amount that could fund the entire union budget for more than 18 months. Poverty alleviation schemes, rural housing. Indira Awas Yojana. The Indira Awas Yojana program aims at providing free housing to BPL families in rural areas, especially among the households of SC/STs. National Old Age Pension Scheme. NOPS. The scheme, Indira Gandhi National Old Age Pension Scheme, IG-NOPS, is one of the 5 sub-schemes of the National Social Assistance Program, NSAP. Under IG-NOPS, citizens living below poverty line and 60 years or above in age are eligible to apply. A monthly pension of $200 up to 79 years and $500 thereafter. Annapurna Scheme, 1999, to give food to elderly people who are unable to care for themselves, are not covered by the National Old Age Pension Scheme, NOPS, and who live alone in their community. Nrega 2005. The Act provides 100 days of assured employment every year to every rural household. 1/3 of the proposed jobs would be reserved for women. National Food Security Mission, 2007, to increase production through area expansion and productivity, create employment opportunities, and enhance the farm level. National Rural Livelihood Mission, Ajivika, 2011. It evolves out the need to diversify the needs of the rural poor and provide them jobs with regular income on a monthly basis. SHGs are formed at the village level to help the needy. National Urban Livelihood Mission, 2013. The NULM focuses on organizing urban poor and SHGs, creating opportunities for skill development leading to market-based employment and helping them to set up self-employment ventures by ensuring easy access to credit. Pradhan Mantri Kaushal Vikas Yojana, 2015. To give elderly people in need of food who are unable to care for themselves, are not covered by the National Old Age Pension Scheme, NOPS, and who have no one to look after them in their area. Pradhan Mantri Jan Dhan Yojana. It aimed at direct benefit transfer of subsidy, pension, insurance, etc., and attained the target of opening 1.5 crore bank accounts. The scheme particularly targets the unbanked poor. Challenges in implementation of schemes. Exclusion error. There is no systematic attempt to identify people who are in poverty, determine their needs, address them, and enable them to move above the poverty line. Leakages and lack of performance indicator. Leakages and the absence of performance indicators result in a lack of assurance that programs reach their intended recipients. Inadequate understanding of poverty. Alleviation programs and schemes have not taken cognizance of chronic poverty and dynamics of poverty. Inadequate resources. The resources allocated to anti-poverty programs are inadequate, and there is a tacit understanding that targets will be curtailed according to fund availability. For instance, Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Act, MNREGA, does not provide the guaranteed 100 days of work in many states, geographical dimension to poverty, concentration of poverty in certain parts of the country. Insurgency and violence-related issues in LWE areas and Northeast. World Poverty Clock. India has made significant progress in reducing extreme poverty, with less than 3% of its population now living below the poverty line. World Poverty Clock. The World Poverty Clock tracks real-time poverty estimates until 2030 for almost all countries, monitoring progress toward ending extreme poverty. The clock shows the worldwide number of people in extreme poverty, sorting them by age, gender, and rural or urban residency, capturing both those escaping poverty and those falling into it every second. The World Poverty Clock is funded by organizations like IFAD and the Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development of Germany. It calculates poverty rates based on income levels, with the poverty line set at $2.15 a day. As a result, the number of people living in extreme poverty in India has decreased to approximately 3.44 crore in 2024 from 4.69 crore in 2022, representing a decline to 2.4% of the total population. Additionally, a recent NITI Aayog discussion paper highlights the decline in multidimensional poverty in India, from 29.17% in 2013 to 14 to 11.28% in 2022 to 23. The paper analyzed multidimensional poverty trends in India from 2005 to 2006 to 2022 to 23, using National Family Health Survey and FHS data and projection methods for years without NFHS data. Keywords: poverty alleviation, World Poverty Clock, economic inequality, multidimensional poverty, institutional credit, push-pull factors, asymmetrical development. Previous year questions. 1. The incidence and intensity of poverty are more important in determining poverty based on income alone. In this context, analyze the latest United Nations Multidimensional Poverty Index report. 2020. 2. COVID-19 pandemic accelerated class inequalities and poverty in India. Comment. 2023. How have digital initiatives in India contributed to the functioning of the education system in the country? Elaborate your answer. 2020. 4. Despite the implementation of various programs for eradication of poverty by the government in India, poverty is still existing. Explain by giving reasons. 2018. 5. Mention core strategies for the transformation of aspirational districts in India and explain the nature of convergence, collaboration, and competition for its success. 2018. 6. Poverty alleviation programs in India remain mere showpieces until and unless they are backed by political will. Discuss with reference to the performance of the major poverty alleviation programs in India. 2017. 7. An essential condition to eradicate poverty is to liberate the poor from deprivation. Substantiate this statement with suitable examples. 2016. 8. Critically examine whether the growing population is the cause of poverty or poverty is the main cause of population increase in India. 2015. 9. Though there have been several different estimates of poverty in India, all indicate a reduction in poverty levels over time. Do you agree? Critically examine with reference to urban and rural poverty indicators. 2015. 5. Urbanization, problems, and remedies. World Bank. The World Bank defines urbanization as the increase in the proportion of people living in urban areas compared to rural areas, and considers it a significant driver of economic and social development. Thus, urbanization is the population shift from rural to urban, the process of becoming urban, and the process of expansion. SDG 11. Makes cities and human settlements inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. Facts. Urbanization rate. According to the World Bank, the urbanization rate in India increased from 17.4% in 1950 to 35.87% in 2024. Urban population. As of 2021, the urban population in India is estimated to be around 460 million people, making it the second largest urban population in the world after China. Level of urbanization percentage of urban population, 31.1%, rate of growth of urban population, 2.76% per annum during 2001 to 2011. Urban migration, 20% of the total migration is from one urban area to another urban area. As such, urban migration, rural to urban as well as urban to urban accounts for 40% of the total migration, which is one of the causes of urbanization in India. Urban financing. India spends only $17 per capita per year on urban infrastructure, whereas the requirement is $100. Most urbanized state. Goa, 62%, Mizoram, Tamil Nadu. Delhi, 97.5%, is the most urbanized among the UTs. Least urbanized state. Himachal Pradesh, 10%, followed by Bihar, Assam, and Odisha. Perspectives in process of urbanization, socio-cultural phenomenon. It is a melting pot of people with diverse ethnic, linguistic, and religious backgrounds. E.g. Kolkata city development. An economic process. The city is a focal point of productive activities. It exists and grows on the strength of the economic activities existing within itself. E.g. Mumbai, a geographical process. It deals with migration or change of location of residence of people and involves the movement of people from one place to another. Salient features of Indian urbanization, increase in larger cities. India has 5,161 urban agglomerations towns, with Goa, 62%, Mizoram, and Tamil Nadu being the most urbanized states, and Delhi, 97.5%, most urbanized UT. Tertiary sector-led growth. Indian urbanization relies on the service sector rather than manufacturing, hindering a robust economic base. Contradicting growth. Urban expansion driven by population increase and rural-urban migration leads to urban decay and slum proliferation. Southern India. Southern states are more urbanized due to historical, socio-cultural, and educational factors. Globalization impact. South India experiences higher development and industry growth through increased FDI and the establishment of industries. British contributions to the Indian urban developments, starting of urban administration. In 1687-88, the East India Company started the first municipal corporation in India was set up at Madras. In 1726, Municipal Corporation of Bombay and Calcutta was also set up in Panchayat and municipalities. In 1882, a resolution was passed, and according to which, a panchayat was to be formed at the village level, district boards, taluka boards, and municipalities also came into existence. Local self-government. Lord Ripon's resolution of 1882 provided for the introduction of principles of local self-government in the municipalities. The resolution is regarded as the Magna Carta of local self-government in India. Lord Ripon is known as father of local self-government in India. Metropolitan port cities. The formation of 3 metropolitan port cities of Mumbai, Bombay, Kolkata, Calcutta, and Chennai, Madras. Hill stations. Creation of a chain of hill stations such as Darjeeling, Shimla, Mussoorie, Lansdowne, etc. in the Himalayan region and in South India. Civil lines and cantonments. The modification of the urban landscape of the existing cities with the introduction of civil lines and cantonments. Modern education. The initiation of modern education by establishing some colleges and universities in major urban centers. Driving forces for urbanization in India, better facilities. Urban areas provide improved education, sanitation, housing, healthcare, recreation, and living standards, enhancing social life. For example, the Indian Institutes of Technology, IITs, and Indian Institutes of Management, IIMs, offer world-class education. Social benefits. Migration to cities is driven by the desire for diverse social benefits and services unavailable in rural areas. For example, Mumbai, known as the entertainment capital of India, provides diverse social and cultural opportunities. Urbanization and economic growth. Urbanization is closely linked to economic growth, with cities serving as centers of economic activity and opportunities. The city of Bengaluru, often referred to as the Silicon Valley of India, has experienced rapid urbanization due to its emergence as a hub for information technology and software development, attracting both national and international investments. Droughts and calamities. Erratic monsoons and natural disasters lead rural populations to migrate to cities for better prospects during difficult times. For instance, after the devastating floods in Kerala in 2018, many people from affected rural areas sought refuge and livelihood opportunities in cities like Kochi and Tiruvananthapuram. Determinants of population movement. Economic conditions, opportunities, and land availability influence population movement from rural to urban areas. The city of Gurugram, located near the national capital Delhi, has witnessed significant urbanization due to its proximity to job opportunities in sectors like information technology, finance, and manufacturing. A lifestyle and amenities. Urbanization is influenced by modernization, changing lifestyles, and the availability of advanced amenities, infrastructure, and technology in urban areas. Problems of urban areas in India. Infrastructure and environmental issues. Traffic problem. Lack of planned traffic management increases air and sound pollution in urban areas. In major cities like Mumbai, the lack of planned traffic management has led to severe traffic congestion, resulting in increased air and sound pollution. Water supply issues. Intermittent supply and artificial water storage create problems in urban areas. For example, water scarcity in Chennai. Drainage and sanitation problems. Financial constraints and population density result in poor sewage drainage and sanitation. For example, inadequate sewage systems in Mumbai. Poor road design. Pedestrian-unfriendly, congested, and poorly surfaced roads are common in major cities. For example, lack of pedestrian walkways in Kolkata. Climate change. Unplanned urbanization. Poor urban drainage system. Poor solid waste management system. Negligible power to local government. Social and community impact. Decreased group solidarity. Social isolation in slums contributes to pathological behavior in individuals. Example, social fragmentation in slums of Delhi. Rural-urban divide. Urban-focused neglect to rural areas, leading to social changes and a lack of resources. For example, neglected rural regions in Bihar. Waste management and environmental hazards. Solid waste management issues. Increasing urbanization leads to improper waste handling, causing health hazards and environmental degradation. Example is Ghazipur landfill. Housing and land challenges. The rising cost of house and land. Overpopulation puts pressure on limited urban land, leading to high housing costs. For example, high property prices in Mumbai. Creation of large slums. Acute housing shortage leads to the development of substandard and crowded slum areas. For example, the Dharavi slum in Mumbai. Overcrowding. Congested housing areas with multiple occupants in a room contribute to health and social issues. For example, overcrowded tenements in Kolkata. Crime and safety concerns. Increase in urban crime. Unplanned urbanization results in resource imbalance and lack of basic amenities. For example, growing incidents of theft and burglary in the rapidly expanding outskirts of Gurugram, Haryana. Social effects of urbanization on Indian society. Family society women. Changing the family structure. Shift from joint family to nuclear and small joint family systems in India. Egalitarian family. Traditional husband-dominated family structure giving way to increased involvement of wives in decision-making. Attachment to the family. Despite generational strains, children's attachment to their families remains strong, as noted by IP Desai. Diminishing kinship relations. The fabric of kinship ties is eroding, and community bonds are unraveling in urbanized regions. Social integration within society. Urban areas are witnessing the fusion of subcaste and caste through inter-subcaste and inter-caste marriages, democratic politics, employment opportunities, and other factors. Decline of caste panchayats. Caste panchayats across India are experiencing a decline in authority and influence as their perceived power diminishes. Caste identity, urbanization, education, and individual achievement erode caste identity, with reduced adherence to rules of commensality and untouchability in urban areas. Increased employment opportunities. Urban areas offer more diverse job opportunities for women compared to rural regions. The presence of various industries, corporate offices, and service sectors in cities allows women to seek employment beyond traditional agricultural roles. Empowerment and social mobility. Urban living exposes women to diverse ideas, cultures, and social movements, fostering greater awareness of gender equality and women's rights. Increased vulnerability to exploitation. The influx of women into cities, especially those from disadvantaged backgrounds, can lead to exploitation and abuse. Many women find themselves in low-paying, unstable jobs with poor working conditions. Pressure of dual roles. Urbanization often results in women having to balance paid employment with traditional domestic responsibilities. This dual burden can lead to stress and health issues, as women strive to meet the demands of both work and home. Urbanization and women. Cities Alive, Designing Cities That Work for Women, report focuses on creating urban environments that are inclusive and cater to the needs and safety of women, covering the following dimensions: safety and security. Addressing sexual harassment in public spaces, ensuring adequate lighting, and enhancing security measures to create safer environments for women. Justice and equity. Eliminating gender-based discrimination, providing equal access to education and employment opportunities, and promoting gender-responsive policies and practices. Health and well-being. Improving access to quality healthcare services, ensuring adequate sanitation facilities, and addressing health issues specific to women. Enrichment and fulfillment. promoting cultural representation and inclusion by honoring women through public monuments, increasing women's participation in decision-making processes, and creating opportunities for women's leadership in urban governance. Gender-responsive urban planning, integrating women's perspectives and needs in all stages of city design and planning, from inception to delivery, to create more inclusive and equitable urban areas. Climate change and resilience, recognizing the disproportionate impact of climate hazards on women and incorporating gender considerations in climate change adaptation and resilience strategies. Collaborative approach, emphasizing the need for collaboration among stakeholders from the public and private sectors, civil society groups, and government authorities to create cities that work better for women and girls. Urban concentration provides opportunities for entrepreneurship and employment, but it requires a comprehensive approach to maximize the potential of cities to generate wealth for those in poverty. This includes skill development, creating a conducive environment for self-employment, and providing institutional credit to empower the urban poor. Impact of urbanization on the rural areas, rural-urban migration. Urbanization leads to continuous migration, impacting social, economic, and cultural aspects of villagers' lives. Challenges of immigrant workers. Villages near towns face housing, marketing, and social ordering issues due to the influx of immigrant workers. Rural pockets and cities. Some villages become rural enclaves within metropolitan areas, allowing direct participation in urban life. Symbol of social prestige. Urban employment becomes a symbol of higher social prestige for villages with large numbers of migrants to distant cities. Diffusion of cultural traits. Communication advancements facilitate the spread of new ideas and innovations from cities to rural areas. Spillover effects. Modern agricultural techniques and institutional frameworks for rural development often originate from urban centers, facilitating large-scale commercialization of agriculture. Increased continuity. Occupational diversification, literacy, education, and mass communication contribute to increased continuity between rural and urban areas. Slums and urban centers. Problems in slum areas. Slums are associated with diseases, pollution, social tensions, and increased crime rates. Housing shortage. The lack of adequate housing is a severe issue, particularly in cities with a population of over 1 million. Substantial slum population. Slums account for a significant proportion of the urban population, with Kolkata, Mumbai, and Chennai having slum populations of 32%, 25%, and 24% respectively. Earmarking for economically weaker sections. The National Council on Urbanization recommends allocating 15% of new developments to the economically weaker sections of the population. Traffic and transportation issues. Urban centers in India face problems due to the absence of planned and sufficient arrangements for traffic and transport. Over-urbanization tendency. Due to the inadequate availability of essential facilities and the growth of the urban population, there is a tendency for over-urbanization in India. Growth of suburbanization. Modern transport modes and housing demands have contributed to the growth of suburban areas. Sixth Report on Urbanization. Administrative Reforms Commission, ARC, recommendations. Adequate infrastructure, community participation, and co-production of services should be encouraged by municipal bodies. Urban local bodies should be given responsibility for water supply and distribution in their territorial jurisdiction. It is a matter of hygiene and public health. It must be given priority and emphasis in all urban areas. In all towns and cities with a population above 1 lakh, the possibility of taking up PPP projects for collection and disposal of garbage may be explored. Municipal bodies should be encouraged to take responsibility for power distribution in their area. Urban transport authorities. To be called Unified Metropolitan Transport Authorities and the Metropolitan Corporations. They should be set up in cities with a population over 1 million within 1 year. NITI Aayog. There is a need for a national metro rail policy. NITI Aayog suggests the creation of an authority may be called Waste to Energy Corporation of India, WESI, and placed under the Ministry of Urban Development. Waste to Energy Authority. Introduction of standardized, time-bound, audited balance sheets across ULBs would help improve financial management. Strict enforcement of traffic rules through fines in case of violations. Incentives may be created to encourage vehicle sharing. Systems such as Ola and Uber. Government Initiative on Urbanization. SCIM Initiative Objective Smart Cities Mission 2015. Develop 100 smart cities across India with improved infrastructure and technology for a better quality of life and economic growth. Pradai Mission 2015. Incorporate heritage considerations into infrastructure development. Protect, restore, and promote cultural assets for economic and cultural development. Urban Mission 21-6. Bridge the rural-urban divide, stimulate local economic development, and attract investment in rural areas. PM Awas Yojana 2015. To provide affordable housing to the urban poor, particularly those belonging to the economically weaker sections, EWS, low-income groups, LIG, and middle-income groups, MIG. To promote the use of environmentally sustainable and cost-effective construction technologies and materials. Amrut Mission 2015. Provide basic services like water supply, sewerage, and urban transport to improve the quality of life in urban areas. National Urban Transport Policy 21-6. Promote sustainable urban transport systems for accessible and efficient mobility. National Urban Housing Fund 2018. The Union Cabinet has approved the creation of a Rs 60,000 crore National Urban Housing Fund to finance the government's Housing for All program, which aims to build 12 million affordable housing units in urban areas by 2022. Remedies to urban problems: power utilities. Municipal bodies should be responsible for power distribution and incorporate power conservation measures in building bylaws. Increase job opportunities. Focus on rural areas through programs like IRP, NREP, and JRY to provide employment opportunities and retain people in rural areas. Urban governance. Implement models like TD, transit-oriented development, empower local bodies, and ensure scientific waste management for better urban planning. Better transportation facility. Establish special purpose vehicles for public transport with the participation of public agencies. Increasing green cover. Make green spaces an integral part of urban planning, including afforestation and greening of highways. Amendment of Rent Control Acts. Amend laws hindering new house construction and rental availability, and prioritize affordable housing. Public health delivery system. Improve urban public health systems to reach marginalized populations, such as construction sites. Sewerage management. Ensure proper sanitation and develop time-bound programs for sewerage facilities in slum areas. Financial empowerment. Allow local bodies to impose cess on property tax or development charges for sewerage system expansion. Case study. Mahalla Clinics, Primary Health Center, an initiative of Delhi state government, is an aspirational model that provides a basic package of essential health services including medicines, diagnostics, and consultation free of cost, which need to be implemented in other areas. World Bank Report on Urban Financing. According to a World Bank report titled Financing India's Urban Infrastructure Needs, Constraints to Commercial Financing and Prospects for Policy Action, India needs an estimated $840 billion investment over 15 years to meet urban infrastructure needs, as stated in a World Bank report. With 40% of the population projected to live in cities by 2036, private financing must play a larger role. Currently, 75% of city infrastructure is funded by the government, while only 5% comes from private sources. Way forward, introduce citizen charters. Municipalities create comprehensive citizen charters with service levels and time limits. Establish state planning boards, SBBs, all states, to strengthen SBBs for statewide strategic spatial development plans. Increase investment in the urban sector. Address historical underinvestment for a better quality of urban life. Facilitate social rental housing creation. Focus on providing rental social housing for inclusive cities. 100% metering off water supply. Implement metering for user charges recovery and water conservation. Ensure 24/7 water supply. Transition to continuous water supply to avoid pollution and health hazards. Keywords: urban migration, local self-government, social integration, egalitarian family, gender-responsive, collaborative approach, urban governance. Previous year questions. 1. Does urbanization lead to more segregation and or marginalization of the poor in Indian metropolises? 2023. 2. How is the growth of Tier 2 cities related to the rise of a new middle class with an emphasis on the culture of consumption? 2022. 3. What are the main socio-economic implications arising out of the development of IT industries in major cities of India? 2021. 4. Account for the huge flooding of million cities in India, including the smart ones like Hyderabad and Pune. Suggest lasting remedial measures. 2020. 5. How is efficient and affordable urban mass transport key to the rapid economic development of India? 2019. 6. The ideal solution to depleting groundwater resources in India is a water harvesting system. How can it be made effective in urban areas? 2018. 7. The growth of cities is LT. Hubs have opened up new avenues of employment but have also created new problems. Substantiate this statement with examples. 2017. 9. With a brief background of the quality of urban life in India, introduce the objectives and strategy of the Smart City program. 2016. 9. Major cities in India are becoming more vulnerable to flood conditions. Discuss. 2016-10. Mumbai, Delhi, and Kolkata are the three megacities of the country, but the air pollution is a much more serious problem in Delhi as compared to the other two. Why is this so? 2015. 11. Smart cities in India cannot sustain without smart villages. Discuss this statement against the backdrop of rural-urban integration. 2015. 12. Discussion of the various social problems which originated out of the speedy process of urbanization in India. 2013-6. Effect of globalization on Indian society. It has been said that arguing against globalization is like arguing against the laws of gravity. Kofi Annan. Globalization is the integration of economies and societies worldwide, driven by democracy and capitalism. It involves the free flow of information, ideas, technologies, goods, services, capital, finance, and people. According to Bill Clinton, it presents a unique opportunity and a profound responsibility to build a global economy that leaves no one behind. Waves of globalization. Globalization 1.0. Origin. It was pre-World War I globalization, which was launched by a historic drop in trade costs. Characteristics. This globalization came with almost no government support. There was no global governance. Globalization 2.0. Origin. It is the post-World War II phase where trade in goods was combined with complementary domestic policies. Function distribution. The market was in charge of efficiency while the government was in charge of justice. Rule-based international governance. It saw the establishment of institute-based, rule-based international governance, specifically the UN, IMF, World Bank, GATTO, International Labor Organization, etc. Globalization 3.0. Manufacturing. It created a new world of manufacturing in which high-tech was combined with low wages. Global chain supply. This was achieved through the establishment of global supply chains as factories crossed international borders. Other names. It was variously called New Globalization, Hyperglobalization, and Global Value Chain Evolution. Globalization 4.0. Turbulence in the service sector. Globalization 4.0 impacts the service industry, creating challenges for service-oriented professionals. Integration with industries. Advanced technology and data connectivity enable competition from emerging economies and services like architecture, accounting, and web design in rich countries. New migration processes. Global telemigration becomes possible as skilled workers can perform their tasks remotely without physical presence, leveraging faster data connections. Fourth Industrial Revolution. Industry 4.0 combines humans and technology, incorporating cyber-physical systems, LOT, big data analytics, AI, 3D printing, and autonomous vehicles, shaping the future of the service sector. Factors contributing to globalization. Historical dynamics. Development of trade routes facilitating the movement of goods between kingdoms and countries. Political influences. Impact of political issues, regional trade understandings, and agreements on shaping the scope of globalization, e.g., European Union, Soviet bloc, SARC. Economic considerations. Influence of goods cost, value, and overall economics of specific industries or trades on globalization. Technological factors. Import or export of products and services driven by the technological stage in specific fields, e.g., India's export of computer software-related services to advanced countries like the UK and USA. Resource and market factors. Contribution of natural resources, minerals, coal, oil, gas, human resources, water, and proximity to end users in driving globalization. Production-related factors. Utilization of production capacities, response to domestic market conditions, and expansion through overseas markets and manufacturing plants, e.g., automotive industry. Factors that are aiding globalization. Liberalization, privatization, and globalization reforms in 1991. The 1991 reforms in India have led to greater economic liberalization which has, in turn, increased India's interaction with the rest of the world. Integration of technology. Integration of technology in India has led to job transformation and the need for new skills. The Internet enables global communication, overcoming managerial issues and expanding consumer choices, as seen with Dell Computer's online ordering system. Enhanced global mobility, improved transport, and increased air travel have facilitated the global movement of people and goods, leading to greater mobility of labor and significant trade remittances. Improved transport technology. Labor mobility globalization multinational companies. Lower capital tariffs mobility. Interconnected global economy. The World Trade Organization, WTO, facilitated the reduction of trade barriers, leading to increased free trade agreements among nations. Growth of global media. The mass media are seen today as playing a key role in enhancing globalization, facilitating culture exchange, and multiple flows of information and image between countries through international news broadcasts, television programming, new technologies, film, and music. Improved mobility of capital. In the past few decades, there has been a general reduction in capital barriers, making it easier for capital to flow between different economies. This has increased the ability for firms to receive finance. It has also increased the global interconnectedness of global financial markets. Effects of globalization on family and marriage system. Positive aspects of globalization on family and marriages, new celebrations. Globalization has introduced new occasions like Valentine's Day and Father's Day, along with weekend parties and visits to pubs and discos. Dual learning couples. The rise of dual learning couples has altered traditional family roles, affecting family dynamics and impacting children and the elderly. Increase in love marriages. Globalization has led to an increase in love marriages and greater acceptance of intercaste and interreligious marriages. Expanded search for partners. Parents use the internet to find brides and grooms, seeking NRI partners for their westernized outlook and higher disposable income. Education abroad as an investment. Families send their children abroad for advanced studies as an investment, particularly in states like Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, and Maharashtra. Online friendship networks as family. Cultural globalization has fostered online friendship networks that individuals consider as their family, shaping social connections. Negative aspects of globalization on family and marriages. Erosion of traditional family values. Globalization can lead to the erosion of traditional family values and customs in India. Changing dining patterns. Family dining has shifted towards watching TV or chatting on computers during meals. Breakdown of the joint family system. Globalization has contributed to the decline of the joint family system, with nuclear families becoming more prevalent. Increased divorce rates. Globalization has been associated with higher divorce rates in India, as exposure to new ideas and values can challenge traditional marital norms. Generation gap and cultural conflicts. Globalization has widened the generation gap and caused cultural conflicts between younger and older generations within families. Economic pressures on families. Globalization can increase economic pressures on families as they strive to meet the demands of a consumerist society. Impact on children. Globalization can lead to the loss of cultural identity and values among children as they become exposed to foreign influences through media and education. Globalization often overlooks the human aspect, leading to a materialistic and self-centered mindset. While it brings material wealth, high competition creates daily struggles. Recognizing the importance of family values in India, globalization should address the basic physical and psychological needs of individuals for a sustainable future. Effects of globalization on culture and tradition. Globalization and its impact on Indian culture and tradition. Cultural fusion. Globalization has led to the fusion of Indian culture with various international influences, resulting in a vibrant and diverse cultural landscape. Example: Bollywood movies incorporating Western dance styles like hip-hop and salsa. Cultural exchange. Increased global interactions have facilitated cultural exchange, allowing Indians to learn from and appreciate different cultures worldwide. Example: Indian cuisine's popularity worldwide, with dishes like butter chicken and masala dosa being enjoyed globally. Cultural preservation. Globalization has also sparked a renewed interest in preserving and revitalizing traditional Indian arts, crafts, music, and dance forms. Example: Government initiatives to revive traditional Indian crafts like Madhubni painting and Pashmina weaving. Language impact. The dominance of English as a global language has impacted local languages and dialects, leading to a decline in their usage. Example: English becoming the primary language of communication in urban areas and corporate settings. Changing social norms. Globalization has challenged traditional social norms and values, influencing concepts of marriage, family structure, and gender roles. Example: Increased acceptance of intercaste and interreligious marriages in urban Indian society. Tourism boost. Globalization has increased tourism in India, providing opportunities for cultural exchange and showcasing Indian traditions and heritage to international visitors. Example: The growth of spiritual tourism attracts visitors to destinations like Varanasi for its cultural and religious significance. Westernization. Globalization has brought Western cultural elements into Indian society, influencing lifestyle choices, fashion, and entertainment. Example: The influence of Western fashion trends is seen in the popularity of jeans and t-shirts among Indian youth. Effects of globalization on youth. Positive impact of globalization on youth. Hybridization offers and demand for a cosmopolitan society. Indian youth are embracing a blend of Western and Indian values, seeking a more cosmopolitan society, as seen in the popularity of Western fashion and preferences for a global economy. Example: Indian youth incorporating Western music and fashion into traditional festivals like Holi. Importance of skills and promoting a global village. Globalization emphasizes the need for education and skills among youth, fostering cross-cultural exchange and connecting them to the world, as seen in the rising awareness and vocal activism. Example: Young people acquire digital skills to connect with peers worldwide through social media platforms. Focus on education and enterprise. The aspiration of Indian youth is to become economically successful through education and entrepreneurial endeavors, reflecting their ambition for financial prosperity. Example: Young entrepreneurs starting tech startups to tap into the global market. Changing attitudes towards religion and promoting a modernized form. Many youths are redefining their relationship with religion, seeking a modernized form, while questioning traditional practices and calling for reform. Example: Young people advocating for gender equality within religious institutions. Youth empowerment and participation. Increased awareness has made youth more vocal about their rights and demands, leading to greater participation in policymaking. Example: Youth-led movements advocating for climate change action and environmental policies. Negative impact of globalization on youth. Cultural shifts in clothing preferences. Urban youth in India are increasingly embracing Western fashion trends, leading to a decline in the popularity of traditional Indian attire. Example: The rising popularity of jeans and t-shirts among urban youth overshadows traditional garments like saris and kurta pajamas. Generation gap and loss of intergenerational wisdom. Youth today are growing more distant from their elders, resulting in a decrease in the transfer of valuable knowledge and wisdom from one generation to another. Example: decreased interaction between youth and grandparents, leading to a loss of traditional stories, cultural practices, and familial values. Health consequences of sedentary lifestyles. The adoption of sedentary lifestyles among youth, characterized by a lack of physical activity, has led to an increase in health disorders. Example: spending excessive time on screens and limited engagement in physical activities contributes to rising obesity rates and related health issues among the youth. Marginalization of disadvantaged youth. Many young individuals from marginalized communities face barriers to accessing the opportunities offered by globalization, such as education, skills, and basic services. For e.g., rural youth often lack access to quality education, job training, and technological resources necessary to compete in the global job market. Urban migration and unemployment challenges. Economic globalization has fueled increased migration to urban areas, leading to a rise in urban poverty and unemployment, particularly among young individuals. Example: rural youth moving to cities in search of better opportunities but encountering difficulties in finding stable employment due to intense competition and limited job availability. Effects of globalization on women. Positive impact of globalization on women. Economic empowerment. Globalization has led to an increase in women's wages and employment opportunities, with women benefiting from formal industrial sectors and multinational companies. Example: women earn higher wages than men in export sectors. Expanded choices and self-confidence. Globalization has provided women with increased social and life choices, along with enhanced self-confidence and morale, resulting in greater independence. Example: women gain more social and life choices due to increased family income. Education and health improvements. Globalization has contributed to improved access to education, higher literacy rates among women, and advancements in healthcare, leading to declines in child marriage, maternal mortality, and infant mortality rates. Example: rise in women's literacy rate and decline in maternal mortality rate. Participation in socio-political roles. Globalization has gradually increased the participation of women in leadership and decision-making positions, although underrepresentation persists in crucial roles. Example: women's representation in Panchayat Raj institution at 49%. Negative impact of globalization on women. Work-life balance challenges. Women face difficulties in balancing long working hours and household responsibilities, impacting their performance and hindering success. Example: juggling work commitments with cooking and childcare responsibilities. Gender inequalities in globalization. Globalization has amplified gender disparities in terms of resources, time allocation, access to opportunities, and decision-making power, further exacerbating existing inequalities. Example: unequal access to productive inputs and limited agency for women. Persistence of patriarchal mindset. Despite globalization, patriarchal attitudes in society contribute to the commodification of women, increased harassment on social media, and higher rates of violence against women. Example: objectification of women in advertisements and instances of cyberbullying. Impact of consumer culture. Women are both targets and victims of consumer culture, which reduces them to commodities as consumers and exposes them to exploitation and occupational hazards as producers. Example: sexual objectification of women in advertising and poor working conditions in garment factories. Social issues and exploitation. Globalization has contributed to negative consequences such as the rise of prostitution, increased cases of abuse, and dowry-related suicides. Example: instances of dowry-related violence. Globalization provides opportunities and challenges for women in India, with the need to address patriarchal mindsets and rising crimes against women to ensure equal opportunities and empowerment. Effects of globalization on elderly. Positive impacts of globalization on the elderly population. Improved access to healthcare. Globalization has facilitated advancements in medical technology and healthcare systems, providing the elderly with better medical treatments and improved healthcare services. Example: elderly individuals can now benefit from telemedicine, which allows them to receive medical consultations and advice remotely, especially in rural areas with limited healthcare facilities. Enhanced social connections. Globalization has created platforms and tools for the elderly to connect with others, fostering social interaction and reducing feelings of isolation. Example: social media platforms enable the elderly to connect with family, friends, and support groups, helping them maintain relationships and engage in social activities. Economic opportunities. Globalization has opened up new job markets and economic opportunities, allowing older adults to continue working, start businesses, or engage in entrepreneurship. Example: online marketplaces and freelance platforms offer the elderly opportunities to sell products or services, generate income, and stay active in the workforce. Access to information and knowledge. The digital age and globalization have provided the elderly with access to a wealth of information, empowering them to learn, explore new interests, and stay informed. Example: online learning platforms and educational resources enable older adults to acquire new skills, pursue hobbies, and engage in lifelong learning. Negative impacts of globalization on the elderly population. Economic marginalization. Globalization has led to economic disparities, leaving some elderly individuals financially vulnerable and excluded from the benefits of economic growth. Example: elderly workers in industries affected by outsourcing may face job loss and struggle to find alternative employment opportunities. Social disconnection. Rapid societal changes brought by globalization can disrupt traditional social structures, leading to a breakdown in intergenerational relationships and support networks for the elderly. Example: migration patterns resulting from globalization may separate elderly individuals from their families, leading to increased feelings of loneliness and isolation. Cultural erosion. Globalization can diminish traditional cultural practices and values, leaving the elderly feeling disconnected from their cultural heritage and identity. Example: the spread of Western cultural influences may erode traditional customs and rituals that are meaningful to the elderly, impacting their sense of belonging and cultural continuity. Healthcare challenges. While globalization has improved access to healthcare in some areas, it can also exacerbate healthcare inequalities, particularly for elderly populations in developing regions. Example: the rising cost of medical treatments and medications influenced by global market forces can make healthcare unaffordable for many elderly individuals, limiting their access to necessary care. Globalization's impact on the elderly is mixed. As India's population ages, it becomes crucial to develop government policies and programs that cater to the needs of the growing dependent population. This requires an integrated approach focused on social development and a shift away from conventional welfare strategies towards a comprehensive social quality framework. Effects of globalization on differently abled community. According to the International Classification of Functioning, Disability and Health, IGF, 2014, disability is an umbrella term for impairments, activity limitations, and participation restrictions. Effects of globalization on disabled. Increased access to information and resources. Globalization has expanded access to information, technology, and resources, providing disabled individuals with opportunities for education, employment, and empowerment. Technological advancements. Advances in assistive technologies have been accelerated by globalization, offering improved accessibility and independence for people with disabilities. Cultural influence. Globalization has brought about cultural shifts that impact perceptions and attitudes towards disability. Increased awareness and inclusion efforts have emerged, but stigmatization and discrimination persist in many societies. International collaboration. Globalization has facilitated international collaboration on disability rights and policies, leading to the development of inclusive frameworks such as the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. Economic impact. The global market has created employment opportunities for disabled individuals in certain sectors, but it has also led to the displacement of workers with disabilities due to outsourcing and automation. Advocacy and awareness. Globalization has provided a platform for disabled individuals and advocacy organizations to raise awareness, share experiences, and advocate for their rights on a global scale. Effects of globalization on LGBTQ+ communities. With economic globalization in the developing world, a Western, hegemonic notion of lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender, LGBT, and others, plus identity has been exported to traditional societies, thereby destroying indigenous sexual cultures and diversities. Positive impacts of globalization on LGBTQ+ community. Social acceptance. Globalization has fostered acceptance and reforms for queer individuals, such as the legalization of same-sex marriage in the USA and the decriminalization of consensual same-sex relations in India. Safety enhancement. Technological advancements through globalization have led to the development of applications that help ensure the safety of LGBTQ+ individuals. Promoting inclusivity. Globalization has brought people closer together, promoting equal access, eliminating discrimination, and fostering inclusivity. Creating community. Globalization has facilitated the formation of LGBTQ+ communities, providing support and opportunities for collective advocacy. Global dating apps. LGBTQ+ individuals now have access to global dating platforms like Tinder, enabling them to connect with like-minded individuals worldwide. Increased job opportunities. Globalization has provided better job prospects and social status improvement for the LGBTQ+ community. Economic benefits and resource utilization. Discrimination against LGBTQ+ people hampers economies, with studies showing that it costs billions in lost economic output, emphasizing the economic importance of inclusion. Negative impact of globalization on LGBTQ+ community. Increased harassment. Globalization has not completely eliminated harassment, as studies show that a significant number of LGBT students face bullying in schools, leading to school avoidance. Rise in queer homelessness. The interconnectedness of social media in the globalized world has made it easier to identify and target homeless LGBT youth, who often face rejection and bullying. Limited legal protection. In India, the Protection of Civil Rights Act of 1955 only addresses discrimination based on untouchability and disability, leaving the LGBTQ+ community without specific legal safeguards. Healthcare disparities persist. Despite globalization, LGBTQ+ individuals still face barriers to accessing quality healthcare due to discrimination and limited LGBTQ+ inclusive services. Legal inequalities remain. In many countries, LGBTQ+ individuals continue to face legal discrimination, denying them equal rights in areas like marriage, adoption, and employment. Recent issues. On October 17, 2023, the five-judge bench pronounced its verdict on petition seeking marriage equality for LGBTQIA+ persons. The bench unanimously held that there was no fundamental right to marry and that the court could not recognize LGBTQIA+ persons' right to marry under the SMA. Effects of globalization on Indian economy. Positive effects of globalization on economy: increased job opportunities and private sector growth. Increased job opportunities and growth in the private sector, particularly in the services industry, due to the presence of foreign companies and economic expansion. Lower costs and improved efficiency. Lower costs and improved efficiency through global sourcing of materials and labor, leading to cost savings, enhanced productivity, and a wider range of goods for consumers. Higher disposable incomes. Higher disposable incomes for urban workers, resulting in increased demand for luxury products like organic food and high-end cars. Boost in foreign direct investments, FDIs. Boost in foreign direct investments, FDIs, fostering economic development and reconstruction in developing countries. The success of Indian startups in the global market. The emergence of successful Indian startups, such as Reliance, Infosys, and Think and Learn Private Limited, Byju's, making an impact in the global market. Greater consumer choice and variety. Greater consumer choice and variety in products, from cars to electronics, as globalization expands the consumer goods market. Accelerated infrastructure growth. Infrastructure growth accelerated by globalization, with advancements in sectors like telecommunications, transportation, insurance, and more. Negative effects of globalization on economy. Shrinking agricultural sector. Agriculture in 2023 to 24 contributes only about 17% to GDP, up from 17.8% in 2019-20. The international norms imposed by WTO and other multilateral organizations have reduced government support for agriculture. Job displacement. Globalization leads to job losses in sectors like textiles and manufacturing as companies outsource to countries with cheaper labor, impacting livelihoods. Economic inequality. Globalization contributes to income inequality, with a significant wealth gap between the rich and poor, leaving marginalized communities behind. Cultural erosion. Globalization erodes traditional practices and values, overshadowing local cultural identities and languages with dominant global influences. Environmental concerns. Increased industrialization and global trade contribute to pollution, deforestation, resource depletion, and climate change. Globalization reduces macroeconomic volatility by diversifying risk and increasing production specialization through financial integration. It provides opportunities to stabilize output and consumption, although direct effects are ambiguous in theoretical models. Financial integration aids in a nation's production-based diversification, leading to increased specialization. Effects of globalization on agriculture. Positive effects of globalization on agriculture: increase in export of agricultural goods. Higher international prices for agricultural goods create export opportunities, especially when developed countries reduce subsidies. Example: increase in export of Indian mangoes due to their popularity and higher prices in international markets. Improvement in the food processing industry. The growth of food processing industries has provided value addition to agricultural produce, benefiting farmers. Example: establishment of modern food processing units for fruits and vegetables, leading to increased income for farmers. Increase in employment. Exporting agricultural products requires classification, standardization, processing, and packaging, leading to job creation in related industries. Example: the growth of the food processing industry has generated employment opportunities. Increase in national income. Access to international markets for Indian agricultural goods has led to increased production and adoption of new technology and seeds, contributing to higher agricultural output. Example: the increase in the export of basmati rice has boosted national income. Increase in share in trade. WTO provisions provide equal opportunities, resulting in an increase in agricultural product exports. Example: India's export of spices has witnessed significant growth in international trade share. Cooperation with foreign nations. Globalization has facilitated research collaborations with foreign countries, leading to knowledge transfer and technological advancements. Example: collaboration with Israel for drip irrigation technology implementation. Support for farmers. Globalization has encouraged corporate and contract farming, providing support and resources to farmers. Example: partnership between farmers and multinational companies for cultivation and marketing of agricultural products. Negative effects of globalization on agriculture. Small production field. With 60% of the Indian population dependent on agriculture, the pressure on limited land and high production costs create disguised employment. This is evident in the case of small-scale farmers cultivating marginal plots of land. International market prices. Global market prices can impact local prices. As seen in the sugar industry, where fluctuations in international sugar prices influence domestic prices, affecting the income of sugarcane farmers. Increasing production expenditure and low crop prices, rising production costs, such as expensive seeds, coupled with decreasing crop prices, push farmers into bankruptcy. This is observed in the case of cotton farmers who face high cost of genetically modified Bt cotton seeds while dealing with volatile market prices. Intellectual property rights. Intellectual property rights in agriculture have disadvantaged Indian farmers. Multinational companies entering the agricultural sector pose challenges for marginal farmers. An example is the patenting of genetically modified seeds by multinational corporations, limiting access for small-scale farmers. Cash crop demand and supply. Farmers shift focus to cash crops, but fluctuating demand and prices pose risks. This has implications for food security when farmers prioritize cash crops over essential food crops. An example is the shift from food grains to tobacco cultivation in some regions. Effects of globalization on tribals. Tribal people constitute 8.6% of the nation's total population, over 104 million people according to the 2011 census. The forest occupies a central position in tribal culture and economy. The tribal way of life is very much dictated by the forest right from birth to death. In spite of the protection given to the tribal population by the Constitution of India, tribals still remain the most backward ethnic group in India. Positive impact of globalization on tribals, economic opportunities and income generation. Globalization has created new economic opportunities for tribals through employment in industries, tourism, and market integration, leading to improved income and livelihoods. Example, tribal artisans selling their handicrafts and traditional products in global markets, generating income and preserving their cultural heritage. Increased access to education and healthcare. Globalization has brought improved access to education and healthcare services for tribal communities, empowering them with knowledge and improving their overall well-being. Example, introduction of schools and healthcare facilities in remote tribal areas, providing better opportunities for education and healthcare. Access to information and technology. Globalization has increased access to information and technology for tribal communities, enabling them to connect with the world, access resources, and expand their knowledge base. Example, internet connectivity and mobile technology reaching remote tribal areas, providing access to information, communication, and online markets. Preservation and promotion of indigenous cultures. Globalization has facilitated the recognition and promotion of indigenous cultures, traditions, and arts on a global platform, contributing to cultural preservation and identity pride. Example, tribal festivals, music, dances, and artwork gaining international recognition and appreciation, leading to cultural revitalization. Collaborative partnerships and advocacy. Globalization has facilitated collaborative partnerships between tribal communities, non-governmental organizations, and international agencies, leading to advocacy for tribal rights, land protection, and cultural preservation. Example, global initiatives supporting tribal land rights and sustainable development, promoting the voices and interests of tribal communities. Negative impact of globalization on tribals, resource exploitation. Globalization has created favorable conditions for the extraction of natural resources from tribal territories, leading to ecological fragility and exploitation. Example, mining companies extracting minerals from tribal lands without adequate consideration for environmental sustainability or the well-being of tribal communities. Affecting social life. Globalization exacerbates the vulnerability and social exclusion of tribal communities, leading to the loss of traditional livelihoods and the marginalization of tribal groups. Example, displacement of tribals from their lands and forced migration to urban slums due to development projects and resource extraction. Unemployment. Despite industrial and mining activities in tribal areas, the employment opportunities for tribals and modern enterprises are limited, resulting in high levels of unemployment. Example, industrial activities in the central Indian tribal belt providing minimal employment opportunities for local tribal populations. Subnational movements. Inadequate social and economic infrastructure in tribal areas has contributed to the emergence of subnational movements seeking greater autonomy and self-governance. Example, movements like Jharkhand, Uttarakhand, and Bodoland arise from the dissatisfaction of tribal communities with their representation and access to resources. Vested interests. Market forces often prioritize the interests of wealth creation over the livelihood and security of indigenous tribal people, leading to disparities and inequities. Example, economic development projects benefiting external investors while disregarding the well-being and rights of tribal communities. Thus, tribals have benefited less and negatively affected more due to globalization and modernization. The impetus is on the government to maintain the balance between ancient culture and modern practices and do the necessary. Challenges due to globalization, political crisis, and global conflicts. Globalization 4.0 can lead to increased political crises and conflicts, affecting global stability and interconnections. Examples include the rise of populism and nationalist movements, as well as conflicts fueled by geopolitical tensions. Rising inequality. Globalization has contributed to growing wealth disparities, where the richest 20% consume a majority of the world's resources, leaving the remaining 80% with limited access. Interdependence and instability. Increased interdependence between nations has resulted in local economic fluctuations impacting a larger number of countries, causing instability at local and global levels. For example, financial crises can quickly spread and impact multiple countries through interconnected markets. Challenges to national sovereignty. The rise of nation-states, global firms, and international organizations can be seen as a threat to national sovereignty, potentially leading to increased nationalism. The European Union's supranational authority and trade agreements like NAFTA have raised concerns about the erosion of national sovereignty. Negative practices by multinational corporations. MNCs are often accused of social injustice, unfair working conditions, environmental disregard, mismanagement of resources, and ecological damage. Examples include sweatshop labor, environmental exploitation, and monopolistic practices that harm local economies and communities. Local farmer crisis. Poor and developing countries face a crisis as their agricultural markets are flooded with cheaper farm goods from other countries, posing a significant threat to indigenous farmers' livelihoods. Cultural homogeneity and bicultural identity. Globalization can lead to cultural convergence, risking the loss of unique practices and languages, while also fostering the development of bicultural identities that blend traditional values with global influences, such as seen among educated youth in India. Additionally, consumerism has transformed the fabric of contemporary Indian society. Globalization is an age-old phenomenon that has been taking place for centuries now. We can experience it so profoundly these days because of its increased pace. As with other things, there have been both positive and negative impacts. Given its enormous potential for economic gains, it would be a waste to categorically repudiate the phenomena of globalization. Instead, there is a need for a better understanding of globalization's effects and the interplay of its economics with other issue areas. Culture revival of yoga, in the country as well as at the international level. This can be seen in the popularity of the Art of Living course by Ravi Shankar, or the celebration of International Yoga Day across the world. Revival of Ayurvedic medicines. There has been a revival of Ayurvedic medicines in the country as well as outside it. Religious revivalism. Due to increasing uncertainty by interlinkage with the outside world, there has been religious revivalism. This can be manifested in the use of religion to attract voters or mobilize people on the basis of religion. Increasing demand for local handicraft products in the global market, such as chikankaри or banhani. Globalization of culture equals globalization plus localization of media and advertising, e.g. Indian version of Amazon, Yahoo, etc. Translation of books, e.g. best-selling books translated into local languages. Dubbing of movies, e.g. regional language dubbing of movies like The Lion King. Global cuisine, e.g. adding Indian spices and masalas to global dishes like noodles and pasta. Localized sari draping, e.g. innovative and diverse ways of wearing saris. Indian culture is resilient and adaptable, continuously evolving while preserving its core values. The country's diverse cultural heritage showcases distinct traditions in each state. It is crucial to approach globalization with caution, ensuring the preservation of India's pride and cultural prestige. Globalization 4.0. Features of Globalization 4.0. Turbulence for the service sector. While Globalization 1.0, 2.0, and 3.0 were mainly a concern of people who made manufactured products for a living. Since globalization focused on things that we made, Globalization 4.0 is going to hit people in the service sector. Close integration with industries, ever faster data connection speeds, and new artificial intelligence tools like machine translation, big data are opening up services jobs in rich countries like architecture, accounting, and web design to competition from practitioners in emerging economies. New modes of migration process. Due to faster data connection as well as nature of work which may involve no physical presence, there may be a global telemigration in which the skilled migrants never have to leave home. Fourth Industrial Revolution. Building on the foundation given by the Third Industrial Revolution, Fourth Industrial Revolution, Industry 4.0, is moving from an electronic-based industry to a process which is the combination of human beings and electronics. It includes cyber-physical systems, the Internet of Things, big data analytics, cloud computing, cognitive computing, artificial intelligence, 3D printing, and autonomous vehicles, etc. Challenges of Globalization 4.0, political crisis and global-level conflict. Globalization 4.0 could, like preceding waves of globalization, have mixed results, e.g. even though countries are globally connected, political crisis and global-level conflict have also increased. Human resource. Countries like India, if they do not step up to meet the skill requirements of Globalization 4.0, may already be staring at demographic disaster, given its huge population and low employment generation. Economic exclusion. Economic opportunities will be uncertain. Many may not have the skills needed for the jobs of the future. If countries and communities are not fully prepared for Globalization 4.0, problems may exacerbate. Income inequality. Negative effects of globalization have a disproportionate impact on already marginalized populations. Globalization 4.0 may increase income inequality even if it can create more wealth. Unintended consequences. Globalization 4.0 in conjunction with Industry 4.0 will produce many unintended consequences which may not be foreseeable for now and for which world is vastly unprepared. The ethical, legal, environmental concerns are yet to be seen for which no framework has been laid out. Infrastructural challenges. Apart from skilling, India also needs to set up required infrastructure and technology to harness the advantages of Globalization 4.0. Challenges for developing countries. The European continent, North America, and some Asian countries have been able to take advantage of the Industrial Revolution and globalization, while many African, Latin American, and some Asian countries failed to benefit as much. Globalization 4.0 will create additional challenges for many African and Asian nations which were already excluded from the benefits of earlier waves of globalization. Way forward, boosting local and regional economies. We should proactively build resilient local and regional systems that can participate in the next wave of globalization, making sure regions have the right mix of education, employment, and infrastructure to create and sustain jobs locally. Enhancing sustainability and inclusiveness. The need of the hour is to design a blueprint from the ground up that can capitalize on new opportunities while prioritizing sustainability and inclusiveness more than ever before. Eliminating effects of climate change. The challenges of Globalization 4.0 will be compounded if resources that could be put towards strengthening local economies and education are diverted to mitigate climate change. Thus, climate change needs to be dealt with at a global level. Promoting innovation in educational institution and education curriculum. By 2022, at least 54% of employees globally will require and upskilling. New Zealand is implementing a national technology curriculum to teach students to be digital creators, as well as consumers. Engagement with the international community. The task of dealing with challenges of Globalization 4.0 requires two things of the international community: wider engagement, participation, and heightened imagination. De-globalization. Deglobalization is the process of reducing interdependence and integration between nations, characterized by declining trade, investment, and withdrawal from international agreements. It reflects economies becoming less integrated globally. Indicators of deglobalization. Trade indicators. Weak global demand and import barriers have led to a decline in trade. Flow of capital. Bank loans have retreated significantly due to the financial crisis and new regulations, causing capital flows to slump. Flow of people. Despite refugee influx, net migration from poor to rich countries decreased to 12 million between 2011 and 2015, down by 4 million from the previous 5 years. Deglobalization during COVID-19. Disruption of global supply chains during the COVID-19 pandemic highlighted the vulnerability and limitations of extensive globalization, leading to calls for deglobalization and increased self-sufficiency in critical sectors such as healthcare and essential goods production. Reasons for this new trend. Global slowdown. The economic slowdown has worsened the situation, resulting in increased demand for protectionist measures worldwide. Inequality and job loss. Globalization has led to unequal distribution of benefits, with rising inequalities and job losses, particularly in developed countries. Stricter visa regime and industry relocation. Perception of job displacement by workers from developing countries has fueled demands for stricter visa regulations and relocation of industries. Rise in terrorism. The rise of terrorist groups like ISIS and increased security threats have amplified concerns, particularly during an economic slowdown, leading to anti-immigrant sentiments. Probable impacts of deglobalization on India. Impact on farmers and agriculture. Deglobalization hampers agricultural exports, affecting Indian farmers who already face challenges from environmental changes. Example: Indian farmers experiencing reduced demand for their produce in international markets. Technological limitations. Limited knowledge sharing and restricted technology flow hinder global and developing countries' technological advancement. Example: developing countries lack access to advanced technologies for scientific research and innovation. Political instability. Deglobalization's economic impacts, such as rising prices and living costs, can lead to political instability and potential civil uprisings. Example: protests and political unrest triggered by the increased cost of living in response to protectionist measures. Economic setbacks. Deglobalization reduces economic growth rate and cooperation among nations and hampers Indian trade and exports, resulting in reduced competition and higher general prices. Example: decreased international trade affecting Indian businesses and consumers through increased prices. Social consequences. Deglobalization lowers standards of living, particularly impacting the welfare of the poor, and increases economic and political conflicts. Example: rising social tensions and inequality due to reduced economic opportunities and disparities in wealth distribution. Deglobalization would hurt India not only economically but socially and politically also. It will impact economic development in India and would hurt the welfare of Indian people. A coordinated effort is needed to increase more cohesive global structure. Keywords: cryptocurrency, globalization, hybridization, deglobalization, cultural erosion, generation gap and cultural conflicts, economic marginalization, social disconnection, inclusivity. Previous year questions. 1. Elucidate the relationship between globalization and new technology in a world of scarce resources, with special reference to India. 2022. 2. What is cryptocurrency? How does it affect global society? Has it been affecting Indian society also? 2021. 3. Are diversity and pluralism in India under threat due to globalization? Justify your answer. 2020-2024. Customs and traditions suppress reason leading to obscurantism. Do you agree? 2025. Are we losing our local identity for the global identity? Discuss. 2019-6. Globalization is generally said to promote cultural homogenization, but due to this cultural specificity appears to be strengthened in the Indian society. Elucidate. 2018. 7. To what extent globalization has influenced the core of cultural diversity in India? Explain. 2016-8. Discuss the positive and negative effects of globalization on women in India. 2015-9. Critically examine the effects of globalization on the aged population in India. 2013 Social empowerment. If people were silent, nothing would change. Malala Yousafzai. Social empowerment is the process of enabling people to have better control over their lives. It means to have control over the factors and decisions that shape their lives, increase resources and qualities, and build capacities. Needing significance of social empowerment. For inclusive development. Social empowerment can bring inclusive development to society as the money that people earn helps society ultimately. E.g. Mudar Yojana, to reduce poverty and inequality. Social empowerment can aid in reducing poverty. Empowered people tend to use the knowledge in the right direction and come out of poverty, which is important for national growth as well. Reduction of social violence, especially the violence directed against the deprived section of society. If a person is socially empowered, he will know his rights and duties. Reduce the incidence of unemployment. Social empowerment helps a person in achieving the right job. Thus, reducing unemployment and underemployment. Can improve sex ratio. Social empowerment of women and even males can drive them away from favoring a male-female child and thus help maintain a balanced sex ratio. E.g. Beti Bachao Beti Padhao. Improve financial inclusion. People can learn the habit of saving and the importance of investing in the right places. E.g. Jan Dan Yojana. Vulnerable sections are socially, economically, and politically less developed segments of the population suffering from various disabilities. They experience a higher risk of poverty and social exclusion than the general population. They suffer due to imperfect or unjust systems. Characteristics of vulnerable sections. O. Group vulnerability. These sections are collectively vulnerable. O. Factors. Vulnerability stems from socio-cultural and economic factors. O. Systematic and structured. Vulnerability is systematic and ingrained within the social structure. Classification. Categorized by the Government of India Act 1935 into three main categories: scheduled castes, scheduled tribes, and other backward classes. Expanded list. Women, elderly individuals, people with disabilities, and members of sexual minorities. Prejudiced groups. Beyond these categories, mistreatment and denial of benefits also affect women, members of scheduled castes, SC, members of scheduled tribes, ST, young children, the elderly, impoverished migrants, members of sexual minorities, those living with HIV/AIDS, and other underprivileged classes. The Department of Social Justice and Empowerment is entrusted with the empowerment of the disadvantaged and marginalized sections of society. The target groups of the ministry are scheduled castes, other backward classes, senior citizens, victims of substance abuse, denotified, nomadic and semi-nomadic tribes, beggars, and transgender common vulnerable sections in India. Based on caste and social identity, scheduled castes, SCs formerly known as untouchables, they face social stigma and discrimination. Scheduled tribes, STs, indigenous communities facing challenges in education and development due to remote locations. Other backward classes, OBCs, diverse communities facing historical disadvantages and economic and social disparities. Economically weaker sections, EWSs, groups facing poverty and lack of opportunities not categorized under SC, ST, or OBC. Religious minorities, groups like Muslims and Christians facing social and economic vulnerabilities. Transgendered persons, individuals facing discrimination, lack of acceptance, and limited access to education and employment. Based on age and ability, senior citizens, the elderly. Aging population facing health, financial security, and social isolation issues. Persons with disabilities, PWD, individuals with physical, mental, intellectual, or sensory impairments facing societal barriers to participation. Based on circumstances, children, vulnerable to malnutrition, child labor, abuse, trafficking, and lack of education due to poverty and identity issues. Migrants, internal migrants facing exploitation, discrimination, and lack of social support. Note: please refer Social Justice Prahaar Booklet for more details on the aspects related to social empowerment of above vulnerable sections, issues, and news. Denotified, nomadic, and semi-nomadic tribes. About denotified tribes, DNTs, the most vulnerable and deprived, are communities that were notified as being born criminal during the British regime under the Criminal Tribes Act of 1871. These are the most neglected, marginalized, and economically and socially deprived communities. Most of them have been living a life of destitution for generations and still continue to do so. Various committees set up for the empowerment of DNTs: a Younger Committee, 1949, after the independence of India. The Criminal Tribes Inquiry Committee was set up in 1949 to 1950 and chaired by Imran Sayanam Iyengar. It made several recommendations for the repeal of the Criminal Tribes Act. Well, the committee also emphasized the need for the allocation of adequate funds for their welfare and rehabilitation. Kalelkar Committee, 1953. The first Backward Class Commission was appointed in January 1953 under the chairmanship of Mr. Kakasaheb Kalelkar. This commission in its report suggested that the erstwhile criminal tribes should be called denotified communities. IDate Commission, 2014. In February 2014, the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment took a historic decision to constitute a national commission for denotified, nomadic, and semi-nomadic tribes for a period of 3 years. This national commission was constituted under the chairmanship of Shri Bikar Ramji Idate. In its report, the commission prepared draft lists of DNT and TSNT communities in which it identified and properly listed these communities in different states, to evaluate the progress of development of these communities in the states so that a systematic approach for their overall development. Parliamentary Subcommittee on Social Justice and Environment, the government has been urged to hasten the classification of denotified, nomadic, and semi-nomadic tribes under the Sixtab list by the Parliamentary Subcommittee on Social Justice and Environment. Denotified tribes, DNTs, are groups of people who were labeled as born criminals by a number of laws, beginning with the Criminal Tribes Act of 1871, while living under the British Empire. The committee highlighted that the department would be unable to fund the scheme for the economic empowerment of DNT communities in 2021 to 2022, not even a single rupee. Compared to the financial allocation of 50 rupees crore for 2021 to 2022, it has been decreased to 28 rupees crore for 2022 to 2023. The committee has discovered that the agency has not yet been able to decide whether to classify these localities as SCs to BC. Government schemes for denotified tribes in India, National Commission for Denotified, Nomadic, and Semi-Nomadic Tribes, NCDNT, headed by Balkrishna Sidram Ranki. Scheme for Economic Empowerment of DNT Communities, SEED, to provide free competitive exam coaching to DNT students, provide health insurance to families, etc. Development and Welfare Board for DNTs, NTs, and Semi-Nomadic Communities. Dr. Ambedkar Pre-Matric and Post-Matric Scholarship and Nunji Deshmukh Scheme of Construction of Hostels for DNTs boys and girls. Case studies. According to the National Commission to Review the Working of the Constitution, the denotified tribes communities have been wrongly stigmatized as crime-prone and subjected to high-handed treatment, as well as exploitation by the representatives of law and order as well as by the general society. Every year, hundreds of people from the Party community in Bhopal, Raisin, and Sihor districts of Madhya Pradesh suffer caste-based violence at the hands of both the police and dominant caste groups. Budget allocation from 2013 to 14 to 2022 to 23 in crores. 12,000. 14,000. As per the studies, the arrest records under various laws in Madhya Pradesh, out of 1,281 arrests under the excise laws during the COVID-19 pandemic, around 130, 10.15%. From the DNT community. Out of the 103 women, 41, 39.8%, belong to DNT nomadic communities, mostly Kuch Bandia and Kanjar communities. Way forward, institutional support. As per the recommendations of the IDate Commission, a separate schedule be created for these communities so that they can avail of benefits meant for them. Subcategorization. The Commission had also recommended the subcategorization of DNT, SNT, SSNTs under the existing schedules for SC, ST, and OBC communities so they are not crowded out by relatively better placed communities. Identity documents to access rights. Enabling nomadic tribes to establish their identity and access government programs that provide food, healthcare, education, and other essential services. Reservation and representation, to increase the representation of the community in public offices. Land rights and land grabbing. Landlessness is high among denotified communities, and in some places, powerful people have grabbed land belonging to DNTs. The land belonging to the DNT should be restored to them, and there should be active consultation with the stakeholders. Mechanism to stop violence and labeling of the community. The government can sensitize the public officials to stop the abuse and violence against the community. Access to quality education, free education with good hostel facilities, particularly for girls. Teachers should be from the D&T community, and there is a need to encourage co-education among the community. Marketing and Logistics Development for Promotion of Tribal Products from Northeastern Region, PPNR 2023, introduced by the Ministry of Tribal Affairs. Aim, the transformation of the tribal ecosystem in the Northeast by strengthening livelihood opportunities for tribal artisans. Vision, strengthen livelihood opportunities for tribal artisans through increased efficiency in procurement, logistics, and marketing of tribal products from northeastern states. Facilitate tribal artisans to avail opportunities of enhancing income through the provision of backward and forward linkages. Way forward, a region-specific approach. To bring about positive change among the tribes, it is essential to address issues like unemployment in the island region. This can be achieved by significantly expanding the fisheries and tourism industries. Awareness generation. There is a need for generating awareness for tribal communities to avail benefits of the existing schemes and programs. More access to forest products. Increased access to forest products is essential to preserving their unique culture. Promote sustainable economic activities through the development of cottage industries, plantation crops, e.g. coconut, fishing, animal husbandry, etc. Protect cultural heritage. The ANTRI, Andaman and Nicobar Tribal Research and Training Institute, has been set up with the objective of formulation of policies for tribal integration and protection of PVGs. Manual scavenging. The Socioeconomic and Caste Census, SECC, 2011 identified 182,505 households with the primary occupation of manual scavenging. Several organizations suggest that more than 75% of manual scavengers are women. Responsibility for identifying manual scavengers. Every local authority, municipality or panchayat, cantonment board or railway authority is responsible for surveying its area to identify manual scavengers. The government, in a reply to Lok Sabha as of November 29, 2023, 714 out of 766 districts have declared themselves free from manual scavenging. Initiatives taken to reduce manual scavenging. Under Swachhta Yadayama Yojana, concessional loans are provided for procurement of sanitation-related equipment. National Action for Mechanized Sanitation Ecosystem Namaste scheme. It promotes 100% mechanization, especially cleaning of sewers, septic tanks, desilting of drains, garbage lifting, sludge handling, solid and medical waste disposal, etc. It is a joint initiative of the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment and the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, MOHUA. National Policy for Mechanized Sanitation Ecosystem eliminates hazardous cleaning, stops deaths of sewer and septic tank workers, and ensures their safety and dignity. Attempts to identify manual scavengers, including through Swachhta mobile app. Self-Employment Scheme for Rehabilitation of Manual Scavengers, SRMES, rehabilitates identified manual scavengers in alternative professions. Social Security. Need for universal social security in India. Informal workforce. Approximately 91%, or around 475 million, of India's workforce works in the informal sector. It lacks access to social security. Lack of social security benefits for salaried workers, according to the Periodic Labor Force Survey Annual Report 2021-22. Around 53% of the salaried workforce has no social security benefits in India. Gender disparity in social security benefits. While 47.8% of salaried men have these benefits, just 44.3% of these women have access to social security benefits. Status of gig workers. They are considered outside the traditional employer-employee arrangement, form approximately 1.3% of India's active labor force, but do not have access to any social security benefits. The number of people aged 60 and above will increase from 149 million, 14.9 crore, in 2022 to 347 million, 34.7 crore, in 2050. Challenges. Limited budget spending. Policies are announced, but the budgetary allocation is inadequate with poor scheme utilization. In India, 3 sanitation workers die at work every 5 days. 97% of manual scavengers are Dalits. 36% reported experiencing violence. 50% have reported untouchability. Bengaluru records 1,424 manual scavengers as per a survey carried out by the state in 2021-22. Uttar Pradesh has the highest number of manual scavengers, according to a 2018 government survey. In DI 58.098, 941. Maharashtra is 6.325 at 36. Karnataka 2.9278, T. Uttar Pradesh 32.473 104. Chhattisgarh 3. Tamil Nadu 398 213. Manual scavengers identified deaths due to manual scavenging. Estimates from civil society say this number may be 3 times more than what is officially recognized. Challenges with the Code on Social Security, 2020. It dealt fundamentally with formal enterprises and did not cover informal ones. Challenge with formalization of workers. The registration of all the estimated to be over 65 million, 6.5 crore, out of which 2/3 are in the unorganized sector, is a challenge. Way forward. Strengthening existing schemes. The existing schemes, for example, the Employees Provident Fund (EPF), the Employees State Insurance Scheme (ESI), and the National Social Assistance Program (NSAP), needs to be strengthened with budgetary support and expansion of coverage. Social Security Fund. The fund, proposed in the Social Security Code 2020, would be a step toward universal Social Security for workers. Reforming the Employee Pension Scheme (EPS). The EPS needs to be taken out of the EPF and combined with a publicly funded Universal Old Age Security Pension Program, such as the Atal Pension Yojana. Keywords: gender budgeting, discrimination, social exclusion, policy intervention, accessibility, sustainable economic activities, public disabilities. Previous year questions. 1. Given the diversities among the tribal communities in India, in which specific context should they be considered as a single category? 2022. 2. Why are the tribals in India referred to as the scheduled tribes? Indicate the major provisions in the Constitution of India for their upliftment. 2016. 3. What are the two major legal initiatives taken by the state since independence addressing discrimination against scheduled tribes? 2017. UPSC Offline Foundation Course, based on CTR model. GS classes. QB. Optional classes *, CSAT classes * 24/7 library access. Many other relevant features. With 3 years validity. No cost EMI available. PW0AS 500. For extra discount. Starts from? For 7,200. Apply coupon code. Our offline center's extreme caste community loyalty in irrational form ignores human values and rests on prejudices. Communalism, anti-democratic. Outcome of elections. Causes rivalry and violence, hinders the process of national integration. The antagonism practiced by the members of one community against the people of other community and religion can be termed as communalism. Ramanuja Introduction. According to Bipin Chandra, communalism is a belief system that a group of people who practice a particular religion share similar social, political, and economic interests. Communalism is an ideology with a strong attachment to one's own community while disregarding other communities' ideologies. This ideology emerges from societies with diverse religions. While it can foster a sense of community, it often takes a negative turn, creating social divisions and threatening peace and national unity. Fact-wise. According to the latest data from the National Crime Records Bureau, NCRB, for 2022-2023 report, Maharashtra reported a total of 8,218 rioting incidents, involving 9,558 victims. Among these, 28 cases were related to communal and religious issues, 75 were connected to political disputes, and 25 were associated with caste conflicts. Communal riots in particular fell 28% to 272 in 2022 from 378 in 2021. Historical background: ancient harmony. Early India exhibited a strong sense of unity and tolerance, evident in Ashoka's emphasis on religious coexistence. Medieval coexistence. Rulers like Akbar demonstrated religious tolerance through initiatives like Din-i-Ilahi. Colonial divide. British colonialism exploited religious differences to weaken Indian unity. Post-independence challenges. Economic disparities after independence fueled competition and social tensions. Partition's legacy. The partition of India in 1947 resulted in a tragic surge of communal violence. Contemporary forms of communalism. Types of communalism. Sociologist T.K. Iman has classified communalism based on the motive as follows: assimilationist. A dominant religious community expects minorities to conform to their practices, potentially suppressing the smaller group's culture. Example: viewing Buddha as an incarnation of Vishnu. Welfarist. Focuses on improving the social and economic standing of a particular community, often through initiatives like scholarships or hostels. Example: Geo-Parsi Initiative for Parsi Community. Retreatist. A community isolates itself from other ideologies, often to preserve its unique identity. Example: Baha'i religion discouraging political participation. Retaliatory. Tensions between communities with conflicting interests can erupt into violence. Example: Hindu-Muslim riots. Separatist. Demands self-governance within India based on religious identity. Examples: Greater Nagaland, Bodoland. Secessionist. The most extreme form, advocating for a completely separate nation based on religion. Examples: Khalistan, Azad Kashmir. Development of communalism in modern Indian history. India is known for lingual, ethnic, cultural, and racial diversity. Communalism in India is a modern phenomenon, which has become a threat to India's unity and diversity. Stages of development of communalism in India. Rise of nationalist identifies. Libero-communalism. Extreme communalism. Stage 1. Rise of nationalist identities. Late 19th century. This initial stage saw the rise of distinct Hindu, Muslim, and Sikh nationalisms. Revivalist movements like the Arya Samaj Shuddhi movement and Farisi movement, which aim to reform Bengali Muslim practices, exemplify this. Stage 2. Liberal communalism. Up to 1937, communities began to perceive their interests as separate but still advocated for democratic values. Organizations like the Hindu Mahasabha and Muslim League emerged during this period. Community antagonism was further fostered by the British government's Communal Award. Stage 3. Extreme communalism. Post-1937, this most dangerous stage saw a rise in fascist ideology based on fear and hatred. Communities viewed their interests not just as different, but fundamentally opposed. The Muslim League and Hindu Mahasabha became prominent proponents of this extreme ideology. Thus, communal consciousness was a result of a change in Indian society under colonialism. Communalism's evolution from nascent nationalism to violent extremism highlights the dangers it poses to India's social fabric. Post-independence period colonial legacy. Colonial policies of divide and rule fostered communalism, which continues to threaten India's secular identity. Post-independence challenges. Even after independence, various factors like caste-based politics, economic disparities, limited opportunities, and social exclusion of marginalized groups fueled communal tensions. This underlying disharmony is evident in the rise of religious justifications used to incite communal violence. Recurring violence. Several events since independence highlight the dangers of communalism. Partition in 1947, the anti-Sikh riots of 1984, the displacement of Kashmiri Hindu pundits in 1989, the Muzaffarnagar riots of 2013, rising religious extremism among youth, and the Delhi riots of 2020 all serve as stark reminders of this ongoing struggle. These events expose the misuse of religion to sow hatred, which stands in stark contrast to the core principles of most major faiths. Causes of communalism in India. Communalism in India is a complex issue with deep historical, political, economic, and social roots. Historical roots, separate electorates. The demand for separate electorates by Muslim League and Hindu Mahasabha fueled a sense of US versus them. British divide and rule policy. The British policy of exploiting religious differences further aggravated communal tensions. Partition's legacy. The traumatic partition of India left deep scars and mistrust between communities. Political exploitation. Rise of communal leaders. Leaders like Sir Syed Ahmad Khan and Madan Mohan Malviya mobilized communities along religious lines. Religion-based parties. The formation of political parties like the Muslim League on religious grounds solidified communal identities in the political arena. Vote bank politics. Using religion to woo voters and gain political power often leads to communal rhetoric and tensions. Economic factors. Scarcity and disparity. Poverty, economic disparity, and competition for limited resources create fertile ground for communal tensions. Job competition and animosities. Struggles for jobs and economic opportunities can escalate into religious conflicts. Social triggers. Misinterpreted history. Prejudices fueled by distorted interpretations of history exacerbate communalism. Property disputes. Disputes over land or property can sometimes morph into religious clashes. Sexual offenses. Incidents like the Katwa rape case can inflame communal tensions. Religious provocations. Activities like cow slaughter or processions near places of worship can incite violence if done with malicious intent. The role of media. Sensationalized news. Media coverage can sometimes sensationalize events and spread rumors, escalating tensions between communities. False narratives. The propagation of false or biased information through media outlets can further divide groups. While some media portrayals can be detrimental, films like Bombay and Black Friday, which depict the human cost of communal violence, can serve as a powerful reminder of the consequences of such conflicts. Consequences of communalism. Deterioration of law and order. Communal clashes weaken the rule of law and embolden extremists, creating an environment of fear and insecurity. Economic stagnation. Communal violence disrupts businesses, discourages investment, and damages infrastructure, hindering economic growth. According to the Global Peace Index Report 2022, India is placed in the list of top 30 countries affected by violence, and it is estimated that crime costs India 6% of its gross domestic product. Erosion of democracy. Communalism stands in stark contrast to India's democratic ideals of equality and inclusion. It creates divisions based on religion or ethnicity, hindering equal participation in the democratic process. Social distrust. Communalism breeds suspicion and animosity between communities, hindering social cohesion and cooperation. For example, during the COVID-19 pandemic, some Muslims were denied medical treatment due to unfounded fears of being super spreaders. National disunity. By prioritizing narrow religious or ethnic interests over national unity, communalism weakens India's social cohesion and undermines its collective progress. Wasted potential. Communalism diverts human resources away from productive activities towards conflict and violence. This squanders India's demographic dividend, a population with a high proportion of working-age adults. International image tarnished. Frequent outbreaks of communal violence damage India's reputation on the world stage, hindering its efforts to attract foreign investment and tourism. Various committees and commissions on communalism in India. National Human Rights Commission, NHRC, to uphold the dignity and fundamental rights of victims and other targeted sections of society. Nanavati Mehta Commission, to inquire into Gujarat violence 2002. Satcher Committee. Appointed in 2005, it recommended the establishment of the Equal Opportunity Commission for grievance redressal in case of discrimination, religion, caste, gender, and physical ability, among others. Ranganat Mishra Commission. It recommended 10% and 5% reservations for Muslim and other minorities respectively in center and state government jobs. Way forward communalism requires a multi-pronged approach for its eradication. Here are some key steps. Strengthening secularism. Promoting secular values ensures equal rights and opportunities for all religious communities. Encouraging interfaith dialogue and fostering a sense of shared identity among communities are crucial for building strong public opinion against communalism. Delinking politics and religion. As directed by the Supreme Court, political parties should avoid communal rhetoric in their campaigns and manifestos. Proactive security measures. Identifying riot-prone areas and implementing preventive measures like police deployment and community outreach programs can be crucial. Additionally, identifying and monitoring riot-prone areas can help prevent violence, e.g., drone surveillance during religious festivals. Addressing economic disparity. Poverty and unemployment can create fertile ground for communalism. Policies promoting economic opportunities and education, particularly for minorities, can help prevent this. Promoting social harmony. Religious leaders can play a vital role by promoting peace and respect for all faiths. Values of tolerance and brotherhood should be instilled in children through education. Countering misinformation. Social media platforms need stricter regulations against hate speech and violent content. Mass media can be used to raise awareness about the dangers of communalism. Enforcing the law. Strict legal consequences for those who incite communal violence or spread hate speech are essential deterrents. Community engagement, collaboration with civil society organizations, NGOs, and the media can amplify efforts to combat communalism. Eradicating communalism requires a collective effort from the government, religious leaders, media, civil society, and the public. By implementing these measures and upholding the ideals of a secular India, we can create a more peaceful and harmonious society, fulfilling Mahatma Gandhi's vision of a united India. Key terms: assimilationist communalism, welfarist communalism, retreatist communalism, retaliatory communalism, separatist communalism, secessionist communalism, politics of appeasement, divisive politics, hinders social progress and national unity, fascist syndrome, vote bank politics, etc. Previous year questions. 1. Discuss the impact of post-liberal economy on ethnic identity and communalism. 2023-2. Communalism arises either due to power struggle or relative deprivation. Argue by giving suitable illustrations. 2018. 3. Distinguish between religiosity, and communalism, giving one example of how the former has transformed into the latter in independent India. 2017. Ethics and Essay Crash Course 2024, 60+ hours, ethics discussion and question-answer format. 2 ethics and 2 essay full-length test with evaluation. S. Theme-wise, essay coverage, age evaluation by faculty. Coverage of 150+ ethics and 50+ essay questions. 101 doubt sessions with faculty. Batch starts 24th June for extra discount. 992-061-3613 OnlyIAS. Com9 Regionalism. Regionalism is a strong sense of identity and loyalty people feel towards their specific region, often based on language, ethnicity, or culture. While it fosters cultural pride and traditions, it can also pose challenges to national unity. The 12th Five-Year Plan targets for faster, sustainable, and more inclusive growth, which was instrumental for balanced regional growth. Concept of regionalism. Regionalism refers to a strong sense of belonging and loyalty to a specific region, often coupled with a desire for self-governance. This can be based on shared cultural identity, language, customs, or even food habits, e.g., Gorkhaland movement. Many times, regionalism acts as a double-edged sword depending upon its motives and aspirations. Regionalism in a positive sense. Unity within diversity. Regionalism fosters a sense of community and belonging, promoting brotherhood and local pride based on shared experiences, e.g., language-based affinities. Development focus. It can draw attention to regional needs and issues, pushing for targeted development efforts, e.g., demand for Union Territory status for Ladakh. Celebrating heritage. Regionalism strengthens and preserves unique cultural characteristics, including art, customs, and traditions. Regionalism in the negative sense. Excessive regionalism. Extreme attachment to a region can lead to separatist movements, threatening national unity, e.g., demands for Khalistan, Bodoland, or Greater Nagaland. Characteristic of regionalism, us versus them mentality. In some cases, regionalism can lead to a self-centered approach focused solely on the development of one's own region, potentially at the expense of others. Limited perspective. Regionalism can create a narrow-minded view, hindering cooperation and preventing residents of different regions from sharing in each other's successes. Unequal distribution. Economic, social, political, and cultural disparities between regions can breed feelings of resentment and a desire for regional autonomy. The power of belonging. A core aspect of regionalism is a strong sense of identity and loyalty to a particular region. Psychological roots. There can be a psychological element to regionalism, creating a sense of us versus them between regions. Forms of regionalism. Regionalism manifests in various forms in India, each with distinct goals. Separatist movements. These groups demand separate states within India, often based on ethnicity or language. Examples include demands for Bodoland in Assam or Gorkhaland for Gorkha people in West Bengal. Full statehood. This refers to demands for increased autonomy and power for existing union territories, like the NCT of Delhi seeking full statehood. Demand for regional autonomy. This involves existing states seeking greater control over their governance. Parties like the DMK in Tamil Nadu and Akali Dal in Punjab have advocated for such autonomy. Secessionism. This is the most extreme form, where militant groups seek complete separation from India, often based on religion or ethnicity. Examples include the Khalistan movement or some insurgent groups in Jammu and Kashmir. Superstate regionalism. This involves multiple states coming together on specific issues against another group of states or even the central government. It's a temporary alliance based on shared interests, not a permanent merger. Example, northeastern states. Interstate regionalism. This occurs between states within the same region, often involving disputes over resources like water sharing. Example, Karnataka versus Tamil Nadu water dispute. Interstate regionalism. This refers to a region within a state advocating for its own identity and development, while positive in seeking self-improvement. It can become negative if it conflicts with the state's or nation's overall interests. Examples, coastal versus Western Odisha, coastal Andhra versus Telangana. Key terms, locals first. Vocal for local. Job reservation for domiciles. Homeland. Equality versus fairness. Secessionism. Separatism. Linguistic reorganization. Parochialism. Cultural assertiveness. Constitutional safeguards for national unity, freedom of speech and expression, art. 19. To express regional priorities and criticize the government if a region is being neglected. 5th and 6th schedule to preserve tribal identity. Article 38, DPSB, to deal with inequality in income status and opportunity among individuals and regions. Schedule 7, division of power between center and state to give more regional autonomy through state. 8th schedule recognize different regional languages in the Constitution of India. Article 79 and 80 provisions of Rajya Sabha as Council of States. Article 368 amendment procedure for having ratification by half of the states if an amendment is affecting federalism. Factors responsible for regionalism in India. Historical influences. Ancient kingdoms. Much of India's history involved regional rule, with empires like the Cholas and Pandyas in the south or the Satavahanas in Andhra Pradesh. These periods left a lasting cultural and political mark on their respective regions. The Mughal era. While Akbar's reign brought temporary unification, even his centralized power featured semi-autonomous subas ruled by governors with distinct cultural identities, such as Rajputs and Afghans. British legacy. British rule unified India politically, but their divide-and-rule strategy deliberately fueled regional disparities. Granting autonomy to princely states and sowing discord among rulers created lasting tensions. Economic disparity. Uneven economic development across India is a major driver of regionalism. Areas like the Abujamar region in Bhatar stand in stark contrast to the economic boom of New Raipur, highlighting these imbalances. Cultural diversity. Diversity. India's rich tapestry of cultures is both a strength and a potential source of regionalism. Southern India differs significantly from the Northeast, home to a large tribal population, and even Eastern India possesses a distinct cultural identity. Local heroes. Communities often revere historical figures like Shivaji in Maharashtra or Lakshit Borphukan of Assam, fostering a sense of regional pride. Caste system. The caste system, with its hierarchical social structure, can contribute to regional and sectarian aspirations. For example, the Veneer community in Tamil Nadu has demanded a separate state based on caste identity. Rituals and festivals. Religious and secular festivals across India, including unique tribal celebrations, showcase diverse cultural expressions. Political exploitation. Political parties sometimes exploit regional sentiments and grievances to strengthen their support base. They may highlight regional issues in election manifestos, potentially exacerbating regional tensions. Geographical roots. India's diverse geography plays a role in regionalism. Languages tend to cluster in specific regions, fostering a territorial identity among residents. Scarcity and identity. When resources are scarce, competition between regions for shared resources, like water in the Mahaday River dispute, can fuel regional aspirations and tensions. Key terms: British legacy, divide and rule, economic disparity, regional differences, caste system, rituals and festivals, political exploitation, language clusters. Why regionalism still persists in India? Despite India's economic progress, regional disparities continue to fuel regionalism. Historical imbalances. Historically developed states have better governance structures and deliver essential services more effectively. Income disparity. The gap between rich and poor states widens, with the richest states earning significantly more per capita income than the poorest. Uneven development. Economic growth hasn't kept pace with population growth, and industries concentrate in specific regions like Tamil Nadu and Maharashtra, neglecting areas like Bihar and the Northeast. Son of the soil sentiment. The belief that certain regions belong solely to specific linguistic groups fuels regional tensions. Socioeconomic issues. Land reforms haven't been successful in some regions, and a feudal mentality persists, hindering progress. Infrastructure deficits. Lack of basic infrastructure like power, transportation, and irrigation facilities in certain states creates disparities. Unequal social spending. Variation in spending on health, sanitation, and education across states impacts human resource development. Political failures. Ineffective governance and failure to address regional needs lead to demands for separate states, such as those seen in Vidarbha, Saurashtra, and Darjeeling. Son of soil doctrine. The son of the soil doctrine is a concept that grants certain privileges and rights to locals, often based on their place of birth. This idea is particularly relevant in urban areas with abundant opportunities that attract migrants. Several factors cause its emergence. Competition for jobs, growing populations, and a lack of sufficient job creation lead to competition between locals and newcomers. Rising aspirations. Increased educational attainment fuels aspirations for better employment, intensifying competition. Economic shortfalls. When economies fail to create enough jobs for a growing young workforce, frustration can fuel the sons of the soil sentiment. Examples and concerns. Job reservation. Some states like Andhra Pradesh, Goa, and Haryana have implemented job reservations in the private sector for local residents. Mulki rule. Following protests, Andhra Pradesh introduced the Mulki rule under Article 371(d) to safeguard local citizens' employment and educational opportunities. The Sons of the Soil doctrine raises complex questions about balancing local needs with national mobility. While it aims to protect local opportunities, it can also limit individual freedom and economic growth. Finding solutions that bridge this gap requires addressing the root causes of job scarcity and ensuring equal opportunities for all. Regionalism versus nationalism. Regionalism-nationalism focuses on regional interests, potentially hindering national development. Can create divisions within a nation by emphasizing regional identities over a united national identity, e.g., language-based regionalism. Promotes a sense of unity among all citizens, regardless of background. Strives to create a shared national identity through symbols and common goals, e.g., national holidays, constitution. Finding balance. Both regionalism and nationalism have their merits. Regionalism can foster cultural preservation and local participation, while nationalism promotes national unity and shared goals. The key lies in finding a balance. A strong national identity can accommodate regional identities without compromising national progress. Federalism and regionalism. Federalism supporting regional diversity. Federalism, with its division of power, fosters a framework that accommodates India's rich diversity of regional identities, ethnic, religious, linguistic, and economic. It acts as a method to manage regional aspirations in several ways. Constitutional autonomy. The 5th and 6th schedules grant some autonomy to specific regions, allowing them to preserve their unique cultures and pursue their own development paths. This ultimately strengthens the federal system. Minority rights. Federalism acknowledges regional aspirations by incorporating special clauses in the Constitution. These include minority rights, separate personal laws, special protections, and affirmative action programs. Political equilibrium. Federalism is essentially a delicate balance between shared rule by the central government and self-rule by states. This equilibrium is key to maintaining a stable and unified nation. Devolving power. The 73rd and 74th Amendment Act significantly strengthened federalism by devolving power to local levels, empowering states in their local bodies. Challenges, however. The current federal structure faces regional challenges such as regional disparity. Despite federalism, regional disparities in development persist, with certain areas lagging behind. Resource dependence. State legislatures often rely on the central government for resources and support, hindering their autonomy. Weak local governance. Many regions lack robust local governments, hindering development at the grassroots level. Unequal distribution of power. Concerns exist regarding the fairness of power distribution between central, state, and local governments, Schedules 11th, 12th, and 7th. Way forward. Fiscal federalism. A robust system of fiscal federalism is necessary to ensure fair allocation of resources among states. Cooperative center-state relations. The central government should intervene only when necessary to pursue national interests, fostering a more collaborative relationship with states. National education for unity. A national education system that promotes national identity and understanding can help bridge regional divides. By fostering a more balanced and supportive federal system, India can leverage its regional diversity to build a stronger and more inclusive nation. How is regionalism a threat to national unity and integrity? Regionalism poses various challenges to India's unity and progress. Political manifestations, regional parties. The rise of regional parties advocating secession or separate identities, like the DMK in Tamil Nadu or Shiv Sena in Maharashtra, can create divisions. Coalition hurdles. Regional parties' demands within coalitions can stall national legislation or policy, hindering effective governance. International impact. Regional tensions can weaken India's diplomatic efforts, as seen with the Sri Lanka issue in Tamil Nadu. Security concerns. Violent protests. Regional agitations can turn violent, jeopardizing stability, as evident during the bifurcation of Andhra Pradesh. Interstate disputes. Regional grievances over resources like water, e.g., Mahanadi dispute, can lead to friction and threats to internal security. National unity and development. Weakened nationalism. Strong regional loyalties can supersede national identity, posing a threat to national unity. Uneven progress. Disparities in development between regions can fuel separatist movements, as seen in demands for a separate Vidarbha state. Manipulating regional sentiments. Politicians can manipulate regional sentiments for personal gain, creating divisions based on identity. Way forward, social inclusion. Targeted social programs, e.g., manufacturing units in Bihar, Assam, ensure benefits reach those who need them most, promoting a sense of national unity. Balanced development. Equitable distribution of resources and focused initiatives in underdeveloped regions, e.g., special packages, can reduce economic disparities that fuel regional discontent. Investment and infrastructure. Boosting infrastructure development in lagging regions, e.g., northeastern states, fosters economic growth and reduces feelings of neglect. Celebrating diversity. While fostering cultural exchange, it's important to respect regional identities. Aim for national unity that celebrates diversity, not uniformity. Education for unity. A strong national education system that promotes national identity and discourages separatism can be a powerful tool in the long run. Empowering local governance. Strengthening local bodies through devolution of power, e.g., financial autonomy, and encouraging citizen participation fosters a sense of ownership and reduces regional alienation. Media and public awareness. Media and educational curriculums can play a crucial role in promoting national consciousness and breaking down regional barriers, e.g., Delhi's Patriotism Initiative. Government initiatives to promote national integrity, State Reorganization Act of 1956. Zonal councils to promote interest of different geographic zones. Northeastern Council, NEC. It was set up in 1971 to provide a forum for interstate coordination, regional planning, and integrated development of the region to avoid intra-regional disparities. Schemes to promote nationalism. Schemes like Ek Bharat Shreshtha Bharat have been launched to promote the country's cultural diversity and increase inhabitants' feelings of national togetherness. Backward Region Grant Fund, BRGF. This program was implemented to address regional development imbalances, Pradhan Mantri Khanaj Kshetra Kalyan Yojana. PMKKY was launched for the welfare of tribals and tribal regions and others affected by mining. Federal institution. New institutional structures like NITI Aayog has been established to ensure federal equilibrium. Interstate Council. It was established to make the Interstate Council Secretariat a thriving institution that supports coordination and cooperation between the center and states in India. GST Council. Promote financial federalism and take on board all stakeholders. India's pluralistic culture contributes to a variety of aspects, including regionalism. Despite India's history of successful federal government since independence, regionalism or love for one's region still exists in several areas of the nation. Cooperative federalism could be established in order to control this. Issues in news. Vocal for local and regionalism. The vocal for local concept prioritizes local resources and products, aiming to empower regional economies and preserve cultural heritage. Prioritizing local residents. Locals are given first access to resources like financial aid and subsidies. Promoting regional products. Local products, from Darjeeling tea to Kanchipuram silk, are promoted. Protecting regional heritage. Traditional practices, food, and clothing are safeguarded. Atmanirbhar Bharat. It aligns with the government's initiative to strengthen India's position in the global economy. Swadeshi movement. The concept echoes the historical Indian independence movement's focus on self-reliance. Challenges of local first policy. Constitutional conflict. Prioritizing locals might violate equal opportunity rights enshrined in the Constitution. Global impact. Protectionist policies could harm Indian companies competing internationally. National unity. Prioritizing locals over qualified non-locals could undermine national integration. Economic concerns. Limiting skilled labor from outside could hinder economic growth. International reciprocity. Local quotas could lead to similar policies in other countries, impacting Indian workers abroad. Business freedom. Restrictions on hiring could stifle business growth and competition. Short-term solution. Local quotas might provide temporary benefits but could lead to policy changes that strain national unity. While supporting local businesses and culture is important, It should not come at the expense of national integration and economic progress. We must strive for unity and diversity, ensuring both regional empowerment and national success. Key terms: coalition hurdles, interstate disputes, weakened nationalism, uneven progress, social inclusion, balanced development, empowering local governance, media and public awareness. Previous year questions. 1. Do you agree that regionalism in India appears to be a consequence of rising cultural assertiveness? Argue. 2020. 2. Discuss whether the formation of new states in recent times is beneficial or not for the economy of India. 2018. 3. What is the basis of regionalism? Is it that unequal distribution of benefits of development on a regional basis eventually promotes regionalism? Substantiate your answer. 2016. 4. Has the formation of linguistic states strengthened the cause of Indian unity? 2016. 5. The growing feeling of regionalism is an essential factor in the generation of demand for a separate state. Discuss. 2013. OnlyIAS by Physics Wallah Ethics and Essay Crash Course 2024. G24JUNE 2024. 060 hours 0. Atul Garg Sir Price. Kapilsika Sir Ethics 15,000 yen. Offline. 10,000 yen. Online. Essay. Ethics discussion in question answer format V. Coverage of 150 plus ethics and 50 plus essay questions. Theme-wise essay coverage. 2 ethics and 2 essay full-length test with evaluation. Evaluation by faculty. 1 TO1 sessions with faculty for personal doubts _______________J. Special focus on time management, tackling philosophical essays, case studies 10 secularism. Secularism refers to the idea of keeping religion separate from government and public affairs. It emphasizes neutrality towards religion, allowing people to practice their faith freely while ensuring the state doesn't favor any particular religion. Religion is open to one and all and is considered a personal choice by an individual. Secularism in Indian context. India's secularism is distinct from the concept in Western nations. It emphasizes equal treatment and respect for all religions, rather than a complete separation of religion and state. Here are some key points. The Indian Constitution declares India a secular state, guaranteeing the right to freedom of religion, including the right not to believe. Indian secularism strives for a society where religion is a personal matter, and the state fosters peaceful coexistence of all faiths. Historical background. Secularism in ancient India. The development of Hinduism itself, with its diverse interpretations, reflects a spirit of religious tolerance, e.g. Vedas, Upanishads, Puranas. Archaeological evidence, like the Ellora caves, showcases the peaceful coexistence of Hinduism, Buddhism, and Jainism. Emperor Ashoka's edicts in the 3rd century BCE promoted religious tolerance and respect for all faiths. Secularism in medieval India. Sufi and Bhakti movements, led by figures like Kabir and Mirabai, emphasized religious harmony and acceptance. Mughal Emperor Akbar's reign exemplified religious freedom, with Hindu ministers and policies like abolishing the jizya tax on non-Muslims. His efforts to foster interfaith dialogue through the Ibadat can have further solidified this tradition. Secularism in modern India. British rule, while introducing common law, also sowed discord through their divide and rule policy. Separate electorates, initially for Muslims and later expanded, went against the idea of a unified citizenry. However, India's independence movement has always championed secularism. The Inks formation and Nehru's call for abolishing separate electorates are testaments to this commitment. Manifestations of secularism. Secularism takes various shapes depending on its goals and how they're implemented. Manifestations. Differentiation. Religion loses its dominance and becomes a primarily cultural aspect of life. Privatization. Religious practice becomes a personal matter confined to private spaces. Reduced social significance. Religion's influence in public life is minimized, lessening its overall social impact. Forms. Soft secularism, e.g., USA emphasizes legal separation, promotes religious tolerance, and allows for some religious inclusion in public life, e.g., no school prayer, no government funding for religious institutions. Hard secularism, e.g., France advocates for a stricter separation, with some viewing it as critical of organized religion, e.g., ban on face coverings like niqabs and burqas. Positive secularism. This approach promotes mutual respect and equal recognition for all religions. Negative secularism. This view advocates for the non-recognition of any religion by the state. Secularism is not a one-size-fits-all concept. Different societies navigate the relationship between state and religion in ways that reflect their specific historical and cultural contexts. Indian Constitution and secularism. The Indian Constitution enshrines India as a secular state. This means India does not have an official religion and treats all religions with equal respect. This is enshrined in the preamble, which describes India as a secular republic. The concept of secularism in India is one of positive secularism, meaning the state respects and allows the practice of all religions. Article description. Article 14, Right to Equality. The state shall not deny to any person equality before the law or the equal protection of the laws within the territory of India. Article 15. 1. Prohibition of discrimination on grounds of religion, race, caste, sex, or place of birth. Article 16.2. Equality of opportunity in matters of public employment. No citizen shall, on grounds only of religion, race, caste, sex, descent, place of birth, residence, be ineligible for any employment or office under the state. Article 25. Freedom of conscience and free profession, practice, and propagation of religion provides for freedom of conscience and the right to profess, practice, and propagate the religion of one's choice. The Constitution also ensures freedom for one who has no religion, and it restrains the state from making any discrimination on grounds of religion. Article 26 provides the freedom to manage religious affairs. Article 27. Freedom as to payment of tax for promotion of any particular religion. Article 28. Freedom as to attendance at religious instruction or religious worship in certain educational institutions. Article 44. Uniform Civil Code. It requires the state to endeavor to secure for the citizens a uniform civil code throughout India. Article 5.1a. Fundamental Duties obliges all the citizens to promote harmony in the spirit of common brotherhood and to value and preserve the rich heritage of our composite culture. Judicial pronouncements regarding secularism in India. Case description. The Shiremut case, 1954. The doctrine of essentiality was coined by the Supreme Court. The court opined that only the religious practices which were essential and integral to the religion shall be protected under the law. The same doctrine was applied in the Ayodhya case, 1994, whereby the court opined that mosque is not integral to Islam and the namaz can be offered anywhere. This doctrine was also applied in the recent Sabarimala case, 2018. Radalal versus the State of Bombay, 1954. Regulations put in place by the state should not interfere with the essentials of religion. Kesavananda Burdi case, 1973. Secularism is termed as one of the pillars of the basic structure of the Indian Constitution. The basic structure of the Constitution must not be altered by the Parliament. Stanislas versus State of Madhya Pradesh case, 1977. The SC held that the right to propagate religion, under Article 25, does not include the right to forcible conversion as it may disturb public order. St. Stephen's College versus University of Delhi, 1992. The court held that the autonomy of a minority institution cannot be taken away as it will defeat the purpose of the right to establish and administer educational institutions by minorities. S. Arbamai versus Union of India case, 1994. The Supreme Court observed the following, notwithstanding the fact that the words socialist and secular were added in the preamble in 1976 by the 42nd Amendment. The concept of secularism was very much embedded in our constitutional philosophy. Thus, the 42nd CAA only made secularism explicit, which was already implicit in the Constitution. Secularism and secularization. Though both secularism and secularization are used interchangeably, there are certain differences in these two. Secularism, secularization. It is a belief system that emphasizes the separation of religion from the state and civil affairs. It refers to the process of the decline of the influence of religion in society. This can refer to religious beliefs, practices, and institutions. Defines how religion and government should interact. Describes a trend or a shift happening within a society. It promotes a framework for a society that allows freedom of religion and prevents any one religion from dominating. This can be driven by factors like modernization, scientific advancements, and social changes. For example, religious institutions operating hospitals and educational institutions and engaging in philanthropic work. Features of Indian secularism constitutionally enshrined. The Supreme Court has recognized secularism as a basic feature of India's constitution. This prevents state governments from promoting any particular religion. Equality for all religions. India has no state religion, and the government cannot discriminate against citizens based on faith. Liberal principles. Indian secularism upholds liberal and egalitarian values by encouraging reforms of discriminatory religious practices. Modern outlook. Indian secularism is based on progressive values, scientific reasoning, and tolerance. State intervention for harmony. Unlike France, India allows the state to intervene to maintain religious peace and social order. Fundamental right. Freedom of religion is a fundamental right protected by the Constitution and enforceable by the judiciary. Protecting minority rights. Secularism allows the state to recognize and protect the rights of religious minorities within India. The Indian model of secularism, no official religion of the state, but tolerates different personal laws on the matters such as marriage, inheritance, divorce, and alimony varies with an individual's religion. Indian philosophy of secularism, on the lines of Sarva Dharma Sambhava, which means equal respect to all religions, assures religious freedom to the members of all religions. Citizens are free to choose and abide by their religions. Neutrality in matters of religion. India does not intervene in the affairs of any specific religion. It respects all religions. Indian secularism is a means to address religious plurality and is not an end in itself. It sought to achieve the peaceful coexistence of different religions. The Western model of secularism. In the West, the word secular implies, O freedom of religion, O equal citizenship regardless of someone's religion, O the separation of religion and state. No policy of the state can have an exclusively religious rationale. It means that no religious classification can be the basis of any public policy. The state cannot aid any religious institution. Financial support can't be given to educational institutions run by religious communities. State and the religion have their separate spheres. Neither the state nor the religion shall intervene in each other's affairs. The state can't hinder the activities of religious communities as long as they are within the broad limits set by the law of the land. There is no place for the idea of state-supported religious reform because there is a total separation of state from church religion. Indian secularisms. Western secularism. Parameter Indian secularism. Western secularism means equal treatment of all religions and no discrimination between followers of different religions. Means the complete separation between the state and religion and freedom of religion for all people. Relation with the law seeks to adjust the multiple religious principles that different religions follow. Laws are made in isolation from religious principles. Code of law. The code of law is unequal, and India's personal laws vary with an individual's religion. A single, uniform code of law dispenses justice regardless of someone's religious background. Display of religion. Followers of any religion can freely practice the religion. Open display of religion is not supported except for places of worship. When the state can interfere. The state shall interfere to remove bad practices from it. The state does not intervene in the affairs of religion as long as religion is working within the limits of the law. Influence of religious bodies on government. As an implicit control, religious groups could mobilize the vote bank and control the ballot box. They can influence the government in policymaking. The role of religious bodies is meager in politics. Distinction between majority and minority religious rights. Ensures the religious freedom of individuals and provides for the religious freedom of minorities. Focuses on liberty and equality among the individuals as a whole and often neglects the equality of other religious minorities. Key terms: constitutionally enshrined, equality for all religions, liberal principles, state intervention for harmony, freedom of religion, no official religion, Sarva Dharma Sambhava, religious freedom. Challenges faced by secularism in India. India's unique model of secularism faces significant challenges: communalism and religious intolerance. Incidents like the recent Delhi riots highlight the rise of religious intolerance. Religion in politics. Political parties exploiting religious identities for electoral gains exacerbate communal tensions. Limited secularism. The focus on separation of state and religion overlooks social divisions based on caste and ethnicity. Minority representation. Lack of adequate representation of minorities in government, e.g., Satcher Committee report on Muslim underrepresentation, fosters feelings of exclusion. Unequal treatment. Perceptions of bias in government administration towards minority groups during riots erode trust. Flawed education. Educational systems often fail to promote secular values and instead reinforce group identities. Radicalization. The isolated cases of youth radicalization by extremist groups pose a growing threat. Way forward, religious understanding. Promoting a deeper understanding of religion as a personal connection with a higher power, rather than a tool for division, is key to fostering tolerance. Education for all. Effective implementation of the right to education is crucial to provide quality education and critical thinking skills to all citizens. This empowers individuals to discern truth from misinformation and fosters a more mature vision of society. Community building. Organizing interfaith gatherings, festivals, and media coverage of such events can strengthen bonds between communities and promote social harmony. Scientific temperament. Nurturing a scientific outlook, as emphasized in Article 51A of the Constitution, is vital to counter religious extremism and promote rational thinking. Electoral and judicial reforms. Strengthening the Election Commission's power to regulate political parties can help curb inflammatory rhetoric and communal propaganda. Similarly, expediting the judicial system, especially in cases related to secularism, is essential. Responsible media. The media plays a vital role in presenting a truthful picture of events and avoiding sensationalism. By implementing these multifaceted strategies, India can create a more informed, tolerant, and unified society. Government initiatives to promote secularism. Separate electorate was abolished and the universal adult franchise was introduced, Article 326, immediately after the independence. 1950, National Integration Council, NIC. 1962, it was formed in 1962 under the chairmanship of the Prime Minister as a means of combating the menace of communalism and ensuring the unity and integrity of the nation. 42nd CAA 1976. The word secular was introduced and added in the preamble. National Minorities Development and Finance Corporation, NMDFC, 1994. The prime mandate is to provide concessional finance to the notified minorities for self-employment income generation activities. Ministry of Minority Affairs, created in 2006 as an offspring of the Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment. The Satcher Committee, formed to find out the socio-economic conditions of Muslims 2005 to 2006. Ranganath Mishra Commission, formed to ascertain the status of religious and linguistic minorities 2004-2007. Opening of all religious places institutions to all classes and sections of the people. For example, the Sabarimala Temple entry case. Welfare schemes. Onayuddin Onai Roshni, leadership development of minority women. Osiko or Kameo, learn and earn. Conclusion. The essence of secularism lies in the accommodation of varied social groups and overcoming tendencies that destroy the social fabric of any society. In India, differences exist different religions and cultures, and therefore secularism has an important role. India embraced many religions, sects, and communities showing tolerance and a sense of accommodation, leading to a nation with social cohesion. Uniform Civil Code, UCC. India's Article 44 calls for a UCC encompassing a common set of laws for personal matters like marriage and inheritance, applicable to all citizens regardless of religion. Proponents argue, national unity. A UCC can promote national integration and protect vulnerable groups like women and minorities. Legal clarity. It would simplify the complex legal system with multiple personal laws, reducing inconsistencies and delays in resolving personal disputes. Secularism. A UCC would delink religion from personal laws, strengthening India's secular identity. Women's rights. A UCC has the potential to improve women's rights across religions. Opponents argue, secularism concerns, it might infringe on religious freedoms guaranteed by Articles 25 and 26 of the Constitution. Resistance to change. Conservative groups might resist changes seen as interfering with religious practices. Consensus challenge. Creating a UCC acceptable to all religions could be difficult. Drafting hurdles. Lack of consensus could hinder the drafting process. The UCC debate revolves around balancing national unity with respecting diverse religious practices. Finding a solution requires careful consideration of both sides and a commitment to inclusive dialogue. Key terms: communalism and religious intolerance, limited secularism, perceptions of bias, flawed education, secular values versus group identity, radicalization, religious understanding, community building, interfaith dialogue. Truthful reporting. Previous year questions. 1. Are tolerance, assimilation, and pluralism the key elements in the making of an Indian form of secularism? Justify your answer. 2022. 2. Has caste lost its relevance in understanding the multicultural Indian society? Elaborate your answer with illustrations. 2020. 3. How the Indian concept of secularism is different from the Western model of secularism. Discuss. 2018. 4. The spirit of tolerance and love is not only an interesting feature of Indian society from very early times, but it is also playing an important part in the present. Elaborate. 2017. 5. Describe any 4 cultural elements of diversity in India and rate their relative significance in building a national identity. 2015. 6. How do the Indian debates on secularism differ from the debates in the West? 2014. Mains Wallah, interlink ing of C errant and static topics. Mukherjee and Agar are offline centers. KYW or FOCUS for QUality answers. Integrated PYQs. Karolbagh Lucknow Patna. I-992-061-3613 PW OnlyIAS. Com11 Health. Social Perspective Introduction. The WHO Constitution states, health is a state of complete physical, mental and social well-being, and not merely the absence of disease or infirmity. India's healthcare system consists of both public and private providers. Public healthcare, a network of government-run facilities at primary, secondary, and tertiary levels forms the backbone of the system. These facilities offer essential medical services at subsidized costs or even free of charge. Private healthcare. A thriving private sector complements the public system, encompassing individual doctors' clinics, general hospitals, and even specialized super-specialty hospitals. This sector caters to a wide range of needs and income levels. This dual structure of health system is characterized by different issues and challenges. Sustainable Development Goals -3 on health. Ensure healthy lives and promote well-being for all at all ages. The SDG Declaration emphasizes that to achieve the overall health goal, we must achieve universal health coverage (UHC) and access to quality health care. No one must be left behind. Fact-wise. In 2023 to 24, India's public expenditure on healthcare is projected to be around 2.1% of GDP, aligning with the Economic Survey 2022 to 23 figures. According to WHO data, the life expectancy in India remains approximately the same as published in 2020, with males at 69.5 years, females at 72.2 years, and an overall life expectancy of 70.8 years. As per the latest Sample Registration System (SRS) bulletin, the infant mortality rate for India in 2022 was 27.695 deaths per 1,000 live births. a 3.74% decline from 2021. The infant mortality rate for India in 2021 was 28.771 deaths per 1,000 live births, a 3.61% decline from 2020. The most recent data from the Sample Registration System (SRS) indicates that the MMR for India is 97 per 100,000 live births for 2018 to 20, showing a continuing decline from the previous figures of 113 per 100,000. The NMR in India has been reported to be around 23 per 1,000 live births as of 2021, indicating improvement from the 2019 figure of 30 per 1,000 live births. Constitutional provisions on health, Article 38. The state shall strive to promote the welfare of the people. Article 39. The state to make sure that the health and strength of workers, men and women, in the tender age of children are not abused. Article 41. Duty of the state to provide public assistance in cases of unemployment, old age, sickness and disablement, etc. Article 42. The state shall make provision for securing just and humane conditions of work and for maternity relief. Article 47. State shall endeavor to bring about prohibition of the consumption except for medicinal purposes of intoxicating drinks and of drugs which are injurious to health. Article 48a. The state shall endeavor to protect and improve the environment. 11th Schedule and 12th Schedule provisions: drinking water, health and sanitation, family welfare, women and child development, social welfare, etc. 7th Schedule. Health is a state subject under the 7th Schedule of Indian Constitution. The right to health. Expanding the scope of Article 21, the Indian judiciary has played a crucial role in interpreting the right to health under Article 21, right to life, in a broader sense. This has effectively established the right to health as an implied fundamental right. Landmark Supreme Court rulings have progressively expanded the scope of this right. In Parmanand Katara v. Union of India and ORS, 1989, the court established a doctor's professional obligation to provide medical expertise regardless of location, government or private hospital, to save a patient's life. Union of India Air 1995 recognized the right to health and medical care as fundamental, ensuring worker well-being throughout their service and even post-retirement. Rakesh Chandra Narayan further emphasized the government's responsibility to ensure medical care accessibility for every citizen. Social challenges of health sector. Social disparity. Access to health care varies greatly, with urban areas boasting better facilities compared to rural and remote locations. Rural neglect. Despite a network of hospitals, India's healthcare system prioritizes urban areas, leaving rural populations underserved. Underinvestment. In India, public expenditure on health is low in comparison to China, US and UK. Financial burden. High out-of-pocket healthcare expenses create a significant financial burden for many Indians. Human resource shortage. India faces a severe shortage of medical personnel compared to other countries. Limited research, medical research. Poor health, poor medical insurance penetration. Research and innovation. Social. Inadequate budget outlay, AP prox 2% of GDP. Challenges, emphasis on cultural medicines. Of health SEC to R. Inequality, poverty, and expensive health care. Shortage of human resources. Neglecting rural prevalence of India, -70 to the power of 0 of population. Quackery in tribal pockets. Often overlooks crucial areas like tropical diseases due to a lack of commercial appeal. Prevalence of culture method. The system heavily relies on Western treatment models, neglecting preventive measures and public health initiatives. Way forward, strengthening public health, incentivizing state investment in a dedicated public health workforce at state, district, and block levels strengthens public health infrastructure. Increased funding. Boosting public health funding to the recommended 2.5% of GDP, as outlined in the National Health Policy 2017, provides the necessary resources for improvements. Preventive focus. Transforming primary health care facilities into health and wellness centers, HWCs, prioritizes preventative care, keeping people healthy and reducing reliance on curative medicine. Lifestyle changes. Promoting healthy habits like proper diet, exercise, and hygiene requires interventions at various levels to encourage lasting behavioral change. Decentralized approach. Integrating nutrition, water, sanitation, and hygiene, WASH, into the core functions of Panchayati Raj institutions and municipalities empowers local bodies to address these critical determinants of health. By implementing these comprehensive strategies, India can make significant strides towards a healthier population and a more robust healthcare system. Key terms: social disparity, rural neglect, financial burden, out-of-pocket expenditure, prevalence of culture method, strengthening public health, preventive focus, lifestyle changes. Mental health and associated issues. Mental health care is all about looking after a person's emotional, psychological, and social well-being. It impacts how persons think, feel, and act in daily life. Just like physical health, mental health is crucial for overall health and quality of life. Mental health care providers can help with a variety of issues, including depression, anxiety, and addiction. However, it's not just about treating problems, it's also about preventing them and maintaining good mental health. Fact-wise, According to WHO, the burden of mental health problems in India is 2,443 disability-adjusted life years, dailies, per 100,000 population as per WHO. The age-adjusted suicide rate per 100,000 population is 21.1, according to the National Mental Health Survey conducted by Mains in 2016. Only 1 out of every 10 people in India suffering mental health issues get evidence-based treatment. Reasons for degenerating mental health: human resource shortage. India has a severe shortage of mental health professionals. According to the Indian Journal of Psychiatry, the current ratio is of only 0.75 psychiatrists and psychologists per 100,000 people, which is far below the required minimum of 3. Poor infrastructure, such as closed structures, a lack of maintenance, unclean toilets and sleeping areas, etc., clearly violates the basic human right to a life with dignity. Low awareness. Limited understanding of mental health issues hinders early intervention and preventative care, despite government initiatives like health and wellness centers, HWCs. Stigma and shame. A deeply ingrained social stigma surrounds mental illness, with sufferers labeled as lunatics, leading to social isolation and worsening symptoms. Treatment gap. A staggering 92% of Indians needing mental health care lack access to any services. Human rights violations. Mental health facilities in India often violate patients' rights with outdated practices and poor infrastructure, including closed spaces, lack of maintenance, and unclean living conditions. Way forward. Breaking the stigma, building awareness, reducing the stigma surrounding mental illness is crucial. Open conversations and awareness campaigns can help people feel comfortable seeking help. Early intervention. Early detection and treatment of mental health conditions are essential for optimal outcomes. Community outreach. Leveraging trained community health workers can significantly improve access to mental health services, especially for underserved populations. Increased investment. Expanding government funding for mental health programs, including those involving community health workers, is vital. Holistic care. Mental health care should extend beyond traditional medical approaches and embrace a broader, more holistic perspective. Digital solutions. Telemedicine and mobile health initiatives offer promising alternatives for delivering mental health services, particularly in rural areas. Given the limitations of past approaches, India needs a renewed strategy focused on evidence-based practices and progressive government policies to effectively address the nation's mental health challenges. Key terms: social stigma, mental awareness, mental health facilities, community outreach, holistic care. Violence against healthcare. Violence against healthcare workers is a serious global issue. Studies suggest between 8% and 38% of healthcare workers experience physical assault at some point, and many more face threats or verbal abuse. In disaster and conflict situations, health workers may become the targets of collective or political violence. The groups of healthcare professionals most in danger are paramedics, nurses, and other personnel working directly in patient care. This can lead to burnout, decreased job satisfaction, and even some workers leaving the field entirely. This not only harms the well-being of caregivers, but it also strains healthcare systems struggling with staffing shortages. Government intervention. The Epidemic Diseases Amendment Act 2020, which came into effect in India on April 22, 2020, made any violence against medical staff a punishable offense that was not subject to a bail requirement. The Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, MOHFW, has proposed a central bill titled The Healthcare Service Personnel and Clinical Establishments Prohibition of Violence and Damage to Property, Bill 2019. With a clear definition of violence against healthcare personnel, health workplace, and health workforce, which is ill-defined in the Epidemic Diseases Act. Factors contributing to violence against healthcare workers in India: systemic strain. Public hospitals grapple with high patient turnover, infrastructure limitations, and service delivery gaps, leading to frustration and a higher risk of violence. In contrast, private hospitals, though perceived as profiteering, often have better resources, potentially reducing tensions. Communication breakdown. Misunderstandings between patients, families, and healthcare providers due to inadequate communication or unrealistic expectations can escalate into conflict. Underreporting culture. India's medical culture traditionally discourages doctors from reporting workplace violence, prioritizing emotional suppression over seeking help. This lack of reporting creates a blind spot and hinders efforts to address the issue. Staff shortages. Lack of adequate medical staff can lead to overworked and stressed professionals, potentially impacting patient interactions and raising frustration levels. Security lapses. Insufficient security measures in healthcare facilities leave healthcare workers vulnerable to physical attacks. Pandemic pressure. The COVID-19 pandemic significantly heightened tensions. The surge in mortality rates, coupled with fear and misinformation, created a volatile environment for healthcare workers. Fact-wise, from 2007 to 2019, India has seen 153 reported incidents of violent assaults against HCWs as per Health Workforce UHL Framework Guidelines for Addressing Workplace Violence in the Health Sector, World Health Organization, 2002. An ongoing study by Indian Medical Association, IMA, reports that 75% of doctors in India have faced violence at some point of time in their life. As per WHO, between 8% and 38% of health workers suffer physical violence at some point in their careers. Way forward. Acknowledge the crisis. Recognizing violence against healthcare professionals as a serious public health threat is crucial for effective solutions. Long-term solutions. Improving public healthcare infrastructure and quality of care is the most sustainable approach to reduce pressure on both doctors and patients. Strengthened informed consent. Doctors should prioritize obtaining valid and informed consent, preferably through audiovisual recording. Standardized procedures. Strict adherence to standardized operating procedures can provide a framework for handling difficult situations. Education and training. Medical schools can play a vital role by raising awareness about workplace violence and incorporating communication skills training into the curriculum. Collective action. Violence against healthcare workers is a societal issue. Addressing it requires multi-level interventions. A collective effort is needed to combat violence against healthcare workers. By implementing the above measures, India can create a safer and more respectful environment for both patients and medical professionals. Legal framework for patient rights in India. Constitutional right. Article 21 of the Constitution guarantees the right to life with dignity, which includes the right to quality healthcare. Specific laws. Various laws like the Indian Medical Council regulations and the Drugs and Cosmetics Act establish guidelines for professional conduct and patient safety. Right of safety. Patients have the right to receive care in a safe and hygienic environment that meets established standards. Emergency care. All hospitals have a legal obligation to provide basic emergency medical care. Charters of patient rights. Many healthcare institutions and organizations have adopted patient rights charters that outline specific protections for patients. Global recognition. India's commitment to patient rights is reflected in its adherence to international human rights covenants and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Tribal population in Indian health. The tribal districts that report malaria represent only 8.6% of the country's population but account for 50% of total malaria cases and 30% of all malaria deaths. Poverty, remoteness, and limited access to healthcare facilities contribute to a higher burden of infectious diseases like malaria and tuberculosis. Additionally, malnutrition and lack of awareness about preventive care exacerbate health issues. Addressing tribal health is crucial to ensure equitable development and improve their quality of life. Fact-wise, the shortfall of healthcare infrastructure across 18 states and 3 union territories is found to be 27% health subcenters, HSCs, 40% primary health centers, PHCs, and 31% community health centers, CHCs. Total fertility rate is 2.5% and only 15% complete their ANC visits. Tribal health challenges in India. Triple burden of disease. Communicable diseases. Tribals are disproportionately affected by diseases like malaria, 30% of cases, 60% of deaths, and suffer from malnutrition and stunting more than the general population. Genetic disorders and lifestyle diseases. They face a higher prevalence of genetic disorders like sickle cell anemia, 1 to 40% range, and G6PD deficiency, along with lifestyle diseases like hypertension, diabetes, and respiratory illnesses. Mental illness and addictions. Tobacco use is significantly higher among tribal men compared to non-tribal men, 72% versus 56%. Lagging health indicators. Life expectancy. Lower than the national average by 3.1 years, 63.9 versus 67. Under 5 mortality rate. Higher than the national average, 74 versus 62. Adolescent health. 50% of tribal girls are underweight, and undernourishment and anemia are widespread among children. Child mortality. Around 40% of under 5 children are stunted. Factors contributing to poor health among tribals in India. Infrastructure shortage. Many tribal areas lack essential healthcare facilities, with a shortfall of public health centers and specialists. Inadequate funding. Tribal health programs, TSP, lack proper allocation and expenditure tracking. Primitive practices. Unsanitary childbirth practices significantly contribute to maternal and newborn deaths. Human resource gap. There's a severe shortage of healthcare professionals, including doctors, nurses, and health workers, in tribal regions. Hesitancy towards modern medicine. Tribals may have reservations about modern medical practices. Governance issues, lack of data, centralized decision-making with minimal tribal participation, and inadequate state involvement hinder effective healthcare delivery. Geographical challenges, remote locations, difficult terrain, and limited access to clean water and sanitation further exacerbate health problems. Way forward, institutional support. Establish dedicated bodies like a National Tribal Health Council and a Tribal Health Research Cell to focus on policy development, research efforts, and resource allocation for tribal healthcare. Culturally sensitive healthcare workers. Recruit and train healthcare professionals from tribal backgrounds to bridge the gap between medical facilities and tribal communities. These professionals can act as cultural liaisons and help address communication challenges. Infrastructure upgrade and capacity building. Invest in upgrading healthcare infrastructure in tribal areas and provide capacity building programs for healthcare workers to improve service delivery and quality. Mobile medical outreach. Regularly conduct mobile medical camps to deliver healthcare services directly to remote tribal populations. Accessible medicine and diagnostics. Ensure essential medications and diagnostic tools are readily available in areas inhabited by tribal communities. Maternal transport. Provide emergency transportation services to pregnant tribal women during childbirth, enabling them to reach healthcare facilities for proper obstetric care. Community education. Implement health awareness campaigns to educate tribal communities about critical health issues and empower them to make informed healthcare decisions. By adopting a comprehensive strategy, India can significantly improve healthcare access and outcomes for its tribal populations. This will contribute to a healthier and more empowered tribal future. Student suicides context. A recent police data report revealed that 15 students died by suicide in Kota in 2022, 18 in 2019, and 20 in 2018, highlighting a critical issue. Reasons: academic pressure. The intense academic environment at IITs, with its focus on competition and high workloads, can be a significant source of stress for students. Mental health stigma. A reluctance to seek help due to the stigma surrounding mental health issues might prevent students from accessing necessary support. Social isolation. The demanding academic schedule and competitive environment can lead to feelings of isolation and loneliness, further exacerbating emotional distress. Financial strain. Financial burdens, especially for students from underprivileged backgrounds, can add to the overall pressure. Unrealistic expectations. Both self-imposed and societal expectations of excelling at all costs can create a sense of overwhelming pressure. Challenges in preventing suicides. Underreporting. Incidents of bullying and discrimination often go unreported, leaving students to struggle in silence. Sensationalization. Public discussions about suicide risk factors and educational institutions can be sensationalized, suppressing crucial details and hindering effective solutions. Developmental changes. Adolescence is a time of physical, psychological, and social transformation, making it difficult for young people to navigate challenging situations and seek help. Adjustment issues. In premier institutions, students face academic pressure compounded by adapting to a new life away from home, cultural differences, dietary changes, and imposter syndrome. One-size-fits-all solutions. The current approach, such as physiotherapy interventions and suicide helplines, may overlook the complex social, cultural, and personal factors contributing to suicide risk. Way forward: parental involvement. Increased communication between parents and students through regular performance updates can help manage expectations and address anxieties. Early intervention. Peers and wingmates can play a crucial role in identifying changes in behavior, such as withdrawal or academic struggles, which could signal potential issues. Flexible learning. Reduced academic load and options for transferring to other institutes can alleviate pressure and offer alternative pathways for struggling students. Neutral grievance redressal. A third-party grievance redressal system can provide students with a safe space to voice concerns and receive unbiased support. Promoting well-being. Counseling services, access to mental health professionals, and activities promoting social interaction can significantly enhance mental well-being and prevent isolation. Community engagement. Successful programs like Spirit Gujarat demonstrate the effectiveness of community-led initiatives in addressing student mental health concerns. By implementing these comprehensive strategies, educational institutions and communities can work together to create a supportive environment that safeguards student mental health and prevents tragedies. Universal health coverage. Universal health coverage, UHC, ensures everyone has access to a complete range of quality health services, from preventive care to treatment and rehabilitation, without facing financial hardship. Benefits of UHC. Social equity. UHC reduces social barriers to healthcare and empowers patients by ensuring equitable distribution of resources and participation in decision-making. Workforce development. A well-functioning health system with accessible care creates a demand for skilled healthcare jobs, boosting the economy further. Economic growth. Investment in health maximizes human capital. Healthy children can learn better and healthy adults are more productive, leading to economic prosperity. Global development. UHC directly contributes to achieving Sustainable Development Goal 3 of ensuring good health and well-being for all. Challenges to UHC in India. India faces significant hurdles in achieving universal health coverage, UHC, unequal access in rural areas. Rural communities often lack qualified professionals, essential infrastructure, and the financial resources needed to access quality healthcare services. A study by The Lancet highlights vast disparities in service availability across states, with some offering only a fraction of essential services at district hospitals. High out-of-pocket costs. Indians are forced to pay a substantial portion of healthcare expenses directly, creating a significant financial burden. Low public investment. Government spending on healthcare remains low, placing India well below the global average. Financial protection gaps. Many lack health insurance due to coverage limitations and scheme overlaps, leaving them vulnerable to financial hardship during medical emergencies. Healthcare workforce shortage, a lack of doctors, nurses, and paramedical staff throughout the country hinders the effective delivery of healthcare services. Way forward, invest in public health preparedness. Robust public health measures and adherence to international health regulations are vital for effectively managing infectious disease outbreaks. Increase public funding. Government spending on healthcare needs to reach at least 5.2% of GDP, aligning with the average amongst lower and middle-income countries. Prioritize primary care. Strengthening primary healthcare systems is essential for improving overall health outcomes and accelerating progress towards EHC. Expand service coverage. This includes expanding access to essential services, particularly for non-communicable diseases, which are a growing concern in India. Reduce financial burden. Strategies to address financial barriers, such as tackling out-of-pocket expenses and co-payments, are crucial for making healthcare more accessible. Address system shortcomings. Engaging the private sector, civil society, and expanding medical education can help address structural weaknesses in the healthcare system, such as inadequate medical supplies and workforce shortages. Collaborative federalism. A more collaborative approach between the central and state governments is necessary. This includes flexible policymaking and allowing states to tailor health plans to their specific needs and populations. By implementing these recommendations, India can make significant strides towards achieving EHC and ensuring its citizens have access to quality healthcare services. New organ donation guidelines. In India, the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, MO and FW, has implemented changes to the National Organ Transplantation Guidelines to improve India's organ donation and transplantation system. These changes include nationwide organ donation. Citizens can now register as organ donors in any state, eliminating domicile restrictions. Expanded eligibility for transplants. The age limit for receiving organs from deceased donors has been lifted, allowing those above 65 to register. Reduced costs. Patients undergoing organ transplants will no longer face registration fees. Challenges in organ donation and transplantation in India. Low donor rates, social, cultural, and religious beliefs discourage many citizens from pledging organs. Limited infrastructure. Organ transplantation remains a specialized service available only in specific hospitals. Family hesitation. Families of brain-dead donors grapple with grief while the window for organ donation shrinks. Patient concerns. Concerns exist about post-transplant care quality and long-term survival rates. Fragmented implementation. India's health being a state subject makes it difficult to ensure nationwide adoption of new organ donation regulations. Uneven distribution. A regional disparity exists, with most specialized transplant hospitals concentrated in South India. Black market activity. The presence of a black market for organs erodes trust and discourages legal donation. Way forward, expanding transplant infrastructure. Increase the number of hospitals and medical institutions equipped to perform organ transplant surgeries. Leveraging awareness campaigns. Utilize public awareness campaigns featuring celebrities or role models to increase understanding and encourage donation. Education from a young age. Integrate open discussions about organ donation into school curriculums to combat stigma and prejudice early on. Strengthen coordination. Enhance collaboration between national, NATO, state, SADO, and regional, RADO, governance levels to streamline organ donation processes. Stakeholder engagement. Actively involve local communities and NGOs in raising awareness and addressing specific regional concerns. These initiatives support the MO and FW's vision of a one nation, one policy for organ donation and transplantation in India. By streamlining the process, removing barriers, and making transplants more accessible, these changes have the potential to save more lives. Shifting health to the concurrent list. 15th Finance Commission Chairman N.K. Singh said that health should be shifted to the concurrent list under the Constitution. This shift would allow both the central and state governments to share legislative and executive powers related to healthcare. Under the 7th Schedule of the Constitution of India, health is under the state list. He also stressed a need for a developmental finance institution, DeFi, dedicated to healthcare investments. Arguments in favor shifting health to the concurrent list, centralized planning and resource allocation. It would allow for a more unified national healthcare strategy. The central government could establish national healthcare goals, policies, and resource allocation frameworks, potentially leading to a more equitable and efficient healthcare system across states. Improved standards and quality. Centralized oversight could ensure minimum healthcare standards are met nationwide. This could lead to improved quality of care, infrastructure development, and healthcare personnel training across the country. Addressing national health challenges. National health issues like pandemics or epidemics can be tackled more effectively with coordinated efforts from both central and state governments. A unified approach could lead to faster and more efficient responses to public health emergencies. Arguments against shifting health to the concurrent list. Loss of state autonomy. States might resist a shift in power, fearing a centralized system could neglect their specific healthcare needs and priorities. Bureaucratic burden. Increased central government involvement could lead to greater bureaucracy and red tape, potentially hindering healthcare delivery at the local level. Varied needs and infrastructure. India's vast geography and diverse populations might not be well served by a one-size-fits-all approach. States with strong existing healthcare infrastructure might be hindered by centralized policies that don't address their unique needs. The proposal to shift health to the concurrent list is a complex issue with both potential benefits and drawbacks. Further discussion and careful consideration of potential implications are necessary before implementing such a significant change. World Bank invests $1 billion in boosting India's health sector. The World Bank is providing a $1 billion program to strengthen India's healthcare system. This funding is divided into two loans of $500 million each. Public Health Systems for Pandemic Preparedness Program, PHSP. This program aims to improve India's ability to detect, respond to, and prevent future pandemics. Enhanced Health Service Delivery Program, EHSDP. This program focuses on improving public healthcare infrastructure across India, with a particular focus on 7 states, Andhra Pradesh, Meghalaya, Kerala, Odisha, Tamil Nadu, Punjab, and Uttar Pradesh. This collaboration between the World Bank and the Indian government supports the Pradhan Mantri Ayushman Bharat Health Infrastructure Mission, PMABHIM, to enhance the overall quality, accessibility, and affordability of healthcare services for the nation. Key terms: public health threat, systemic strain, communication breakdown, underreporting culture, pandemic pressure, patient rights, informed consent, collective action, triple burden of disease, culturally sensitive healthcare workers. Universal health coverage, EHC. Previous year questions. 1. Explain why suicide among young women is increasing in Indian society. 2023. 2. Besides being a moral imperative of welfare state, primary health structure is a necessary precondition for sustainable development. Analyze. 2021. 3. In order to enhance the prospects of social development, sound and adequate healthcare policies are needed, particularly in the fields of geriatric and maternal healthcare. Discuss. 2020. 4. Appropriate local community-level healthcare intervention is a prerequisite to achieving health for all in India. Explain. 2018. 5. To ensure effective implementation of policies addressing water, sanitation, and hygiene needs, the identification of beneficiary segments is to be synchronized with the anticipated outcomes. Examine the statement in the context of the WASH scheme. 2017. 6. Public health system has limitations in providing universal health coverage. Do you think that the private sector could help in bridging the gap? What other viable alternatives would you suggest? 2015. OnlyIAS. Com. I10N00N00N01L Lucknow. One-stop solution for mains answer writing. Set of 4 GS booklets. Examples and case studies enrich material. Wallah. Q&A bank. General Studies 2. Our offline centers. Mukherjee Nagar Patna. 1,000 plus UPSC PYQ-based questions. Topic-wise subject compilations. Comprehensive answers with model approach. 12 Education. Social perspective. The true teachers are those who help us think for ourselves. Sarvapalli Radhakrishnan. SDG 4. Focuses on education and aims to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. New Education Policy, NEP, 2020. The policy is aimed at transforming the Indian education system to meet the needs of the 21st century. The new policy seeks rectification of poor literacy and numeracy outcomes associated with primary schools, reduction in dropout levels in middle and secondary schools, and adoption of the multidisciplinary approach in the higher education system. Issues of New Education Policy 2020, Skill Gap, a persistent mismatch between what students learn and the skills employers seek. Financial burden. Reaching the ambitious target of 6% GDP spending on education will be a major financial challenge. Federal cooperation. States may resist the proposed National Higher Education Regulatory Council. Regulation of fees. Existing fee regulations haven't effectively curbed profiteering through donations. Language policy. The emphasis on regional languages as medium of instruction until grade 5 and the inclusion of Sanskrit have drawn criticism. Governance structure. The concentration of power in university governing boards has raised concerns. The road ahead. Cooperative federalism. Successful implementation requires collaboration between the central government and states. Universalization. Inclusion funds and stricter regulations are needed to ensure education for underprivileged children and curb profiteering. Bridging the digital divide. Unequal access to digital tools needs to be addressed for successful online education initiatives. Interministerial coordination. Effective collaboration between education, skills, and labor ministries is crucial for successful vocational training programs. The NEP 2020 presents a roadmap for a revamped education system. However, substantial financial resources, state cooperation, and well-defined implementation plans are essential for its success. By addressing these challenges, India can move towards a more equitable and future-oriented education system. Constitutional provisions related to education. Ministry of Human Resources no Ministry of Education. For schools from 10 by 2 to 5 UB*4. Current 10+2 structure in which policy covered schooling from class 1 to 10, age 5 to 16, and then class 11 to 12, age 16 to 18. Gives way to 5 years of foundational education, 3 of preparatory, 3 of middle and 4 years of secondary schooling multi-stream, flexibility to choose subjects across streams. All subjects to be offered at 2 levels of proficiency. For colleges, SAT College Test National Testing Agency to conduct common college entrance exam twice a year. For a CAR Bachelor 4-year multidisciplinary bachelor's program to be preferred. Midterm dropouts to be given credit with option to carrot complete degree after a break. Diluted board exams to test only core competencies. Could become modular, object, and subjective, and will be offered twice a year multilingual, 3-language policy to continue with preference for local language medium of instruction till class 8. Bagless days, school students to have 10 bagless days in a year during which they are exposed to a vocation of choice, i.e. informal internship. No affiliation over next 15 years. Colleges will be given graded autonomy to give degrees, affiliation with universities to end. So would deemed university status. Fee cap proposal to cap fee charged by private institutions of higher learning. Going global. Top-rated global universities to be facilitated to come to India, top Indian institutions to be encouraged to go global. Education was the sole responsibility of the state till the 42nd Amendment Act of 1976. After the amendment, education was transferred from the state list to the concurrent list. Fundamental rights. O. Article 21A. Right to education. O. Article 28. Freedom as to attendance at religious instruction or religious worship in certain educational institutions. O. Article 29. Equality of opportunity in educational institutions. O. Article 30. Right of minorities to establish and administer educational institutions. Directive principles. O. Article 41. Right to work, to education, and to public assistance in certain cases. O. Article 45. Provision for free and compulsory education for children and provision for early childhood care and education to children below the age of 6 years. O. Article 46. It provides for special care to the promotion of education and economic interests of the scheduled caste, scheduled tribes, and the weaker sections of society. Early childhood care and education (ECC), as per UNICEF, early childhood is defined as the period from conception through 8 years of age. Early childhood care and education (ECC) is more than preparation for primary school. It aims at the holistic development of a child's social, emotional, cognitive, and physical needs in order to build a solid and broad foundation for lifelong learning and well-being. The period from birth to 8 years old is a time of exceptional brain development, making it crucial for early childhood care and education (ECC). During this stage, children are heavily influenced by their surroundings and the people they interact with. Fact-wise, Target 4.2 of SDG 4 aims to, by 2030, ensure that all girls and boys have access to quality early childhood development, care, and pre-primary education. As per UNESCO report, 0.43% of GDP is spent on early childhood care globally. Benefits of early childhood care and education, social and emotional development. ECC programs foster cooperation, teamwork, and confidence in children. They learn to share, navigate social interactions, and develop a positive self-esteem through positive interactions with peers and teachers. Lifelong learning. Engaging and stimulating activities in ECC programs nurture a love for learning. Children develop a thirst for knowledge and understand the value of education through practical application. Holistic development. ECC programs provide a well-rounded foundation by addressing all aspects of a child's development, including emotional, social, mental, and physical well-being. Cognitive skills. Professionally designed activities in ECC programs enhance cognitive development. Children engage in activities that stimulate analytical and logical reasoning skills. Investing in ECC programs offers a multitude of benefits for individual children, families, and society as a whole. By providing a strong foundation for learning and development in the early years, we can empower children to reach their full potential. Key terms: holistic development, critical period, social-emotional development, lifelong learning, cognitive skills, foundation for learning. Digital education. Digital education is the innovative use of digital tools and technologies during teaching and learning, and is often referred to as technology-enhanced learning, TEL, or e-learning. Exploring the use of digital technologies gives educators the opportunity to design engaging learning opportunities in the courses they teach, and these can take the form of blended or fully online courses and programs. Fact-wise, the Indian government allocated 1.12 rupees lakh crore to the education sector for the fiscal year 2023-24, marking an 8.26% increase from previous years. This budget supports initiatives such as the establishment of centers of excellence for artificial intelligence and the setup of 100 labs for developing 5G applications in educational institutions. Online education sector is projected to reach $4 billion by 2025. Opportunities associated with digital education. Digital education offers a multitude of benefits for both students and educators. Vast course selection. The internet provides access to an unlimited range of courses and subjects, catering to diverse interests and career paths. Personalized learning. Students can learn at their own pace, while instructors can tailor their approach to individual needs. Continuous upskilling. Professionals can update their skill sets and knowledge while managing work commitments, fostering lifelong learning. Cost-effective. Online education eliminates traditional expenses like textbooks and commuting, making it a more affordable option. Comfortable environment. Students can learn from the comfort and convenience of their own space, minimizing distractions. Global reach. Students can overcome geographical limitations and access high-quality education regardless of location or socioeconomic background. Challenges of digital education in India. Policy and infrastructure gaps. A comprehensive digital education policy is needed, encompassing appropriate platforms, technology, interactive tools, content curation, and multi-language support. Currently, infrastructure, content, interaction, and language support are inadequate. Digital divide. Unequal internet access creates a significant barrier. NSS data 2017-18 shows only 42% of urban and 15% of rural households have internet access, limiting opportunities for digital education. Social isolation. Online learning environments lack the social interaction crucial for college students, hindering collaboration, group learning, and socialization. Living space constraints. Census 2011 data reveals limited space in many homes. 71% of households with 3 or more members have only 2 rooms or less. This lack of a dedicated study environment can affect online learning. Teacher training. Teachers require specialized training to deliver effective online education that addresses students' mental, emotional, and social well-being through digital mediums. Parental support. With parents returning to workspaces post-lockdown, ensuring adequate parental supervision and support for online learning can be a challenge for many families. Time management. Online learning requires strong time management skills to avoid procrastination and last-minute cramming. Strategies to help students structure their learning and set goals are essential. Way forward. Flexible scheduling, collaboration with schools, teachers, and parents is crucial to create flexible academic timetables that reach a wider student base. Teacher-student interactions in physical mode. Staggering teacher-student interactions in physical mode with not more than 50% of the total strength attending schools on alternate days. Phased physical interaction. Staggered in-person interactions with limited student capacity, e.g., 50% attending on alternate days, can complement online learning. Bridging the digital divide. Focus on ensuring access to quality education for disadvantaged students who lack e-learning resources. Quality over quantity. Online sessions should prioritize shorter, engaging discussions over lengthy, one-sided lectures. Knowledge-centric approach. The education system must prioritize quality learning and knowledge retention over simply completing the syllabus. Conclusion. Online education presents a transformative opportunity, but it necessitates a shift in teaching methods. By implementing these strategies, India can harness the potential of online learning to deliver quality education equitably to all students. Key terms: online learning platforms, personalized learning, upskilling, digital education policy, social interaction, teacher training, flexible scheduling, phased physical interaction, quality over quantity. ASER, Annual Status of Education Report, Report 2023. Since 2005, the NGO Pratham has released the Annual Status of Education Report, ACR. Recently, the 2023 report titled Beyond Basics has been released. Key findings of the report: stagnant foundational skills. There has been a negligible improvement in students' ability to read basic text and perform essential calculations compared to 2017. This foundational weakness impacts their ability to tackle everyday tasks. Gender and work. More females do housework compared to males, while most youth working outside the home are on family farms. Males are more likely to work outside the home for longer durations. Around 30% of youth work for their parents. Further, boys consistently outperform girls in reading, arithmetic, and digital skills. This disparity extends to smartphone ownership, further limiting girls' access to educational resources on these devices. Competing priorities. Many youths juggle academic demands with family responsibilities like farm work, hindering their educational aspirations. Career aspirations. Popular career choices for boys are army and police, while girls prefer teaching and medicine. Education enrollment. Enrollment drops significantly with age, with 32.6% of 18-year-olds not enrolled. Most students are enrolled in arts-humanities streams, with females less likely to be in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics STEM. Vocational training. Very few youth are enrolled in vocational training programs. Literacy and math skills. A significant portion of youth struggle with basic literacy and division problems. Digital divide. While smartphone ownership is high, there's a slight gender gap in proficiency. Way forward. Revamping vocational education. The report highlights the low enrollment rate in vocational courses, 5.6%. Rethinking vocational education is crucial, aligning it with the National Education Policy's vision to make it more attractive. Collaboration between schools, technical institutions, and local industries is essential for this transformation. Empowering underprivileged learners. Combining open schooling with digital technologies can empower underprivileged youth to continue education while working. Decentralization and strengthening of open schooling and university systems are necessary. Promoting non-formal education. Subjects like agriculture, crucial for rural communities, are often neglected in formal education. Non-formal education programs can bridge this gap. The report's finding that only 0.7% of rural students study agriculture underscores this need. Leveraging technology. The widespread use of smartphones in rural areas presents an opportunity to expand education through digital learning platforms. Encouraging the use of such technologies can significantly enhance educational access and outcomes. By addressing these areas, India can improve educational inclusivity, equip youth with relevant skills, and create a more robust education system that empowers all learners. AI in education. Artificial intelligence, AI, is making waves in education, offering exciting possibilities for personalized learning and addressing educational gaps. However, there are concerns about AI replacing teachers and the potential for bias in algorithms that could exacerbate educational inequalities. Overall, AI in education is a powerful tool, but its development and use need careful consideration to ensure it benefits all learners. Benefits of AI in education. AI is poised to transform education, offering a range of benefits for students, teachers, and parents. Enhance learning. AI-powered virtual reality and learning management systems create immersive experiences, boosting student engagement and understanding. Personalized instruction. AI can tailor learning to individual needs, adjusting the pace and difficulty based on student performance. Teacher support. AI automates tasks like grading and feedback, freeing up teachers' time to focus on personalized guidance and interaction. Engaging activities. Robotics and other AI tools can make learning interactive and relevant, fostering a love for knowledge. Parental involvement. AI can help parents monitor online interactions and provide personalized feedback on their child's work. Hurdles to AI in education. Several challenges impede the adoption of AI in India's education sector. Policy framework. A comprehensive national policy is lacking to guide the integration of AI into education. Digital divide. A significant portion of the population, 54%, lacks internet access, creating an obstacle for AI-powered education. Funding shortfall. Low national education expenditure, below 3.5% of GDP, compared to the global average of 4.2%, hinders investment in AI implementation. Capacity constraints. State education departments struggle to keep pace with rapid advancements in AI due to limited resources and expertise. Ethical concerns. Potential biases in algorithms, data control by a few countries, and student data misuse raise ethical and transparency issues. Way forward. National AI strategy. Develop a comprehensive national policy to establish India as a leader in AI innovation for education. This policy should include a robust regulatory framework to prevent data misuse, ensure privacy, and promote transparency. Intelligent tutoring systems. Implement AI-powered intelligent tutoring systems that can personalize learning experiences, track student progress, and offer targeted support. Data responsibility. Prioritize data anonymization and algorithmic fairness by cleaning and editing data before using it for AI applications in education. This will mitigate potential biases and protect user privacy. Leveraging simple technologies. Utilize existing, accessible technologies like SMS to deliver AI-powered learning tools to a wider audience. Public-private collaboration. Foster public-private partnerships to strengthen AI training and research in education. These partnerships can facilitate resource sharing, align educational programs with job market demands, and ensure program effectiveness. By implementing these strategies, India can leverage AI to create a more accessible, personalized, and effective education system for all learners. This will not only empower individuals but also position India as a global leader in AI-driven educational innovation. Key terms: AI-powered learning, personalized instruction, digital divide, national AI education policy, ethical concerns, intelligent tutoring systems, data anonymization, AI for accessible education. Foreign higher educational institutions in India. India's National Education Policy 2020 and recent budgetary announcements have paved the way for establishing campuses of top-ranked foreign universities in India, specifically within the Gift City, Gujarat International Finance Tech City. Regulatory frameworks are being developed to facilitate this process. Benefits for students: reduced costs. Indian students seeking international education can access prestigious programs at potentially lower costs compared to studying abroad. This could save billions of dollars currently spent on overseas education. Accessibility. Foreign universities in India eliminate the need for student migration, making high-quality education more accessible domestically. Benefits for India: improved enrollment. These institutions can increase India's gross enrollment ratio, GER, in higher education, which is currently low compared to the global average. Reduced forex outflow. Establishment of foreign universities reduces the outflow of foreign exchange spent on overseas education. Enhanced competitiveness. India's education and research sectors can become more competitive globally by attracting foreign universities. Cultural exchange. The presence of foreign universities can foster cultural exchange and understanding between India and other countries. Research boost. Foreign universities are expected to increase enrollment in research programs, contributing to a stronger research ecosystem in India. The entry of foreign universities presents a promising opportunity to enhance the quality and accessibility of higher education in India, while promoting research and cultural exchange. Carefully designed regulations and a focus on affordability will ensure these institutions contribute effectively to India's educational landscape. Issues in India's National Digital University, India. Announced in Budget 2022-23, the India aims to revolutionize access to education by providing online courses through a network of partner universities, both public and private. Students can pursue certificates, diplomas, or degrees, with the flexibility to enroll in multiple programs simultaneously and even design their own course structures. NDU is characterized by centralized hub, decentralized delivery. The NDU will function under a hub-and-spoke model, with Swayam acting as the central platform for digital learning content. The government's Samarth portal will manage IT and administrative services. Flexibility and choice. Students can pursue certificate, diploma, or degree programs, with the option to enroll in multiple courses simultaneously from different partner institutions. NDU even allows students to design their own course structures. Credit system and degrees. Credits earned from various universities can be accumulated, offering students multiple exit points throughout their studies. To receive a degree from a specific university, students must complete at least 50% of the credits required for their chosen program at that institution. The future of education, the NDU represents a significant step towards increased access to affordable and quality education in India, empowering students with greater flexibility and personalized learning experiences. Reforms in content and design. OFSCHOLTXDBOKS. The suggestion of the Standing Committee on Education, Women, Children, Youth, and Sports submitted report titled Reforms in the Content and Design of School Textbooks and suggested significant changes in school textbooks. Focus on accessibility and engagement. Reforming textbooks should prioritize child-friendly design with visuals, graphics, and audiovisual aids. Efforts to publish textbooks in local languages will further enhance accessibility. Curriculum standardization. Exploring a core, class-by-class syllabus across various subjects could streamline learning. Promoting inclusivity. Textbooks should portray a balanced representation of genders. This includes showcasing women in emerging professions and accurately reflecting their contributions to India's freedom struggle. Enriching historical content. History textbooks can be enriched by including post-independence history, world history, and diverse portrayals of freedom fighters. Addressing modern challenges. Textbooks should address contemporary issues like drug and internet addiction, highlighting their negative consequences. Lightening the load. Initiatives like the Academic Pathya Pustak, offering a single book for multiple subjects in lower grades, resonate with the Ministry of Education school bag policy, aiming to reduce the number of textbooks carried by students. Public Examinations Bill, 2024, context. The government has recently introduced the Public Examinations, Prevention of Unfair Means, Bill, 2024 in the Lok Sabha. India has witnessed a growing problem of unfair means in public examinations, as evidenced by several recent incidents. Cancellation of a teacher recruitment exam in Rajasthan. Scrapping of the Common Eligibility Test, CET, for Group D posts in Haryana. Annulment of the recruitment exam for junior clerks in Gujarat. Disqualification of the constable recruitment examination in Bihar due to question paper leaks. Statistics reveal that over 70 paper leak cases occurred between 2016 and 2023, impacting more than 1.5 crore students. Major highlights of the bill: promoting transparency and credibility. The bill seeks to strengthen the integrity of public examinations by deterring the use of unfair means. A model for states. States can leverage this legislation as a model draft to enact their own laws to combat cheating in state-level examinations. Defining the scope. The bill applies to examinations conducted by listed authorities, including UPSC, SSC, RRBs, IBPS, and NTA, with the potential to expand further through government notification. Cracking down on cheating. It clearly defines at least 15 activities constituting unfair means, such as leaking question papers, tampering with answer sheets, or impersonating a candidate. Concerns of cheating in public exams, broken trust. The entire education system relies on the integrity of exams to reflect genuine knowledge and ability. Cheating violates this trust, impacting students, teachers, and society as a whole. Unequal playing field. Students who cheat gain an unfair advantage over those who play by the rules. This undermines fair competition and devalues the efforts of honest students. Culture of dishonesty. Cheating promotes deception and dishonesty. It diminishes the value of genuine academic achievement and normalizes a culture of cutting corners. Erosion of personal integrity. Cheating weakens personal character and teaches individuals to prioritize personal gain over honesty. This can lead to ethical compromises in other areas of life. Societal impact. Widespread cheating erodes trust in educational institutions, reduces the value of qualifications, and contributes to a decline in ethical values within society. Way forward, legal deterrence. The bill aims to discourage cheating through stricter penalties, but its effectiveness hinges on swift investigations and prosecutions. Technological advancements. A shift to computer-based exams can significantly reduce paper leaks and allow for more accurate and immediate performance evaluation. Security upgrades. Implementing advanced surveillance systems and biometric authentication in exam centers can deter potential cheaters. The bill recommends a dedicated national technical committee to oversee these measures. Effective implementation. Clear guidelines and robust enforcement mechanisms at both central and state levels are crucial for the bill's success. Public awareness. Collaborative efforts with educational institutions, civil society, and media can raise public awareness, especially among students, about the repercussions of cheating and promote a culture of academic integrity. Strengthening administration. Addressing corruption within examination boards requires stringent measures to identify and punish offenders, ensuring transparency and accountability in exam conduct. By combining legal measures with technological advancements, robust administration, and public awareness campaigns, India can effectively combat exam malpractice and ensure a level playing field for all students. Promotion of higher education in regional languages context. The recent launch of Hindi MBBS course books in Madhya Pradesh reignited the debate on promoting higher education in regional languages. Challenges. English legacy. Attracting qualified teachers comfortable teaching in regional languages remains a hurdle. High initial investment. Developing curriculum and training teachers in less standardized languages requires significant resources. Limited opportunities. Graduates may face difficulties in job placement due to the dominance of English in higher education and research. Finding a way forward, building a foundation, strengthening the base of science and technology education in regional languages through grants and initiatives can pave the way for higher education. Incentivizing local languages. Providing incentives for teachers in regional languages, especially in disadvantaged areas, and revamping the curriculum for better engagement are crucial steps. Multilingual faculty. Hiring teachers proficient in both regional languages and English can enhance communication and internationalization efforts. Technological support. Utilizing technology to assist teachers in creating engaging, translated learning materials can improve accessibility. Promoting regional languages in higher education requires a strategic approach that addresses the challenges while leveraging technology and faculty development. By building a strong foundation and providing incentives, India can create a more inclusive and accessible higher education system. Key terms: National Digital University, Centralized Hub, Decentralized Delivery, Curriculum Standardization, Promoting Inclusivity, Lightening the Load, Public Examinations Bill, Unfair Means, Unequal Playing Field. Culture of dishonesty, legal deterrence, security upgrades, public awareness. Previous year questions. 1. The Right of Children to Free and Compulsory Education Act, 2009 remains inadequate in promoting an incentive-based system for children's education without generating awareness about the importance of schooling. Analyze. 2022. 2. Discuss the main objectives of population education and point out the measures to achieve them in India in detail. 2021. 3. Earn While You Learn scheme needs to be strengthened to make vocational education and skill training meaningful. Comment. 2021. 4. How have digital initiatives in India contributed to the functioning of the education system in the country? Elaborate your answer. 2020. 5. National Education Policy 2020 is in conformity with the Sustainable Development Goal for 2030. It intends to restructure and reorient the education system in India. Critically examine the statement. 2020. 6. Demographic dividend in India will remain only theoretical unless our manpower becomes more educated, aware, skilled, and creative. What measures have been taken by the government to enhance the capacity of our population to be more productive and employable? 2016. 7. Professor Amartya Sen has advocated important reforms in the realms of primary education and primary health care. What are your suggestions to improve their status and performance? 2016. 8. The quality of higher education in India requires major improvements to make it internationally competitive. Do you think that the entry of foreign educational institutions would help improve the quality of higher and technical education in the country? Discuss. 2015-13 Emerging Technology in Indian Society, the lack of gender diversity in the workforce, STEM education, and the failure to address the uneven distribution of power and leadership in the AI sector are very concerning, as are gender biases in data sets and AI algorithm products. Gabriela I. Ramos-Patino, UNESCO Assistant Director General for Social and Human Sciences. Introduction. India is actively pursuing a range of cutting-edge technologies, including 5G, artificial intelligence, AI, blockchain, virtual and augmented reality, machine learning, robotics, and natural language processing. These advancements hold immense potential for various sectors, but some, like AI and robotics, also raise national security concerns. Recognizing the importance of these technologies, the government and businesses across India are using them for strategic planning, development acceleration, problem-solving, product innovation, trend identification, and improved connectivity. The Ministry of Electronics and Information Technologies, MITY, Emerging Technologies Division plays a key role in promoting and developing these technologies throughout the country. Their efforts include supporting policy and strategy papers on AI, AR/VR, and other critical areas. Fact-wise, underrepresentation, IT executives 21%, business operations 13%, and project and program management 13%, which survey respondents ranked highest, are far less common than cybersecurity 1%, DevOps 2%, and cloud computing 3%. It's fascinating that 79% of women in tech work for non-tech companies. IT services, the largest industry, has 21% women. 66% of women surveyed said men outnumber them in leadership roles by 2 or more. Initiatives by India on AI policy framework. The Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, MITY, established committees to develop an AI policy framework, considering both the economic and social implications of this technology. Internet of Things, LOT, hubs. NASCOM partnered with state governments to create centers of excellence in Bengaluru, Gurugram, Gandhinagar, and Visakhapatnam. These centers aim to make India a leader in LOT innovation by promoting socially beneficial inventions. RAISE 2020, Responsible AI for Social Empowerment, a global summit on AI for social transformation, inclusion, and empowerment in healthcare, agriculture, education, and smart mobility. Virtual and Augmented Reality VAR Expertise, a center of excellence on VAR at IIT Bhubaneswar, focuses on harnessing the immense potential of VR and AR across various sectors and academic disciplines. National AI Portal, OnlyIAS. This collaborative effort by MITY, NGD, and NASCOM offers resources like research reports, datasets, case studies, and educational information to prepare India for the future of AI. AI Research Platform, Aravat. This platform facilitates AI research and knowledge sharing by providing a common computing infrastructure. Global Partnership on AI. India's commitment to ethical AI development is reflected in its participation in this global initiative that promotes responsible AI practices. Social aspects of AI. AI and social good. AI cultivates a smarter future for agriculture, precision farming. AI delivers tailored data on agronomy and weather, enabling farmers to optimize crop yields. This precision approach helps meet the demands of a growing population. Food chain optimization. AI has the potential to revolutionize the $5 trillion global agricultural industry. From fostering healthier crops to controlling pests and monitoring growing conditions, AI can streamline processes throughout the entire food supply chain, reducing workloads and improving efficiency. India's AI advantage. India's unique agricultural landscape, with diverse soil types, temperatures, and geography, offers a wealth of data for developing cutting-edge AI solutions for agriculture. Addressing labor shortages. As the agricultural workforce shrinks, AI can help bridge the labor gap by automating tasks and providing valuable data insights. AI revolutionizes healthcare, enhanced diagnostics and treatment. AI advancements empower healthcare professionals by improving disease identification and suggesting targeted therapies. Bridging the distance. AI provides solutions for remote areas with limited medical access. Residents can receive better care without extensive travel. Predictive power. AI can forecast potential epidemics, allowing healthcare systems to prepare proactively. Beyond sight, AI-powered image recognition aids visually impaired patients in managing their health. This is just one example of wider applications in healthcare. AI tackles climate challenges, predicting and mitigating disasters. AI systems can analyze data to predict weather patterns and natural disasters, allowing for proactive response and risk reduction. Controlling pests and diseases. AI can identify insect and animal vectors of diseases, aiding efforts to control outbreaks. Sustainable development. AI ethics and sustainability are becoming increasingly intertwined. Initiatives like the UNESCO recommendation on the ethics of artificial intelligence emphasize minimizing the environmental impact of AI systems. Challenges associated with AI data concerns. AI's reliance on vast data raises issues of privacy, security, and potential misuse. India lacks robust data protection laws, leaving personal information vulnerable. Legal uncertainties. The unclear legal status of AI in India hinders addressing crucial legal challenges surrounding AI algorithms and potential personhood. Job disruption. Automation through AI threatens to eliminate many jobs, particularly low-skilled positions, leading to unemployment and potential socioeconomic instability. Skill gap. AI adoption requires new skill sets in programming, data analysis, and data science, which most Indians currently lack. The education system needs to adapt to equip the workforce for the AI age. Ethical considerations. AI use in warfare, surveillance, and autonomous decision-making raises ethical concerns. Regulation is needed to ensure ethical application and prevent misuse. Infrastructure limitations. Uneven internet access across India hinders widespread AI adoption. Robust infrastructure is essential to unlock AI's full potential. Cybersecurity threats. AI systems are vulnerable to cyber attacks. India must prioritize cybersecurity measures to protect its population and critical sectors like healthcare, finance, and defense as AI becomes more integrated. Way forward policy and regulation. Strong data privacy legislation is essential to safeguard Indian citizens and establish India as an ethical AI leader. Government-funded skill development programs in collaboration with industry and academia can equip the workforce with AI expertise. Regulatory frameworks for AI development and use are needed to ensure responsible, unbiased, and transparent applications. Education and skilling. Integrating AI education into school curriculums can prepare future generations for the AI-driven world. Establishing dedicated undergraduate and graduate programs can address the growing demand for skilled AI professionals. Accessibility and inclusivity. Initiatives aimed at making AI technology more affordable and accessible will empower startups, small businesses, and rural communities. Innovation and leadership. Collaborative research and development efforts between the government and private sector can propel India to the forefront of AI innovation. This collaborative approach can foster the development of India-centric AI solutions that address local challenges and opportunities. Key terms: India's AI advantage, AI in healthcare, predictive healthcare, AI in climate change, disaster prediction, data privacy concerns, job disruption by AI, AI skill gap, ethical AI regulation, AI education. Artificial intelligence and gender gap. Despite rapid digitalization, the underrepresentation of women throughout the AI field threatens to exacerbate existing economic and technological inequalities. While India boasts a comparatively high number of women graduating STEM programs, 43%, only 14% of STEM jobs in the country are held by women. This highlights the need to bridge the gap between education and professional opportunities. Even leading tech companies like Google and Facebook have a significant gender disparity, with only 10 to 15% of their AI specialists being women. This lack of diversity can lead to a future AI landscape that reflects and reinforces existing gender biases, ultimately hindering the development of a truly inclusive technological and economic system. Issues regarding AI and women diversity gap. AI suffers from a lack of diversity, mirroring the underrepresentation of women in technical fields, especially leadership roles. This homogeneity in developers can lead to biased decision-making. Gender bias. Women in AI face potential discrimination and stereotyping, hindering their career advancement and overall participation in the industry. Balancing work and life can also be more challenging for them. Bias in AI systems. AI systems trained on biased data can perpetuate unfairness and discrimination. For example, facial recognition systems may misidentify women and minorities. Studies have shown gender bias in AI language processing tools like Siri and Alexa. Impact on women and girls. With less than 20% of AI research credited to women, AI development may unintentionally reflect existing biases. This lack of female role models discourages young women from pursuing AI careers. The gender gap extends beyond talent. The data deficit disproportionately affects women and girls who lack access to technology. Investment disparity. Despite evidence of higher returns, female-led AI companies receive only 2 to 9% of global venture capital funding. This lack of investment further hinders female participation in the field. Government initiatives, Kiran Scheme. This 2014-15 program helps women scientists advance in academic and administrative professions. National AI Strategy. It promotes #AI for LL inclusion. Telangana has trained over 5,000 females in AI and data science as part of their aim to train 100,000 pupils, focusing on disadvantaged girls. 3 Telangana rural data annotation facilities teach and employ rural women. WeHub, a Hyderabad-based accelerator for female entrepreneurs, has taught data science and artificial intelligence to over 700 girls aged 13 to 17. Why Ahead? Encouraging STEM education. Initiatives like outreach programs, scholarships, mentorship, and training can inspire women to pursue STEM fields and equip them for success in AI. Workplace diversity and inclusion. Fostering a welcoming work environment with flexible hours and fair promotion opportunities can attract and retain female talent in AI. Minimizing AI bias. Addressing gender bias in AI requires careful data screening for biases, increasing data diversity, and utilizing bias detection algorithms. Women-focused AI programs, specialized training, internships, and mentorship programs designed for women's needs can significantly increase their participation in AI. Supporting and networking women in AI. Creating opportunities for women in AI to connect, share ideas, and learn from industry leaders fosters a supportive network. Diverse opportunities. While women show interest in data management and cloud computing, the industry needs to encourage them to enter high-growth, high-paying sectors like cybersecurity, where female representation remains low. Closing the gender gap in AI requires a multifaceted approach. Investing in women's education and professional development, promoting equal opportunities, and fostering a supportive network are crucial steps towards a more inclusive and innovative AI future. Social media in society. Social media is a web of online platforms that connect people and information. It allows users to share ideas, thoughts, and experiences through features like posts, messages, and videos. Social media can be a powerful tool for staying connected, learning new things, and even creating positive change. However, it's important to be aware of potential drawbacks like misinformation and privacy concerns. Examples include Wikipedia, blogs like Twitter, content communities like YouTube, social networking sites like Facebook, Instagram, etc. Benefits of social media. Education. It provides a platform for knowledge sharing, collaboration on educational projects, and access to diverse learning resources. Empowerment. Social media can amplify the voices of the marginalized, promote youth participation in social and political spheres, and advocate for gender equality. Social connection. Social media fosters connections across borders, combats social isolation among the elderly, and promotes cultural exchange. Entertainment. It offers a vast library of entertainment content, fosters online communities around shared interests, and allows for real-time interaction with creators. Positive action. It facilitates collective action on social issues, raises awareness for critical causes, and can improve governance and healthcare delivery. A business and marketing. Social media empowers businesses of all sizes to connect with customers, build brands, and drive sales. Issues with social media. Social polarization. Social media algorithms can create echo chambers, where users are primarily exposed to information that reinforces their existing views, fostering societal polarization. Addiction and attention spans. Social media platforms can be highly addictive, impacting users' attention spans and ability to focus on deeper forms of engagement. Privacy concerns. Data collection practices and potential misuse of personal information raise ethical and privacy concerns. This includes issues like financial scams, human rights violations, and online harassment. Cyberbullying and online abuse. The anonymity offered by social media can embolden online harassment and cyberbullying, particularly targeting vulnerable users. Mental health impacts. Studies suggest links between excessive social media use and negative mental health impacts, including anxiety, depression, and altered social behavior. Misinformation epidemic. The rapid spread of misinformation and fake news on social media platforms can have dangerous real-world consequences, fueling social unrest, discrimination, and even violence. Threats to democracy. Social media can be exploited for malicious purposes, facilitating the spread of hate speech, extremist ideologies, and content that undermines democratic processes and institutions. Way forward. Platform self-regulation. Social media platforms should follow established human rights principles when moderating content, ensuring a balance between free expression and online safety. Government's role. User verification. Implementing robust user verification systems can help combat the spread of misinformation and create a more accountable online space. Content standards. Governments can define and update content moderation standards to address evolving online threats like misinformation. Disinformation initiatives. Supporting measures that tackle online disinformation campaigns is crucial to promoting a healthy information environment. Transparency requirements. Requiring transparency in platform algorithms and content moderation practices fosters trust and accountability. Building societal capacity. Digital literacy education. Equipping young users with digital literacy and critical thinking skills empowers them to navigate online information responsibly. User responsibility. Encouraging responsible online behavior, including verification of information and respectful communication, is vital for a positive online environment. Promoting positive content. Encouraging and promoting high-quality, informative, and positive content creation can counter the spread of negativity and misinformation. India's initiatives to combat social media cybercrime coordinated response. The Indian Cybercrime Coordination Center 14C serves as a central hub for addressing social media cybercrime issues comprehensively. This centralized approach facilitates collaboration and information sharing among various law enforcement agencies. Centralized reporting. An online cybercrime reporting portal streamlines the process for individuals, especially those reporting child sexual abuse material, CSIM, to file complaints directly. Detection and analysis. The CyberSwatch Kendra, Botnet Cleaning and Malware Analysis Center, focuses on identifying and neutralizing malicious actors operating on social media. Proactive defense. The Cyber Crisis Management Plan by CERTIN, Indian Computer Emergency Response Team, outlines a proactive strategy to counter cyber attacks on social media platforms. By working together, platforms, governments, and users can create a stronger social media landscape that fosters connection, empowers individuals, and promotes a more informed and responsible online society. Key terms: diversity gap, gender bias, AI bias, data deficit, investment disparity, #AIF0ROL, STEM education, workplace diversity, women-focused AI programs. Previous year question. 1. Child cuddling is now being replaced by mobile phones. Discuss its impact on socialization of children. 2023 are Content OS and H&. UPSC Wallah. Books. $Alvias Uden. L*H MW Hill BWH WLF Mem #W free material. Tamriro M UFC Sampriums 2014. IS's *1 UDN OOGJ and JJJJJ and SSICU and T. Free material. Comprehensive coverage. 11-year PYQ solution prelims plus mains. Uden prelim static revision. 2 SN Mains Wallah. Mains revision. Current affairs. Monthly current affairs magazine. M** monthly editorial Wallah. November 2023. UBB HB *SBT Sir FOFO are UPSC Civil Services Exam. Current affairs. Monthly editorial compilation. Uden plus 500 prelim SC current affairs revision. Free material. Quick revision booklets. IBS. Prelims Wallah test. Team WT 7D74. TC LLOFM